The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, wipes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the APAC Acer Predator League 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems as though there's some sort of technical difficulty on this side, but nothing to really worry about. We are going to be jumping down in towards the action. Of course, it's going to be your boy Aggressive bringing you all of the action from this side around. But good God, has it been a while here, Oro? And the fact that we're here together for the group stage for such a prestigious tournament, it just goes to show how incredible the Valorant scene has been going, and we are starting off strong here in 2026.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the warm welcome, Aggressive, and first of all, a very happy new year. When we met last year, it was the group stages where, you know, a lot was at stake. That was India qualifiers. This time it is the main league, and the groups today is going to be interesting to watch at, because correspondingly we have seen so many nations and so many countries participating, and all of them are here in our country, and
Absolutely.
we have given them a warm welcome, and I think things are gonna lit up as soon as the matches start today.
Yep. Looking at this entire format here, you have to talk about the journey that these teams have to go through as well. Today's going to be a long day. It's going to be 6 VO1s for our group alone, and there's 4 other groups, mind you. So there's a lot of matches to be had here today. And when you start off the entire thing, 16 teams will be competing in a round-robin format. Each of these teams, right, from these groups will be facing off against each other in 6 different sides, and after they face off against one another, one team from each group will be heading on down over to the semi-finals, and then a LAN will be held right at the very end, where all of these teams will be competing. Don't forget, it's gonna be a big one at that. The grand finals, it's gonna be something that is one for the books, and all of us already know that with so many teams, so many different playstyles from multiple different countries coming together in one spot, you can't really predict what's gonna happen, because you probably never even scrimmed these squads. They're coming in from all over Asia, and they're fighting for such a massive prize pool as well. $65,000 going to the first place prize. It's insanity.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the major leagues we're talking about, right? It's the APAC Predator League 2026, and of course, this overall prize pool of $120,000 is going to be amazing. And we have, as you mentioned about the diversity and the countries participating, right? Aggressive. We have 11 countries participating, from where Indonesia, India, Philippines, Oceania, China, Hong Kong, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand. All these nations are going to be there, and you can understand that so many different play styles we're going to witness today. As you said, it's going to be a long day. Plus, there's going to be a lot of pressure, because if you want to reach towards that land stage, because this is the group stages we're talking about. We already mentioned that this is the prize pool at stakes. Players have been divided. It's already 4 groups today we are going to witness, where I think each group is going to play matches, and it's going to be a single elimination. So you cannot snooze out on matches, because if you snooze out, there's a good opportunity that you might get eliminated directly. Here are the groups, and these are the teams playing. Aggressive. We have Group A, where we will see IG Zist, SHUL, E-Kings, and Fancy United Esports. Group B, we have Boom Esports, GG Easy, Lit Esports, and Team NKT.
Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of really interesting matches to be had. Like, you have to choose what you want to watch, or have like 4 monitors at the ready so that you can swap in between what's happening, because all these matches, they have their own niches, and of course, if you're a fan for multiple different teams, you gotta follow out on all of them. Mind you, if you're from any part of Asia, you already know which teams are going to be playing. Plus, a team has also been made it through from the side of China as well. Dream Chasers is, of course, a Chinese GC squad, and they're now here to really showcase to us exactly what that region has to hold for us as well. First initial match, of course, we are going to have Dream Chasers going up against Zipto, so this is going to be where things will be a little bit more interesting. We don't really have as much information on Dream Chasers, but the fact that they made it through the qualifier stages and are now here in India to go in for this LAN, it's going to be a big one, because Zipto, on the other side of the spectrum, they're still a grand finalist team in their own circuit in the Philippines. So they are a powerhouse of a squad that are now here to prove that they can take on the greats here on the other sides of Asia.
No, absolutely. I mean, there are two teams from Philippines. One is OSS Gaming and another one is Zipto, of course. But we will focus on Group C because that is what we will be casting, right? Aggressive, as you mentioned,
True.
that either you need 4 monitors to witness all the games, but then Group C is what we are going to witness as the first matchup is going to be Dream Chasers. I would see when we do not know some information about teams like a Dream Chaser. First of all, a fact that it's an all-female lineup, so that is again something really interesting, that how this team is going to play and pan out, because the Asian compositions and the Chinese sector, have always been unorthodox, and they come up with some amazing plays, and they have already taken the Valorant scene with a huge boom, because once they step into any esports game titles, I think they always try to dominate, and they are not the teams to have you cannot easily deal with these kind of teams. So that is something Zipto will always keep in mind. But again, Zipto has the experience, and we can already see their perspective, their POVs. Players are ready. It's happening in Delhi, Bharat Mandap Stadium. So from 10th the tickets will be live, of course, but for that to happen, we will need the teams to qualify for the playoffs.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long journey for them to get to that point when you think about it, with so much on the stakes here. All these teams, they have to be prepared to really take it to that next level. But we don't really know what to expect just yet because, again, there's not really as much information on the side of Dream Chasers. Yeah, we can talk up a little bit about Zipto because they are a little bit of the fan favorites here. We have a lot of people coming in from the Philippines, and we know for a fact that Philippines is a very competitive region here.
True.
When it comes down to Valorant. Possibly one of the biggest when it comes down to the entirety of Asia when you think about it. Their teams are powerhouses at the end of the day, but then again, China, it's always that dark horse, right? You never really know what that region can produce. And those superstars, when coming in to a land setting like this, could prove to be their proving grounds where, as a squad, they can dominate any team.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I'm already. I have the players, who are playing today. From Dream Chasers, I think it's Gosling who's going to handle the duelist part. So these are some roles which have been assigned by them, but we know that there's more to it. Of course, it's a best of one. You don't get any more comeback chances. The map veto is going to come in really soon. So that is going to be really interesting to watch. Aggressive, that what map these guys want to pick. First of all, in the map pool there are so many options there, so definitely they would have studied that Zipto, because the wards are available, so right. But for how do you prepare for a team like Dream Chasers? That is the question. Or maybe how do you get information? Do you just go in random, just with your prep, what you have, that you want to play basic Valorant and then play on your merit? That is something that's gonna come in handy for Zipto, because Dream Chasers, I think there's not a lot of information there about them on the internet.
Yeah, you're not gonna find a lot of info, especially for us as well. We had the hardest time trying to figure out exactly what we could be expecting from a team like this. But here for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, that's kind of where you're gonna need to rely on that X factor, right? Because you're not really scrimmed against a particular team. You're not gonna have as much information. You really need to rely on your own level of confidence, and that's kind of where this round robin format really comes into play. It allows players to acclimate to that land setting. You're gonna be in a completely different environment. Jet lag is also gonna be a thing. You just flew in, you're gonna have some problems, but you need to learn how to adapt. And with the round robin format, you're gonna be given that opportunity to at least get to the top of your stage. Even in the previous years where we had the previous Asia Predator leagues, there was still enough of an opportunity for all of these teams to get to that point where they could stand tall on their own 2 feet and just have what it takes to really go over the edge and make it to that top spot. But then again, we haven't really seen this caliber of teams in the past as well, because with the amount of matches that will be played out today, one team could just easily dominate another purely on the basis of points. And if anything does happen on, let's say a team has 3 points each, or even in this entire group, everyone has this exact same amount of points, then that's going to go into the tiebreaker. And that's what I'm really hoping to happen, because when you look at it on paper, yeah, Zipto may be the favorites, but you also have Toadak here and RQ, so you have no idea what could happen in this entire group. So there's some big guns that are already here. So it's just a complete hat throw that who is going to be finishing at the very top and which one of these teams are going to be able to make it to that semifinal stage.
Absolutely. I mean, since you mentioned about the previous, Asia Pacific Predator League 2020, which happened in 2025, it wasn't Kuala Lumpur. It was Alter Ego who won it. So, it's surprising to see that there's no team from Indonesia this time. Though we have so many Southeast Asia regions. We have Philippines, we have Hong Kong, we have Japan, we have Malaysia, we have Singapore. But, these teams are going to come in as favorites for as you mentioned, that RRQ is a team. We have Boom Esports, we have Toadak, but to mention that we have 2 slots from India as well, where SHUL and GGEZ are gonna grab some limelight, and I think our country is gonna watch them pretty close. There has been some changes there on the lineup of GGEZ. I saw Lightning Fast getting added there, so that is going to be an interesting lineup which is going to pan out, and let's see how that helps them, because when we saw them on the qualifiers, that was a different ball game. This time it's going to be these kind of experienced teams we're going to facing, and we have seen how Indian teams have performed against these Southeast Asian teams. It has not been an easy run always. They have to face hardships, and that is where the barriers have always come, and they have shattered. Let's see if 2026 brings some luck for them. But on the other end, we have Dream Chasers and Zipto, as mentioned, that these 2 teams are going to go against each other heads up. And this is Group C we are talking about. We have a lot more other teams there. We have RRQ, we have I think IG no wait I think there is one more team. We'll figure about that, but yes, RRQ, Dream Chasers and Zipto are there for sure.
Yep, absolutely. There's going to be other teams as well, ladies and gentlemen. Don't really worry about that. Your favorites will, of course, be in tandem with one another. But then again, Toadak is another one of those dark horses that I really do have to highlight, because I think a lot of people will be counting out Toadak, but recently they've been making a big splash there over on the Malaysian scene, and they're going to try and make their entry here. And being at a LAN setting like this, we already know that as a squad, they are very potent and powerful. And now that they're all in that same house, they're going to be able to showcase that energy even more when it comes down to the server. We're going to have a bunch of matches for that very reason. And as the teams are going to be getting ready in the background, ladies and gentlemen, we do, of course, have to tell you that thanks again for Acer for giving us such a big opportunity here to make all of this possible, because over the last couple of years, the Valorant scene has just grown exponentially. And of course, from the side of Acer, they're bringing out this league just to make sure that the players, they're going to keep on giving. Especially, this is pretty much the largest and the most prestigious league when it comes down to the entirety of Asia. The storylines that we have created and this tournament has done, it's insanity over these last couple of years. And players fighting for that honor to become the kings and to claim that crown. Once again, Alter Ego is no longer here, so we are going to be crowning a new champion here in 2026.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned about Toadak, right? And we have one more powerhouse called RRQ, one more Indonesian teams, and I'll beg a pardon about the point that I mentioned that there's no Indonesian team. There is 2 Indonesian teams there. It is Boom and RRQ. Well, how could I forget about Boom Esports as well? They are also one of those lineups who are coming in as favorites. Whenever you see those Indonesian teams out there, more or less 9 out of 10 times you'll see that they are swinging and they are the favorites in any tournament format. Because of the consistency they have shown over the years, right? They have that calculative movements, they have that approach, they have that aggressive mindset, and the kind of the adaptiveness these players show, right? We have seen RRQ in multiple tournaments where, for example, in the past, where we have seen them in tournaments, they have always showcased a fight back, and either they have kind of dominated the scene, or they have more or less won in those situations. So RRQ is going to be a team to watch out for in this group specifically, alongside Toadak, as you mentioned, aggressive. But again, focus shifts to Dream Chasers and also Zipto, that what these 2 teams can do, because definitely we have a lot of facts and to back these kind of teams like an RRQ or a Toadak. but a Zipto or a Dream Chasers, these are really the dark horses who can, surprise us and can create an upset in this group.
Absolutely. We are always talking about the teams here, right? We are forgetting another key point in this entire league is that individual brilliance will also be awarded accordingly. So we still have MVP prizes as well for the players. So as a team, if you're able to perform really well, of course, you get that line shares of the prize pool. 65,000, man. That's a lot of money and a lot of moolah to be had.
Absolutely.
But then again, if you as a player have that shine through performance, if you are the best in your class, then you're going to be able to get your own set of money as well, with the best sentinel getting 2,000, best duelist as well getting the same amount, controller, initiator, flex, to showcase your skill as a player, as an all-star for your team. You're going to be able to perform as well at the end of the day, and those level performances will matter a lot. Plus, at the same time, you also do have the MVP slots that you're going to be able to give out, which team has been playing really well, which player has been doing the best. There's so much to be had here in this entire tournament, and Acer, of course, they have not cheated down on a single bit of it. They're here to make sure that the players feel that they are at home, and we here at the Esports Club are making sure that the players have the best of performances as well from their end.
Absolutely, there comes a bragging right, as well with that prize pool, right? There's a tagline this time: it's fighting for their honor. So these teams are going to fight for the honor, and of course the specific shield, right? We have seen that so many times, and so many teams have lifted that. So that is going to be a spectacle to watch. That who lifts it on Saturday, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's 10th, where we will be present. But we are going to be the unfortunate ones to not be in the LAN scenario and watch the atmosphere go viral, right? Aggressive. But whoever is near Delhi or near Delhi NCR can definitely grab a ticket and can visit and watch the VALORANT action live. I would love to see some Indian teams qualify, but it's going to depend on today. But I think we are almost ready with the matchup. It's the first game of Group C. It's Dream Chasers going up against Zipto Aggressive.
Yes, this is going to be where the real fun to be had. And just as you mentioned the trophy, right? I started to imagine the old Acer Predator League that happened here back a while ago in Bangladesh for the qualifiers. I did lift up that one trophy. It was so heavy. I still remember carrying that trophy back so the team that did win were my friend's team, and I was forced to carry that trophy. It is actually heavy. It's not that light of a shield. And that's what I mean. Right? That Acer best they can for their teams, but at the same time, now looking back a little bit here, you can already see that the map of split is going to be the thing that's coming out. Don't forget, this is going to be a best of one, so if any of these teams do mess up here, it is going to be costly, and instantly it's going to be Riza getting that first kill onto Seaweed. She's not going to be able to hold on to that one for long, and now with the C side, with the B side being completely rushed upon, Riza needs to try and come in with the team, but geez, not going to be able to do much. Instantly gets shut down, and with the spike going down as well, there's not really much that the defenders can do to try and stop this out anytime soon.
Yeah, man, it's a pretty solid start from Zipto. They don't have the numbers count, Dream Chasers, to pull this retake. They have a Viper. Both the teams have gone up with the Viper option. They need to clear out the angles first. Okay! Old Pine did manage to get Hot Sauce there, but he's the only one with 21 HP before. Old Pines, okay. That was an unfortunate one, but anyways, Zipto has a good start. They have a solid start. I was talking about that, how Viper becomes a crucial, controller in this map, right? You can control the mid, you can control both the sides. Let's see how both these players are going to play out this Viper on this map, because Split is a kind of a map where on the defensive half you will always find those rounds coming in, but whoever plays the attackers half better, I feel, is going to win this game. This is going to be a full B push coming in, and these guys know it, and that is what they have stacked it up. No, the controller is out, right?
No, this is insanity. I don't understand. What did Zipto send out the controller first? This is going to be a huge problem for them, especially on an eco round. You want to not try and take those long range duels or those close range fights as often. You need your smoke to try and isolate a couple of these angles. And if the members of Dream Chasers are able to play their numbers properly, they're doing so good already. Look at the way that their players are already maneuvering from the side of B main. That does mean that A side will be the one ripe for the picking. Zipto, they have picked the correct side. They're going to find an empty one, and they're going to be able to get into defensive positions to stop them from flooding in any closer. But still, it is a 5v4 situation. If Dream Chasers, they play their numbers correctly, they're going to be able to hold.
Yeah, they've got the spike down now. Now the retake is coming in. Oh, Riza was placed over there with an outlaw. He can get one more, but he misses the shot. But GAY doesn't misses. He gets an outlaw. This retake looks possible. Old Pine gets one more. But the problem is the controller game isn't there for Dream Chasers right now. It's only the Yoru left out. J1Y. Can he get one more? He gets one. Eman, he will find JYY and will confirm the second round. See, I mean, you pointed out correctly, right, Aggressive, that why would the controller would want to get the first pick when you have a fade? You could have used the Prowler to clear out the close quarter angles, but that didn't happen. That was pretty surprising from Zipto's side, because Zipto, once they get the first blood in a round, they can end the round pretty quickly.
This was very much an interesting matchup when you think about it too. Overall, I would have to say the Dream Chasers, they're doing a phenomenal job. Every single one of their players have taken proper duels, and it really just did come down to that 1v1, 1v2 situation, right? So this defensive side, the way that this double controller setup is panning out, they are playing it very well. That smart play style, the overall fact that they don't really have a lot of control just yet could be an issue, but never mind. I take it all back. Zipto, they're just making their way forward. Bixie instantly running on back over. Takes over Heaven. Oldpine's going to be able to take out one, but she's not going to be able to do it all alone. Down in a corner, she can't really run away, and Hot Sauce just instantly puts her down. 0-2, make it a 0-3 pretty soon. If two of these players can't really take out one, this is going to be an issue, and Hot Sauce is the only one out of position. Everyone else has those proper crossfire lines set up.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna get stuck in a corner. Gosling gets taken out, and with that, the third round comes up pretty quickly. Zipto, I think they have started the way they wanted to. They have put pressure right back on Dream Chasers, where they are little bit tipsy-tidy, little untidy on those duels right now, which you mentioned that was a good part, that they could manage to get those 1v1s, but not this time. Now they have to fall back to an eco. The economy is not going to support them if they constantly keep losing. On the other end, looks pretty solid for Zipto with the Yoru ultimate already activated over there.
Let's just see where they go with this one now. Outlaw in hand. Riza, he knows what he's going to be bringing onto the table with this one. The Outlaw, especially on this attack side on split, showcase to be an absolute nuisance in the hands of the right player, especially when you want that one player to just hold on to one of the sides and just work out a pick. Any sort of over-aggressive play now coming in from Dream Chasers will be punished heavily. And I like that Zipto, they're taking their time with this one. They're not being overly aggressive. They're not trying to overcommit to anything. That slow, methodical play is what brings them forward to a position like this. Then again, Dream Chasers, they have the perfect read. They're all close towards the A side. They can just flood in, catch them off guard. But look at the way that Zipto is making no sound. First initial kill for Gosling, but immediately she gets traded out. This is a problem now, but Fixie in a good spot, Amon just keeps on giving. He does not give up. One more player to be spotted. New now looking for one more kill. She doesn't really find more than that. And it's all up to G1Y to try and save her team. But Riza's not going to give anything away. The Outlaw in hand, one shot to the body to finish everything off. As Zipto, they take a 0-4 lead to keep the ball rolling in their court.
Absolutely. I mean, they try the level best over there. They could, get those one or two eliminations out there. But anyways, it had to be a Dream Chaser magic, but it did not happen. So, but anyway, now comes the most interesting part, that they are gonna get a buy now. They have few ultimates. I saw the Raze ultimate already there. the showstopper. Can they use it to their advantage? But on the other end, you have the Nightfall and the showstopper, also the dimensional drift to be used. And here you go. It's already been used towards mid to find out the spaces. And there's so much control over here from Riza. The showstopper comes in, it's going to be a complete shutdown once again.
No,
There's a trade there, but Alpine, and now Seaweed comes in for the savior from heaven. The numbers have been equalized, aggressive.
Face your fear!
Okay, the Nightfall being committed.
Oh no.
Seaweed. The haunt is there. Now he has to deal with two players out there, left and right, and he gets taken out by Hot Sauce. The information which came in from mid, from Riza, right? Aggressive, that was too much. I mean, the space was created already.
Yeah, this is just a little bit too problematic, especially with the Nightfall coming in from the Fade as well. There's not really much that the Y just couldn't really get that kill because of the paranoia coming in so timely from Hot Sauce. To hold on to this one, it's a tough one at that. The way that the utility is panning out for the members of Zipto is one of the main reasons why they're able to win. I wouldn't say aim-wise the members of Dream Chasers are anywhere far behind, but look at the way that Riza's just playing this one out. So aggressive here with that Outlaw. He's literally just using it like a budget operator. And he's just going to keep on going. Jay's just going to be able to find one more. That's the A side now ripe for the picking. Instant rotation over towards A, and all of the defenders, they need to figure something out now. No respect to the smoke. All the members of Zipto, they're playing aggressive, and they're playing on the sounds that they're going to be able to make on it.
I mean, Riza have decided already that he is not going to stop. Either there's going to be a smoke, doesn't matter. Okay, finally he gets closed out, but Iman, he was there, and he takes the trade. I think it looks like a pretty one-way ticket right now, where Zipto is just stacking up those rounds. But you need to understand that if you are in the corner of Dream Chasers at this point of time, there are some timeouts available. You can't stop this menace any point of time. Just take a breather. If you don't have anything to discuss, I am sure they would have something to discuss after what has happened in the previous 5 to 6 rounds, because Zipto have not given them anything. And being on the defensive half, you need to do better than this, right? Aggressive. This is a win-win situation. They have already converted 6 rounds. Okay, Riza once again. He's expecting. He didn't manage to connect, but J1Y. This time he takes the trade, but GA trades Neo there. And once again, the initiator is taken out. They have 4 ultimates, Dream Chasers. They need to convert this round, aggressive.
This is such a tough call, too. The way that this happened. 1-for-1 is one thing, but you lost out on your breach. That's a rolling thunder that you could have utilized to easily hold on to one of your sides or even go in for a retake. The members of Zipto have now cut off sound entirely, and they have control on every portion of the map. That fight towards B-Main is so crucial. Old Pine, she's going to be able to get herself back in towards the side, and that is perfect. They need to keep this space going, but Old Pine once again just getting shut down. They're trying to go in for a read. They're playing towards the A side, but if the A players make any form of noise, it's Old Pine who's going to be the one to fall first. She needs to get this kill at the very beginning. She doesn't really find it. Hot Sauce survives, and Ja's going to be able to come in and instantly bring her down. This is tough. Seaweed does find the kill onto A-Man, but it really just doesn't matter. They do get the spike plant down. They have the Viper Spit ready if they want to utilize it. And with the Dimensional Drift in hand, they can go in for an easy retake scenario, but this is going to be a tough one, Moro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no one watching B Heaven. I was surprised about that and see the Dimensional Drift being used. Now the information will come in. Question is, how will they start? Okay, Gosling comes with the positive, and here comes Seaweed. The paranoia being connected. It's Hot Sauce who's going to get converted, but no, Hot Sauce, he couldn't. This time, the Dimensional Drift with the 2 swings coming in from Gosling and Seaweed converts the round. So good and a positive start from Dream Chasers finally after the 6 rounds we have seen an onslaught from Zipto.
Done wonders when it came down to a situation like that. That's a perfect round coming out from them. They utilized their abilities properly. They did not panic whatsoever. And they played together as a team. You can tell that execution only happened when the Euro had substantial amount of information on where everyone was in that fight. 1-6 now. Given the opportunity to really turn back the clock here, but you need to get all of these 6 rounds. Mind you, you're playing a double controller composition, and this comp is not going to get any easier when you're on that attack side, because at that point, you're playing a game of whether or not you can get yourself onto side, because as soon as you get onto side, that's when that composition is really going to be starting to come alive.
Absolutely. Oh, okay. There's a brawl out there towards mid, but no, wait, Seaweed. She's there, but she couldn't pick something up. Somebody's crossed towards vents. Yeah, there's a player already towards vents there, but they're stacking up towards B main once again. J1Y, can she control? Okay, she shuts down Fixie over there. There's a spike out, but Hot Sauce was there already. On to 2-2. The numbers advantage is not going to be in. Okay, wait, Hot Sauce. He manages. He spots.
Again, 1v1.
Gosling has rotated. He
has
doesn't
no
have
idea.
any clue. He has no idea, actually. He doesn't
Why
know
is
the position
Bree?
is spotted. But Gosling, he manages. She manages, actually. She manages. I mean, why do you want to spray there? It's an obvious position, but if by any chance Hot Sauce would have played towards the pillar and not from the above the boxes, it could have been a big problem. But anyways, Dream Chasers have converted one more, and they're taking one round at a time at this point of time. Aggressive.
Absolutely. Keep the ball rolling in your court here, Dream Chasers. They have the momentum, and they are pushing the side of Zipto to their limits. No real ultimate's also being utilized when you think about it. Dream Chasers, they still have the Rolling Thunder available, the Showstopper as well, the Viper's Pit up and ready. They're able to hold on to all of it. But the thing is, how long do they want to try and get these ultimates to work? Small bits of damage being put onto Gosling here. He's going to need to run on away, give this one to the opposite side. Mid control has already been established from Zipto, but the question is, what do they want to do with this one? They have ample amounts of information. Seaweed does utilize the paranoia to try and get a little bit more space for her team, but the thing is, G1Y now gets that perfect kill. That's Hot Sauce down again. Why are you going in for even more information? Does get caught out a little bit here. Does get damaged, but that's completely fine, because without that smoke, they can do whatever the hell they want now to hold on to the site.
Yeah. He needs to win this. He couldn't. Riza gets the trade though, but Gosling is ready. But JA, he needs to win this battle. There are 2 players coming in from heaven. The dimensional drift is there. The Rolling Thunder comes in. There's a lot invested in this round from both the teams. The Showstopper takes down JA. Now it's a 1v2 for Zipto. Now Riza, can he convert it? It's gonna be a
so
huge moment. He comes in close.
Headshot!
Oh my god. She wanted to play on the Boombot though. But Boombot didn't spot him. He was playing so close towards that pillar. He was confident on his aim game. He did not want to use his ultimate, right? Riza over there.
I mean, it was so risky though. He only had 2 bullets in the magazine. And the amount of confidence it would have taken to just go in for a play like that. That does not happen often, mind you. And Riza just showcasing to us exactly what he can do when it comes down to situations like this. But now, where do they want to go with this one? Hey man, outside's on the skirts of B main. He's trying to sell a fake here on this opposite side. Riza just playing on the information. Can instantly just pop out. Has everything ready. Swings out to the front. 2 players in the back of side. But no real guns to hold on to this. Riza with a double duelist entry just keeps them rolling. A fast take in towards the A side. And a very slow retake coming in now from the side of Dream Chasers. This is going to be a tough call for them if they're not able to find a couple of picks here.
Yep, they have very less to deal with right now. What a shot coming in from Fixie. J1Y replies well. But okay, can't peek over there. He knows that somebody's coming in. It was Iman. He converts the last one, and here you go. The 8th round being converted from Zipto. The comeback, which was initiated a few while back from Dream Chasers, have now been ended. Aggressive. It was only for 2 rounds. And now they have to rethink their strategies because Zipto have picked up. And when you have a Raze and a Yoru, and when the Dimensional Drift is active with those Raze satchels, there's so much you can do, right? So less you can do. And I mean, how do you react to it? You're playing towards the side of all fine. No. She can be caught over here. She gets caught, but Neo trades her out. Riza is already inside. But Seaweed, it's a good trade, but Iman there comes in. But Dream Chasers are losing out on numbers. Hot Sauce there coming in with Costling and Seaweed. Both of them gone. There's one player, it's JA, I think he's coming in from Vents. He has taken Heaven Control. It's not his plan though. J1Y, if he takes down the man over here, which is Hot Sauce. Oh no, Hot Sauce doesn't give her a chance over there. It's a 3K and a round for him.
Absolute and utter insanity right there. J1Y nearly slipped in through the cracks, and she could have easily turned that one around for her team, but it's a tough call at the end of the day. Let's just try and isolate a couple of these fights here. Dream Chasers, they have a lot of really good ideas on this squad, but you can tell time in and time out the main reason why they're losing is just because they don't really have the trades ready. They're not really prepared to try and instantly go in for a trade on their teammates, and that's why they are falling. Those small mistakes have really started to add up. 9 rounds now being given away, playing much more aggressively. Old Pine went in completely alone. Where's the breach utility to try and set her up? This has been an absolute disaster.
Oh no.
J1Y doesn't have anywhere to go either. She's gonna get caught out of the breach in the front lines. You trying to survive, trying to hold. Gosling over to the front line, spotted out and instantly killed out as well. Absolute massacre on this A side. The blood now staining the floors of Split. As Seaweed, last one remaining to try and clutch this one out for her team. Don't think it's gonna be a probability, but I mean, we can hope.
Yeah, it's a team ace. I mean, that was absolute chaos from Dream Chasers over there. They finally, did decide to play aggressive on an aggressive stance rather than playing or holding a situation. I mean, if you have a Raze and a Yoru on your half, you need to make more plays than that, because with the double duelist composition, you cannot just hold out on sites and just expect that things will fall into your hands. That did not happen clearly for Dream Chasers. The scoreline says before the swap happened is 10-2. There's so little that Dream Chasers can do right now. They cannot make any mistakes. If they lose out the pistol round, you'll see this match getting over pretty easily. Aggressive. This is going to be a do or die situation from here for Dream Chasers. They need to win this at any cost. Absolutely. Looks like it's going to be a hit.
It's going to be an interesting take coming out from them too. They're trying to play this one slow. A slow pistol round is very dangerous to do because you're not really going to have a lot of utility to try and play this one out. Fixie, little bit of a dangerous game coming out from his own side. Tried to take an aggressive duel, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming in. The Euro does fall here. They do lose out on the Raze, but with all the nade and utility being utilized already, this is not really that bad of a take coming out from them. A-side seems to be the one that they're targeting here. J1Y does find the one. Fixie's going to be able to shut down another, and one by one they do fall. There's still a chance here. 2v2 now going into it. Fixie has the nade ready if he wants to utilize it, but the shots just don't connect. He just dodges around.
Oh my god.
He lives. New. That's an unfortunate whiff right there. That's going to cost them a round, and this could have been their gateway over to multiple more rounds to try and turn this one back. But Dream Chasers, I think the nerves are really acting up for them.
Yeah, that just shows that the confidence isn't there. Dream Chasers are struggling at this point of time. But, I mean, the rest teams in the group are just watching this game right now. They're preparing on the fly that how to play against a team like Zipto or a Dream Chaser. We'll talk about that later. The round has begun, and look at Riza! He has always denied any smoke or a wall placed there now. Already with Iman present,
Spike down.
Old Pine and you, they fall pretty easily. Seaweed, she is coming in, but how can they win this round? It looks next to impossible to recover the spike even. See, I mean, they have
One enemy
him
remaining.
in control, and Riza, I think he missed out on an opportunity, right? I would frame it like that. He missed out on an opportunity over there, but it's already game point for Zipto.
Yeah. This seems to be like the end stages for this entire thing. We all were kind of expecting Zipto to win this one out purely on the basis of their merits, but then again, like
Absolutely.
you would have hoped for something a little bit more from the side of Dream
Correct.
Chasers. But then again, like I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that hey, this is their first land, right? They're coming
Yeah.
into it from the Game Changers side. They're playing on a global stage like this, not in their home setup. So of course they're gonna be a little bit shaky. That's why the round robin format is here. They're gonna be able to possibly turn this one around. But then again, we should not count the chickens before they had just yet. There's still an opportunity for them to turn this one around, and Hot Sauce could be the one to give that one away. Playing it sneaky, he gets away with one kill. Old Pine's not gonna be able to survive that one. And now, time to go in for the turnaround.
Yeah, but wait, Fixie was there. Takes down Seaweed, but it's not much there given from the Zipto side, and Zipto finishes things off in pretty easily in their favor with a 13-2 scoreline. Just make sure that the round difference is there. Yep, by the looks from their faces, it clearly shows that they're pretty disappointed. Uh, and as you said, aggressive, that this tournament is a little harsh if you're not winning your matches because it's a single elimination bracket. There's no low bracket or a double elimination format going in, so you need to win your situations. Otherwise, you're gonna just find it more difficult, and you do not want to find yourself on a situation where you're depending on other teams to lose and other teams to win against them so that you can qualify. Right, aggressive.
True. It's just a really tough game for all of them. And I mean, it's okay at the end of the day when you think about it, right? Because you've
Yep.
just been given another chance to go into another game where your first LAN experience has been a little bit rough, right? For
Mm,
everyone, when you're suddenly playing on a high stakes tournament like this, you're gonna have some problems, and you can see how much of a good sport they are. They all came in for the
yeah.
best pub. This is what sportsmanship is like when it comes down to esports. They played their hearts out, they tried their best. At the end, it just didn't really work out, and you could tell that when it came down to the members of Zipto, they were also treating them with maximum amounts of respect, even when the scoreline was this deep into it, and they couldn't really turn around rounds. What were we seeing coming out from the side of Dream Chasers? Very close rounds that came down to a 1v1, whereas the members of Zipto were just able to be a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. They played in lands, they have that experience, and having that experience
Yeah.
is one of the biggest game changers that they had on their side.
Absolutely. I agree with you, aggressive, at this point of time, because those aim duels which could have been converted was not uh, at the absolute best which we witnessed, but we saw potential, because of which I can already say that after we see them on the second game, we might see them in a much better structure. But let's see how that pans out. But it was Zipto all over. It was Riza, and I think the way Fixie and the combination of Riza came in with a double duelist composition from a Raze and a Yoru on a split, and with help of Hot Sauce, the way he played on that Omen was much of an aggressive Omen which we saw today. I think he was interested in much more duels, which is always fancying to watch, and that is something which paid off as well. By the time we saw the seventh round, we already saw that sixth round were in favor of Zipto. So you could see that the other team, Dream Chasers, were always playing that catch-up game.
Absolutely. So many different factors that they were really worried about, but then again, like I saw moments of brilliance coming out from this squad that really pushed me over the edge, thinking that yeah, maybe they're gonna be able to do it. These rounds were so close and not really one-sided. They have good plans and good ideas. Their structure is there. They just need to shake off those nerves, and they're going to be able to play to their fullest degree, especially in this round in particular, right? I do believe that here is where the nerves really acted up in this 1v2. But then after that, it's just momentum break, right? Instant isolation of fights, just running your opponents down one after the other. And when you're just on the receiving end of this, your mental's not really going to be able to stabilize as much. Hopefully going down into the following rounds, they're going to be able to do a little bit more, I would say, because again, there's a lot more matches to be had, but hopefully they don't take this one to heart. But then again, the next game that we're going to have is something that everyone's waiting for as well. It's Toadak versus RRQ, and we all know that everyone's excited for that.
Absolutely. I mean, at this level, aggressive, you need to expect things like this happening with you, and you need to be ready. And if you aren't, you will expect these kind of score lines, or maybe worse than this. We have seen it already with good teams, right? That Nerve can get the best out of you, but you know, they have to make a best case situation now. We will see, or we will find out when they once they come back. But as you mentioned, that the game 2 is going to be a spectacle, right? It's going to be the match who I think whoever wins it, in my case, I'll say that will be the one to qualify from Group C.
True.
But let's see. It's too early to speak though. Still, because we haven't seen all the other teams play with each other, but we know what RRQ brings on the table, and that's a name and that's a brand, of course, which comes with them when they play or enter a lobby.
Absolutely. RRQ, they are a squad that have proven time in and time out that they are here to stay, and they are easily the best. But then again, these dark horses, Toadak, they are not something to scoff at either. And I think I agree with you on that fact that this one game alone could just be the thing that guarantees them a spot here onto that semifinal stage to really rustle up everything that they can under their belt and just take this win to easily take a possible clean sweep in this entire format, because these two teams, they are the home favorites to take it all. Zipto, yeah, they are a really incredible squad, but up against RRQ and Toadak and their track record, it's going to be a tough call to make.
Absolutely. I mean, we have facts to back our statements, right? Aggressive. You know, for Dream Chasers, we didn't have a lot of information out there on the internet, or maybe not a lot of WARD review could have been done from Zipto's side. As we said in the pre-show, that they went in just with pure gut feeling, and I think they came out swinging. But with a team like RRQ, you need a better plan, you need preparation, and I'm sure Toadak would have done it, because they are one of the favorites on winning the whole thing, right? So that is something you have to deal with. You know, that also creates pressure on a team like RRQ, but they have dealt with that in the past. They can deal with it again, because this is 2026 we're talking about, and I think the stakes are higher. The prize pool is also something which is these teams are looking at, and also the land situation. That always brings out best situations, and we have seen so much drama unfold in the past. We will definitely find out what happens between these two teams as well.
Absolutely. We don't really know what to expect, but expect the unexpected when it comes down to this following matchup. Either side could be going to the nail against one another, or it could be a very one-sided show for either one of these teams, because their players are extremely talented, and possibly this is easily one of the most highly anticipated games for this entire series. When you think about it, in this entire group, I'm pretty sure that everyone expected this to be the match highlight, and for it to happen right at the very beginning, it's like we had the first game and now we're jumping into the best one already. We could easily be crowning that one champion from this group out at the very beginning stages, but let's just see what to expect. Jumping on down over into the scoreboards as well, just to give you a little bit of an overview of what really happened throughout this game. It was just a raw showing of power from both of the duelists from the side of Zipto. Like, all of their players just... they had way too much to show.
Yeah, true. I mean, just the scoreboard is a clear picture, right? The kind of way things panned out for Dream Chasers, with only single-digit numbers towards their players to showcase with. You can just understand that things did not turn well in their favor. So yeah, that is something. And also one thing to mention, that during the the defensive half, they could only manage to convert 2 diffuses, which just showcases that so many rounds were given on the attackers' half, where I think 10 rounds was something which they ended with, which was Zipto. And you can understand when you are ending up on a scoreline of 10-2, when the swap happens, I think already the game is gone. You can expect that to happen until and unless you pull out something special to bring things back in your favor. So yeah, with all of this there, with all the anticipation of the next game, right? Aggressive. One thing is for sure that needs to be mentioned, and these teams needs to keep in their mind that what are the score lines, okay? How many games are you winning? Because you do not want to end up in a tiebreaker situation, and you do not want to play in another game, right? If RQ starts with a winning note, or for example, if Zipto has won the first game, they need to win the second game as well. If they lose out on the second game, now things become very interesting, and suddenly Group C is a spectacle, right? That is something which definitely audience would want, but not teams.
Absolutely. Another big thing that I do believe happened to the side of Dream Chasers is their overall team composition. When you look at the team comp as an overall view, right, you have a double controller setup with a double duelist. Yeah, the Euro has proper synergy with the Viper because you can flash out of a wall, but how do you really gain information? There's no Fade to try and clear out a lot of those corners for you, so you're going to have a tough time on the attack side. You have no idea what's really going on in the late rounds unless you're peeking out by yourself, utilizing your full body. Yeah. Dream Chasers just really relied a little bit too much on their overall execution instead of trying to play the information game. And that's what really hurt them. And hopefully going into those following matchups, they really do fix out on those problems. Maybe if they just had a Sky even, because they still have the flash utility, they still had a stun, they would also have a lot more information to play off of. And that is going to be a key point on a lot of this, because in this patch 11.11, with all of the util now being completely diminished, you need to worry about what could be happening to your team over on the opposite side of the spectrum. But I digress. I'm beating a dead horse here at this point. So we're going to be jumping on down over into a very short little break, ladies and gentlemen, as Toadak and RQ in the background. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more Valorant action.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
flicks with Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, Swift Neo. Oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, Swift Neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow. Don't have with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
the all-new Acerus Firelight. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a break. You guys are watching Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. My name is Oro. With me, I have Aggressive on the list. We are watching Group C matches right now, and we have already witnessed the first game where Dream Chasers had to face the Wraith of Zipto, and Zipto have already got the first win on the board. Now comes up the most important and the interesting matchup of Group C, or maybe for today, where RRQ are going to take up Toadak. Right, Aggressive, which we have been waiting for a while now.
Yeah, this is probably the thing that guarantees a spot in that number one position in Group C, or it could also be the game that has the biggest upset out of all of them. We have absolutely no clue. This can go into overtime, this can go the distance, double, triple, quadruple, even pentuple overtime. We don't really know, because this is what this game is gonna be like. These are the powerhouses for this particular group. I'm pretty sure every single one of the other groups have their own specific team that a lot of the audiences are rooting for. But for us, this is the one that is most exciting. And to get it as the second game of the day for this entire 6-match extravaganza is a real treat to have. And a lot of teams will have their eyes on this particular game as well. The ones doing their homework, the ones that will possibly be facing off against RRQ and Toadak moving forward, they also have their eyes on this, because they know for a fact that this game will give them as much information as they need to possibly come in for a small counter plan as they're waiting for their turn in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have one of, not one, I would say two players who I have, followed a lot, which is, of course, Monier and Crazy Guy. I mean, these two players are absolute beasts on the lobby, and when you combine them with a Jemkin and a Zephyro, you just expect explosions to happen. That is why we have been talking about this team so much, because this is a star lineup, and all of them have proved in the past that what they can do and what they can unleash, right? I have witnessed Monier from the global esports days when we saw them in the Pacific League, and I mean, he was a talent to watch out for. I mean, we knew that he had a great future coming ahead with Crazy Guy, Champion, Zephyro, and these lineup and these players. This just makes a all-star lineup called Rex Rigum Kron. But to face them, there is a team called Toadak, which we have seen in the past that they have also stacked up numbers. But at the end of the day, to face a team like this, you need a situation like this, like a best of one situation, where you never know if RQ is having a bad day, Aggressive, right? You can just beat them down in a best of one situation. But when there's a best of 3 or a best of 5 situation, you have teams to have you give them the time to react, right? In these kind of situations, you can catch them off guard.
Absolutely. These BO1s are absolutely brutal for this very reason. Toadak, again, we're glazing them for one very particular reason. This team has really risen up from absolutely nowhere, and they have really star-studded players on their roster as well. Apply CS is probably one of those bigger names that a lot of people know about, and especially the Doctor as well. They are absolute star performers when it comes down to Malaysia. This roster is possibly the best that they have come out with from that country, and they are showcasing in it time in and time out that they are a talent that are improving over time. RIQ doesn't really need to be quantified, right? There are known quantity that have been in this Valorant scene for God knows how long, and it's Moniet as well, right? back when he was on Paper X, back even when he was on GE, everyone knew his name for this very particular reason. For Monia, this is nothing. This is just like coming back home, right? Because he's been here before in this exact same stage. He's been in lads, he's been everywhere. The level of comfort that RRQ have in their roster is one of the main reasons why we don't really have to highlight them as much, because everyone knows that they're going to be the fan favorites here. But that underdog story, that's what we're here for in Toadak. They are the rising stars that we need to look out for.
Absolutely, but there are some other groups also, which we have to focus as well. But
I mean, those are not our
standings.
focus.
Yeah, exactly. We are not focusing on them right now. But overall, if you talk about the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, right now there are 4 groups. Going live side by side. We are, of course, watching and overviewing the Group C matches. There are matches happening right there in Group A, where SA2L went up against EKing. I'll update you on that as well, where SA2L couldn't win, and of course EKing has got the first victory on their board as well. But on the other end, there is some good positive signs for Indian teams as well, where GG Easy went up against LIT Aggressive, and GG Easy gets their first win on the board. So some positive news for the host nations. But on the Group D, we couldn't see that, but we are ready with the RRQ match. We will need to focus on this. We will come back towards RRQ and Toadak, where we already witnessed so many, facts and speculations from our side, so many probabilities to beat a team like RRQ. But yeah, the map viewer is going to be an interesting thing to watch out for. And once we are done with that, we will see. I think already the players are locked and loaded. They look pretty focused right now.
Absolutely. One's jumping into the monitor here already. The round's already begun. Never mind. We're jumping straight on down in towards the game. And this it is, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where the fun is about to start. RRQ already playing on a little bit of a back foot here. Doctor's going to be able to take out Crazy Guy. First big kill. Teho actually coming out onto the table. A little bit of a surprise here, especially for this map. But looking at the overall setup, this is so unique coming in from both of these teams. We're going to be in for a lot of really good VALORANT. Monyet does go in for the first kill. The hinder's perfect. He's going to be able to find multiple shots. Cushy comes in for the big save. And oh my god, Valdin still alive and kicking to try and maybe turn this one around. But RRQ, they have a free defuse that they can play for.
Yep, absolutely. The first round on board for Rex Rugum Con, and they finished things up in style as well. Jemkin got the last pick over there. I mean, see, with RRQ, we always expect that high tempo, fearless entries, which we saw, because you have those players, who can give you those moments in the game. But if you're Toadak right now, I mean, you are one of those experienced teams out there who have faced a team like RRQ in the past. So you should be the one, who can control a team like this. But let's see how things pan out in this round. A 0 point used over there by Valdine. No information there. I want to take a time and look at the composition right now. I see a Teo there from RRQ, so and double initiator composition from them, and also from Toadak, a Sova and a KO. It's interesting to watch, but Sayo over there takes down that Crazy Guy who was on that agent over there, but Monier,
Good flash.
he counters and takes down the Astra. So one controller been taken out for Todak's end. Let's see how Omen can turn out things. They are moving towards A main right now. But this is going to be a gamble where Monia is the only one who's going to guard this site out. The Waylay is in. It's going to be interesting. He sees his head but misses the shot. Aduka over there. Is there a backstab coming in? Yeah, I think so. No, there's no backstab right now. But Monia takes down Say over there.
Look at the level of discipline that they have too here, Oro. Oh, their players going in for that perfect plan together as a team. They're going to be able to pincer it so well, but Monyet, he does fall. This is going to be a problem. Aduka making things as competitive as possible going into a 3v3 situation. Mind you, this is on an eco. Valdin gets another big kill. Zepro and Gem gets in the hole. It's all about CS with the sheriff in hand to go in for an instant double tap. This is Toadak for you, ladies and gentlemen. Do not count them out even when it comes down to those eco rounds, showcasing the power of aim. from the side of the Omen. Cool, calm, and collected, even under pressure. The members of RRQ, now they need to rethink their plans. Yes, the flank was absolutely perfect, but the fact that Monyet just went in a little bit too early where his team was not the first one to take contact really caused them problems here.
Absolutely. This is RRQ and Toadak. You will hear us saying a lot of outs and outs because these are two teams who you expect to pull out some unexpected situations and moments right in front of you. This is going to be the most important one for Toadak now because they have converted the eco in their favor. Our Jemkin, he finds Valtine over there. Shouldn't have got that. Shouldn't have been allowed. But anyways, now things have turned out. The spike will go down towards B. Aduka, he is pushing in. He will find one. Can he get one more? There was some right clicks over there. Very rightly coming back. Oh, the wheelie movements coming in. This is, something which is going to irritate these players a lot. And the doctor finds Jemkin now. It's only Money with that Sheriff. He will be taken care of by the doctor. And, Toadak will find the second round.
This is a really interesting game for this one particular reason too, right? The way that they're just aggressively taking a lot of these fights and the way that they're planning out a lot of their strategies, they're trying to isolate out these singular players from the side of RRQ first, and then they're going in for these hits. These kind of slow, methodical plays are well known from the side of Toadak. And unless we see a huge switch out in the overall strategy coming in from RRQ, they could just be caught out by it. The first big plan that they are trying to go for is utilizing this operator to really slow them down. Aduka, beautiful shot, catches out Monyet completely off guard. The spray was perfect and Monyet was just not really even ready for it.
Yeah. Okay. The Nebula blocks the vision at this point of time. Oh my god, he's taking damage over there. But Kushi takes down Aduka. Because the slipstream now taken out of the game. There are still so many opportunities, right? Okay, Valtine gets Jemkin over there on Zephyro. He finds us. He finds two. But Doctor replies well and Toadak gets the third one. I mean, what just happened? It was complete chaos. They were wanting to push in towards CT. They did manage to get the value over there. But if Zephyro was waiting and he got that double kill over there, but how did the Doctor was allowed to, convert too? That is something these players have to watch out for. RRQ, ouch, I mean, that would have hurt them a lot, certainly have hurt the economy.
The way that this is going up against the heavyweights, Toadak are really pulling every single stop that they can. And mind you, this is on the attack side as well. It's just gonna get a lot more simpler on the defensive end. Aduka already trying to be a little bit aggressive here. Couldn't really get the kill, but that's completely fine because at least he gets out with his own life. Jemkin's going to be able to take down Aduka, though at the end of the day, the shots do connect. Monyet comes in strong with another one. Slow down, going hard. Here comes the rift, and it's going to be Monyet over on the front lines. He's going to be able to find the second crazy guy. He's going to try and go in for a little bit of an equalizer, and he gets that last kill to put the final nail into the coffin. A fast and easy take, and it all stemmed from one kill on Jemkins. The fact that Aduka didn't find Jemkins there just caused everything to fall apart because they couldn't fight for control anymore.
Absolutely. I mean, I already saw Monyet, he has started his movements, right? This is why we enjoy a LAN situation where you have your opponents in front of you, and Monyet has already started jumping on his chairs because he reserved that moment, the way he converted that moment. He is on that wheel, of course. We will see him convert a lot of moments. Okay, there's going to be a fast execution coming in. The recon is there. Aduka finds Monyet. An apocalypse finds Kushi. So the numbers game isn't really there in favor of RRQ to... They have to revive Kushi. Stealth drone being used. But, okay, Jemkin finds, but Kushi couldn't be revived over there. So now things is gonna go down what Zephyr is gonna do. He's coming out with a big flank. Is that gonna work? is the question now. Crazy Guy gets taken out. Okay, they're still waiting. They're still waiting. Still waiting. The doctor knows somebody is there coming in from that side. Chemkin is just buying time. He's just buying time. But wait.
What a shot, Melody!
My goodness. What a slap on the face. RRQ with only Zephyr left out. He was expected over there. I mean, he took ages to come, to push. I mean, we can understand that if you are, trying to make a flank, you cannot just go knife out. But still, you need some time. Your team is just staying on site. And this is something where RRQ wouldn't have expected right from Toadak, right in the beginning of the game. Because this is the best of one situation. I said, if you want to go up against the heavyweight like RRQ, this is the kind of situation you want to be in.
It's just an absolutely insane game. All of these players, they're at each other's throats, and an instant pause will be taken just to talk things over here. This is very crucial for these players to just really get themselves into the zone. You can see the focus in the players' eyes. They have a game plan going into this. They are playing on all cylinders, and this is what I meant, right? Oro, this one game, this is the match that every single team in this bracket, and even in the other brackets, will keep their eyes on moving forward if either one of these squads get to that point where they're in the semifinals. We have no idea what could happen here. Anything could go wrong at any second. And when something like that is going to be key to whether or not either one of these squads could win, these rounds that RRQ are bleeding out on this on this defensive side, will really come to bite them back later. Playing it slow and playing it smart is one thing, but Jamkin's now going in for a completely bare bones operator. This is going to be a make it or break it round for them. If they lose this, their eco is an absolute shambles.
Yeah. If Toadak wins this round, I'll give you a fact. If Toadak wins it. I won't spoil it before that, but wait. Aduka, he has the overdrive ready. And he will go in. Will he commit it is the question. Toadak have the Hunter's Fury and also the Omen Ultimate to go with. To counter, they have the Astral Divide. RRQ, how will they pull this retake up now is the question. Aduka is ready with the overdrive now. He comes. He commits it. These players, Aduka.
Oh no, he fell!
He finds
Wait,
one
did he-
here there. Oh,
He fell!
Kushi! Oh no, this map is so harsh on our team. Oh, Steo. And now Aduka. Now RRQ have found them in a situation. The pause didn't help, of course. Jemkin, oh, he finds these exit frags right at the brink of the end of this round. Will he be able to save the operator? Looks like that. The doctor, he is coming in slowly. Will he peek? Will he peek? Will he peek? Oh, Jemkin finds another one. Will he get the fourth one as well? No, no more guns dropped. But anyways, why Toadak was able to win the round? I saw in the pause that they were warming their hands using a hair dryer. I mean, they're keeping themselves warm.
I mean, it is
right?
cold, right? In the
it is
halls.
cold.
Hey, it's not as
You
cold as here,
you kill
man.
my
I'm
joke anyways.
freezing right now.
Aggressive.
Oh, good God. This game is going to be very interesting, to say the very least. The way that these strategies are panning out as well. And I don't really even blame Kushi that he fell off the map, because there is an open smoke right in front of him. So he probably couldn't gauge the distance, and with the amount of pressure and sounds being made, he just couldn't really hold on to his footing. It's a tough position to be in, especially in a ground like this. And they're banking on a lot of different gambles, and these gambles are not really panning out for them that well. Or A side completely empty. They're going to be going into a retake with an operator in hand. Jemkins, he needs to be the hero of this story.
Absolutely. Kushi, he finds value along with Zephyr. Oh, okay, Aduka, he's still alive. And along with that, this retake for RRQ is again not going to be easy. The Astra there, it's Afro again on that flank. Why is it always Afro again? Now this time Crazy Guy has been taken out. Afro! He always finds himself in these kind of situations in a buy round. the role which has been given to him as an Astra is actually not paying off at this moment, right? Aggressive. We have to mention this, that this is the second time it has happened that no value has been created from him, and he is either taking too much time, or maybe the coordination is not there, or maybe the timing situation is not working for RRQ. But the plan is correct. I won't say that an Astra cannot go for a flank, but then the timing is not matching for them. This is the ninth round. Oh, okay. I think there's a pause being taken.
Possibly. Yeah, the players are just trying to get themselves back into the groove of things. But looking at that last round, you can tell that the players are just so well warmed up. Every single shot just seems to be hitting in the way that they're playing this one out too. B-side again completely empty. The members of RRQ, they're playing purely on the side of retake. I get it, you have a lot of ultimates to play for, but this is so risky. As Valdin was alive, he's gonna be able to catch on Moniet. And this is big for them. He has the ultimate in hand if he wants to try and utilize it. He can play information for his team and do whatever the hell he wants now. Timing is key for him. At this point, Zepro did utilize the Astral Divide to give them a little bit more time and information.
no.
Can instantly go in for the fight. He's waiting to see if anyone touched the spike. No one did, and that means that they can just hold on to this one. And with the amount of information that he's able to feed to his demons, Valdine, he knows exactly what's going to be happening here for the front lines. The shots do connect, and a double collateral comes in from Jemkins to make sure that RRQ stay in the game. 3-6, ladies and gentlemen. And that one small moment, brief moment of a pause is what they needed to really get this one back into their own court. 3-6 now going into it, as this game is not over just yet.
Absolutely. I mean, what a moment in the game we have right now. Though the buffer is of 3 rounds between RRQ and Toadak right now, but RRQ, we know they can pretty quickly catch things up. Toadak knows the importance of these rounds right at this point of time. So that is why they have to be pretty accurate. They have, of course, the Astral Divide now, along with the Omen Ultimate, which has been there ever since the 5th round, which they converted. But the 0 point being destroyed, the Owl Drone also doesn't find any value. The Paranoia being committed, so much utility being dumped just to make space from RRQ. But Toadak finds Cushy over there. Ooh, entry denied at this point of time. Toadak at this point of time will be able to get the spike planted with Aduka, and Seo finds Efro, Monien. Now Crazy Guy also falls towards Seo. Chemkin, he has not been allowed to frag out, and that has costed RRQ for sure. Oh, Jemkin, okay. For a moment I thought it was Aduka who finds Jemkin, but it was Jemkin. Once again shuts down a player chasing him. Will he this time be able to save the operator? Looks like it. I mean, do you think that this operator has not created that much value?
It's
Considering
not
the fact
about
that
the
they...
operator though. Like, think about it, Oro. It's not Jemkin's fault. He's just not been given a chance to even utilize that operator
Exactly.
even once. They keep finding out where he is. Either it's by pure luck or even by massive giga brain levels of strategy. They are
True.
instantly just running away from every single fight that they could be taking. Like, Jemkin sets up in one position and instantly they're in the complete opposite side.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, can't disagree about the fact that they have managed to somehow dodge him. That is why the value has not been there for Chemkin. When he manages to find value, he finds those collateral and gives you the round, right? So can't really complain. Now Aduka is expecting someone towards the window. The Owl Drone coming in. 0 point being destroyed again by Efro. No, the position is now revealed. Efro's position is known. Efro is stuck, really stuck. He's really stuck in a corner. And he could do nothing over there. Monnier again, he is there. But
Good shot.
Aduka, he finds the second one. I mean, the way Aduka has been fragging out Jemkin once again. Oh my god.
He's always the
This
last
guy.
one alive.
Yeah, exactly. This man just needs to be where things are happening, and he's somehow not there. And that has been really costing RRQ those rounds. You can see that if they're losing out on this, the scoreline would say 8-3. which is something literally concerning, considering the fact that this is Avis, right? And attacking on this map is a little bit difficult.
Even then, it's not that difficult of a fight. The way that Toadak is taking a lot of these duels, they're just
Yeah.
purely relying on their proper utility usage to make things work. The way that these fights have been done too here, Oro, think about it. They're utilizing their utility perfectly. They sniff out the different positions where the players could be playing through. They had that perfect read. There's a reason why that Astra
True.
was not the person that got blinded and Aduka didn't opt to go in and try to kill that Astra, because they were expecting the Astra to bait for someone, because no one in their right minds will peek out for a drone and a 0 point at the same time unless they're baiting for something, and they know that the operator was possibly waiting for them on that B side. And again, this is now Jemkin's turn to really turn the tides on this battle. This operator has seen so much war and battle, and now they're going to be jumping it down over towards the left side. Timing is going to be crucial for them all. Aduka is going to be able to find one instantly.
no.
YCS just comes in from the top rope with a double teleport. He's going to be able to find out too. But Monyat's still alive and kicking the raid boss of the server, making sure that his team still stays in it for the win. It's now a calm before the storm. 3v2, the spike in the hands of the enemies here. Aduka needs to be the one to push forward.
The Seo's position is going to be interesting. Seo comes in from heaven, and now things are going to go in favor of Toadak once again. The numbers advantage, which they have been converting, has already, given them a big lead. Toadak have definitely surprised RRQ. RRQ, I mean, okay, this is a situation which they weren't prepared for, or maybe they aren't ready for. They look a little bit tense right now. They have the experience to make a comeback, but the question is, when do they start? The scoreline says 9-3.
Absolute utter insanity at the end of the day here. Don't know where this is gonna go. The way that one team has been playing, the curse could just be the thing that gives RRQ that saving grace, the biggest upset possibly happening right here and right now. Tier 1 squad taken down by another Tier 2. This is where the real fun is gonna be at.
Oh, it's gonna be jump out, and Valdin finds Pushy, and now Monian also falls down on that trap. A huge fight, which gives value to Toadak once again, and RRQ doesn't have the numbers. And look at Jemkin, he's already on to half HP, though Jemkin doesn't mind that. Aduka being taken out. Now the two controllers. But the question is, the spike needs to be planted first. They're going towards B. They're taking a gamble by wanting to play together towards mid, expecting that they're still waiting towards mid, but they have moved in towards B side. They somehow need to plant the spike first. Jemkin with only 25 HP. The doctor wrapping up.
Timing!
Corner! Exactly. High mid again. He finds the value. The paranoia is there, and now things are confused. Of course, Afro is the last man there. The 10th round on board. Toadak have decided that we are not going to give RQ a chance even in this game, and we are the one who's going to qualify from Group C and not RRQ.
It's just absolutely gorgeous the way that they play that round out as well. That timing too, the way that they use absolutely no utility, right? You saw the players playing from the side of mid connector. No utility was utilized, and immediately they popped out of the flash when the timer hit, I believe, on the 25-second mark, because that's the time where the attackers generally cross that midpoint if they're trying to play aggressive towards mid. They're utilizing timers as well. They're reading the members of RQ like an open book, and that's what's causing them so many problems. They did opt to go in for a gamble stack on this A side, expecting a full-on rush, but with the force buys now coming on through, and the fact that the Astra actually did hear the fact that the force buy also came in, they're going to be trying to play this a little bit slower going into this retake, but with now time ticking away, they need to try to get this first kill pretty quickly.
Oh no, Jemkin, he had to find one, but Jemkin falls down over there. Afro managed to trade out. Okay, Kushi finds one more. Now things are certainly turning in favor slowly. It hasn't ended. Monier's position is unknown. Monier is still there, standing there. Oh, I thought he could have been much more than that. He got one only. Aduka standing. Crazy Guy is going to be the man. Crazy Guy gets one, but the spike is getting diffused. Already half diffusal has been done. Sayo, can he get one more?
Oh my God, Sayo!
More. Crazy Guy. And the 11th round. Along with that for Toadak. Wow. What are we witnessing right now? That Toadak are actually dominating a team like RRQ and they have no answer whatsoever aggressive.
It's just absolute, utter insanity at the end of the day. This is how this game is meant to be played. And the way that everything has been going on down, every player and every single rope that they're trying to go for just is not working. Toadak, they're cool and calm under pressure. And even when it came down to that 4-spy round, they were not faced by any of it. They took their time and they were able to play it properly. These high pressure situations where you would expected RRQ to be the ones to win. The underdogs of these stories are just gonna keep on going. Saya with a fadeaway shot. Crazy Guy was none the wiser. Instant deletion here. And that's your Theo now gone. You don't really have any way to gain information. Don't know where the members of RRQ are going to go with this one. They're trying to see if any player from Toadak is going to make a mistake and try to push over the aggressive. But look at their players. They're like, okay, you take over what the hell you want. You can take mid, you can take B main, you can take A main as well for all I care. I'm just going to sit inside of the side and play for man advantage.
Absolutely. And I mean, see, the Theo is gone. The stealth drone is out of the picture right now. The information has to come out from the KO right now. Aduka! Oh, this time he gets shut down. Monier finds him. Monier onto 10 HP. The spike will be planted, of course. The retake has to be done from Todak's end right now. They have the information game along with KO, but before that, Chemkin finds Sayo on mid. Looks like RRQ have got this one covered. And Doctor finds Kushi though. Will they go in or are they going for a save? Okay, looks like not a save for this round at least. Valdane finds Jemkin. He's playing pretty close. Efro finds one, but Efro is a man who needs to stop this diffusal from happening. The diffuse is being stuck towards. Okay, Efro, he needs to peek. He peeks late. And the doctor, he sticks on towards Toadak, and now you can do all of that.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, the callouts are coming in aggressive. I told you this is a LAN event happening. You know, the main event haven't even really started, but you can already witness the fire among all these Toadak men.
This is just absolute utter insanity. I get it, this is the off season, but good God, RIQ. They're having a rough time here trying to bring this one back. One of the biggest upsets that I probably have ever seen. Like, knowing that this is the game that was most hyped for in this entire bracket. A 12-3.
Yeah.
This is a statement being made by Toadak that they're out here to try and win this entire thing. And if they do, good God, you know that this is going to be one of those fights that none of us were even prepared for.
Absolutely. The Toadak winning this would definitely spice things up towards that Group C. But anyways, we'll talk about that later where Aduka finds Monier. They are, doing everything correct at this point of time. No value being given. Apocalypse is just waiting towards mid, just waiting towards someone to come towards that ramp area. They're rotating from spawn, going towards B. They know that the B side might be clear and it is actually given up. They want to play on retake. And this is a valuable information. But look at Apocalypse. He's just creeping in and creating so much value. I mean, okay, now they're expecting the B push coming in. The smoke being given. Now Toadak has gone in. The spike will be planted, of course. The retake. The 0 point is there. Along with the null command. So, yep, the retake is active for the time being. And I think this is not going to be easy. Kushi is the one who needs to be taken out. But Valdane comes in for Toadak. The doctor with him strikes onto Kushi. And Efro takes down Valdane. It's a 2-2. The astral wall is up.
Remaining.
The clock is ticking.
Apocalypse. Time's just ticking away at this point. Zephyro. He's playing this one so smart. Jumping straight on in. It's Zephyro. Assassin's Creed style just jumps in for the instant execution. Straight through the jugular for that one. As there's still a chance that they could be coming back in towards this game. I know it's a long shot. I know this is a 4-12, but good God, let me have this moment here, Oro. Because I believe in anything. True. This is one team that you should bet your money on. RIQ, they've been in worse situations like this. But good God, do they come on back from it in the best way possible.
Yep. And it starts now. They would know that the economy is not there in favor, of course, for Toadak. Very early information there, of course, from Toadak. You know, you saw the Wele movements towards B main. Now the stealth drone being used to clear out mid. So a lot of information there given out by Toadak. And also Toadak has collected for themselves as well, that they know that there's going to be a hit in the back lines. I mean, they're ready. Look at the way I think Seo is waiting for that Hunter's Fury to be activated. But the question is, will he use it in this round? Because they don't have the weapon reach to go with. The null command being committed. The Wele entry is there. Money is there. Oh, Money get taken out. Valdine, he finds value. Champion. It took eternity to plant the spike, though. Finally, the spike goes down. Efro there finds out Seo. Oh, Aduka finds Kraid. Efro there, crazy guy. Gets the trade. Aduka is closing in. He could have got Kushi there, but anyways, Champion and Kushi shuts them down, and the 5th round comes on board for RRQ. Anyways, that was a dead round because they didn't have the weapon reach to go with. This is going to be the most interesting part, because this is going to be the round where Toadak has now actively decided to take a timeout. This is, just playing mind games.
Now, honestly, Oro taking a timeout in a situation like this just shows that their coach, he knows that his team probably is going to throw away a bunch of rounds if he doesn't stop them here. This is just understanding your player's mindset.
True.
And it's so crucial for everyone to understand that, hey, in a situation like this, you have to slow yourself down, get your hands warm again, because they're using the hand warmers. Again, it's really cold out there. Even with heaters, I don't think it's going to help that much. So the players, they're gonna be in a good spot here, and that's what's really crucial for this. With this pause, they're gonna be refreshed. They'll have a mental note on what they need to do next, and I'm pretty sure that their coach is not really saying much to them. He's just probably giving them a little bit of a pep talk thing, like, do what you do best and just keep your heads calm and play for the trades, because RIQ are not really pulling off a specific kind of strategy that's making them win out on a lot of these rounds. It's just the bare bone basics of Valorant and the individual brilliance for a lot of their players.
Absolutely. I mean, the highlight just showcases how, of course, RQ have started pull things back in their flavor. Slightly, I'll say. There's still a lot more to do in this game, because they cannot, misjudge any situation at this point of time, because the game will be gone. It's almost, in the favor of Toadak. They just need to complete one more step.
Who's next?
But the Yoru Dimensional Drift will be committed from RQ side. Okay, the information is there. The Hunter's Fury being committed by Seo. The Wele comes in, but he's dealt with. So now things didn't plan, and Doctor finds one more. RQ lose out on the numbers game, but Kushi finally takes down Doctor before he took down 2 of them. Spike will go down, but Champion finds 2. Oh my god. Before the Astral Divide was committed, I think Champion with a magical 2K in favor of RRQ. Oh,
Yikes.
that was a yikes moment.
I mean, do you think me believing is helping? I think it is.
It is. Toadak. And the timeout, of course. Like you mentioned, right, Aggressive, that they know that they might throw out some rounds You need to understand that how serious this game could be if they allow a team like RRQ to come make a comeback. This could be an anti-climax in a situation like this. You do not want a champion or a Monier to be in groove, because once they find that pacing, you can be. Oh no, the B side. Oh, this was a gamble, right? With the complete A5-man H stack, the side
Jump
is
off the
given.
map.
The spike will be planted, of course.
Ah, goddammit. I thought they were going to jump off the map to just not really give much away to their opponents. But they're going to be jumping forward. Never mind.
wait,
Don't
what?
jump off the map.
What?
Turn this one around. Going into an eco. None of the players of RRQ were even prepared for this one. A complete another bomb rush straight in towards the side. And now it's going to be Crazy Guy and Zeppo trying to make this one back. He has no idea what's going to happen. He turns around in the worst possible second. And good God, Toadak, how do you even win this?
Oh my goodness.
In what universe does this work?
Oh my god, it is of course an upset that we were not expecting that would have happened, but definitely in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, as I mentioned, that we are going to see a lot of drama being unfolded today. This is Group C, and this was the match we were waiting for, and RRQ did not perform, of course, for sure, but Toadak did bring their A game, and they are there, of course. I can see a disappointment there in the face of Monier. He is, of course, not happy in RRQ. How will they come back from this situation? Because this is a single elimination format. And I think Aggressive, the Group C, have now opened up with Zipto and, of course, Toadak with 1-1 wins each in their favor.
You know this is bad, right? Because RRQ might not be the ones to make it through, and they are now praying that Toadak actually loses one more moving forward. And if anyone can beat Toadak after a performance like this, it has to be Zipto. But even then, right, I remember a long time ago that there was a match between Toadak and Zipto in the past, and Toadak were able to win that one, but it was a very different roster at the time. So I have no idea what's gonna happen next. Because if, let's say, there was a clean sweep to happen now from Toadak, RRQ have no chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has to boil down to the match where Toadak goes up against Zipto, and whoever wins that, I mean, will have the best possible situation. And imagine, out of nowhere, Zipto manages to win against Toadak. I mean, I would expect
upsets of the century,
right. I mean, I would want to expect anything right now. I said this best of one situations are a kind of situation you do not want to be in if you are a big team, because you never know what happens, what can go wrong, and definitely something went wrong in favor of RRQ. But we are missing the fact that Toadak played really well. They played out of their skins. They played brilliantly to get a win on this map of Abyss against RRQ.
This was just perfect team play and synergy at the end of the day too. Like, look at the way that their players just played off of one another. All of their shots were hitting. They had full confidence going into it. And sometimes this is what's going to happen in the game of Valorant, where your opponents are just so confident in the way that they're taking their fights and taking their duels that you just can't really do much. Every single star was aligning for them. Look through this entire game, Oro, and tell me one situation where you thought that, hey, the members of Toadak weren't really prepared. They were prepared for everything under the sun that could be happening to them, and unless there were brilliant superstar level performances like this from players like Zephyro, who just completely took over the show, there were not really a lot of highlight situations where overall strategy really gave RRQ a chance to turn this one back, especially when it came down to Theo as well. The Theo changes have not yet come through, and you can see that the Theo really struggled hard throughout this entire game. Even on the scorecards as well, it's being showcased. 115 ACS, 7 and 17 when it came down to this game. Crazy Guy does not have performances like this. We know for a fact that when he's on that Sova, he's one of those highlight and star players that's always on the top of the score.
Absolutely, but look at Aduka, man, with 7 first bloods. I mean, are you kidding me? Aduka did manage to find a lot of value for his team, and of course that is why Toadak managed to, get benefits in the first place. But Toadak went really I would say that they weren't afraid to show up in front of RRQ. They surprised them by the fact that if you want speed, we will give you speed. And I mean, they took you by surprise that they could play like this. They were pretty aggressive, and to a team to be aggressive in front of a team like RRQ, it just showcases the confidence they had and the plan they had. So well played Toadak. We will witness some more matches, but we will take a short breather before that happens.
Sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo, you feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, wipes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026, as the third game of this entire group is about to start. And oh boy, did we have a good one in the last one, Oro.
Absolutely.
Massive upsets. I had no goddamn idea that it was going to go like that. Toadak taking a victory like that up against RRQ on a 12-6 scoreline, ending things off on an equal round victory where they just W-keyed their way into the site. Stuff like this only happens in fairy tales, but here in the Acer Predator League, fairy tales are meant to be a reality. The story, the Cinderella storyline coming in from Toadak to possibly qualify in a group where RRQ is present. Now that is something that I didn't expect I would be saying, but for the players, that reality could just be true because they took down their toughest opponents as one of those dark horses. And oh boy, if the dark horse is able to take down the greats, they have a showing in front of them as well. But we are talking about the very last game, right, Oro? I'm going to pass it on to you. Talk about this next matchup because match number 3 could be just as exciting.
Yeah, definitely, because it's RRQ going up against Dream Chasers right now. Both of them have had an unfortunate start to the Acer Pacific Predator League 2026. At this situation, whoever loses this game, is going to be a shutdown case for them for this league at least. And RRQ, if you're an RRQ fan, they have to win this game to at least stay alive in this tournament, and same goes for Dream Chasers. Both of them need to win this because this is a pretty clean and fair statement that whoever wins this battles and still stays alive, and whoever loses this, it is going to be the next games for them just becomes a dead rubber. They can just play for the pride or the honor, and situations take things turns from there. But anyways, with RRQ now, we know what RRQ produces, right? We saw what Toadak did to them. Will that play in their psychology behind the mind that now we are in a situation, or they are like, okay, we need to just press on a reset button, we need to take things pretty slow and steadily, and one team at a time, one opponent at a time, not think too much, not overthink the situation, because then things can just go against you.
Yeah, anything could spiral out of control if you're not too careful. But for the side of Dream Chasers, I do hope that they've gone back to the drawing board and really put their eye on keenly on what the members of RRQ have been doing if they want to have a good shot of trying to beat out a team like this. It's gonna be a tough one at that. Go boy, these groups are not that easy, especially with 2 victories now already being established, with Toadak taking the first, and also Zipto. This is just very difficult, and you can see on the other groups as well. A lot of upsets are yet to happen. Group A is yet to be playing their third and final game here, with Fancy United versus ENG being the next one, I do believe. So that's also going to be a very interesting matchup that we need to look out for. But all the other groups, it's pretty much expected. But at the same time, GG Easy being able to take a victory for themselves from our own side, our own teams, that's also another big surprise as well.
Absolutely. I mean, in Group D as well, we can already see I Am has gone up against OSS, and they have come out swinging over there. They won the first battle, and it is Motive Esports who won the second game against CA. So more or less we are moving towards jumping ahead towards the rear end of the group stages, where where things will boil down towards those results. So teams they need to count that how many games they're winning, how many round differences they're winning the games with, because there are some tie-breaking situations as well if things go down south. For example, if against RRQ and Dream Chasers, which is DCG, which is a matchup which we are going to witness right now. After this game, we will finish up with the 50% of the games which we are going to witness today. We have 6 games for Group C, and overall we have 24 matches over the course of these 13 countries, if I am not wrong. 13 countries, 13 countries who have come here to fancy the chances in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. Now the map veto is right in front of our screens.
Yeah, we were missing out on this before, but now that Corrode's going to be putting onto the limelight, this is going to be a tough one for the members of... I don't know. This is a tough call to make, because Dream Chasers, they've not really showcase the best of rights when it comes down to the overall map control. Because you could see on Split in some situations they had proper ideas, but they just kind of slowed down in the worst possible spots. And hopefully that's not going to be the case going into these matchups, because Corrode is just going to be as difficult, if not more difficult, in a certain limelight when you think about it. Because knowing RRQ, they do have a couple of really good strats planned for this particular map. And if they're able to keep their momentum going as a team, it's going to be very difficult to try and stop them.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking at the game and that how Dream Chasers played against Zipto, RQ would be, of course, would be the favorites in this game as well. But Dream Chasers, you never know. They did manage to showcase potential, and also not going to be too harsh that this is kind of the first time they have this kind of exposure, right? Playing in a land kind of situation. Also, plus facing teams like this, where the diversity is something
True.
to be overwhelming as well. Sometimes it can be pretty difficult to adjust to a different country, to the weather, and also in a situation where you're intimidated, sometimes intimidated by the situation as well, where you're facing a team like a Zipto or a RRQ, and all these teams which you have witnessed or known to be as one of the strongest teams out there in the Pacific region, and you are up against them in a map called Corrode. Now this is where character is to be shown from these players, and the agent composition is right in front of our screens.
That is very interesting. Okay. Dream Chasers, they've got it for Harbor, Chamber, Fade, and the Omen. A double controller setup once again from this squad. They're playing purely on the basis of control, where RRQ, much more traditional double controller setup. I do get why they picked up on that Harbor as well, but again, this is not the new patch. If this was the new patch Harbor, I would have completely been 100% go for it, because Harbor is probably going to be the most broken initiator based controller in the entire game.
Yeah,
Hands down, Oro, you can take my word for it that he's going to break the game as soon as this new patch rolls in. But in this
absolutely.
current one, in the tournament client that they're playing,
Hmm.
he's not really that versatile. Yeah, you can pull off a couple of neat combos with the Waylay, where if you do have the information of where players are, but you're
Yeah.
relying a little bit too much on just one character to give you all the info that you need. And if you misplace a little any form of your utility, then you're gonna have a tough time trying to make any sense of what's gonna be happening next.
Plus, I mean, they start on the defensive half. Oh, Money shuts down Old Pine over there. Last time she was on a raise and she played pretty decent. And I think the thing which, or the word which I am wanting to say is amazing, because that is something they want Old Pine to be at once this game ends, because otherwise it will be RQ who's going to run away with this game, because Money is on that agent where he is pretty comfortable with. It's a neon game we're talking about, and now Seaweed, he manages to get one, but Chemkin trades her out at this point of time. The numbers game is in favor of RRQ, looking pretty decent. Okay, before Afro gets taken out. I mean, right from the last game, Afro has been given a tough time. He has not been allowed to settle down, right? Aggressive.
True. Now this is just gonna be another chance here. Gosling in such a good spot, but she made so much noise that's gonna allow Jemkin to get into a better spot. She needs to make a run for it here. Time now taken away. She has no idea what's in the close corner, and it's gonna be Jemkin instead. Taking the easy piss around for the team. They get a pretty good start here going into this B side, but was this pretty close? Once again, the members of Dream Chasers, when it comes down to evening out the numbers, they know exactly what they need to do. They have those trades in check, but in those 1v1s or in those 1v2 situations,
Yep,
that's where their mental just kind of starts to fall apart, and they're not able
absolutely.
to make the proper decisions.
Correct. I mean, let's see how fast they can adapt in this game. Because if they are not being proactive in this situation, it will be an open and shut case as expected. But anyways, it's bonus round, not a bonus round actually. Oh, Bonnie has gone for a Vandal bias. Okay, so he has, along with Afro. So all of them has gone for a good buy. I mean, you usually expect one Vandal, not two, if not two. But anyways, It's a
Oh, this
choice
is
which they
bad.
have gone up with, but Seaweed. This position was expected, kind of. Okay, Neon over there. I mean, it was Monnier. He will do kind of those situations and bait himself out with those movements so that his teammates can create space and come with him and with speed can demolish Dream Chasers. And at this point of time, Dream Chasers are a little bit to deal with. The Fade is stuck in a corner towards A and haven't moved since. It is J1Y has finally started moving, but he has only a classic and a 5-man to take down to win this round.
Yeah, UNY, not really much that she can do here to try and bring this back. But it's all about that slow, methodical approach, right? Just get into the heads of your opponents. Don't really allow them much of a chance to really do much. Cushy in a good spot. The shot just doesn't connect on the head, and G1Y is just not going to be able to do much there. She falls, and on a 0-2 scoreline, RRQ now. They're in the lead, but then again, these last two rounds don't really paint the entire picture now, does it? Going into the buy round here is where we're really going to be witnessing a completely different look from the side of Dream Chasers, and hopefully the way that they played against Zipto, a lot of people are going to say they played badly, but not exactly, because a lot of the rounds that they did lose out on really came down to the wire, those 1v2 situations, and if they're just able to iron things out, their overall composition here is a lot better. But I need to see a little bit more utilization of that harbor in proper tandem with teammate utility.
Absolutely, because if that is not happening, I mean, Harbor can be pretty easily dealt with. But at this point of time, looks like RRQ is playing it slow. No mid fights being committed at this point of time. Mid is given out so easily by Dream Chaser. So in a map like Korod, where all the walls are, I mean, almost spammable, you need to take control of mid. Otherwise, they'll just create those spaces which they have been doing so. Monnier making a lot of sound over there. But that was a whisker. Gosling over there along with New trying to control mid. The smokes are gone. They have rotated towards B now. Nightfall being committed. Now the Seaweed. Her position is going to be interesting. New Gosling. Now they fire all cylinders along with New, and Seaweed also pops in from the CD side. And I think this entry was denied, completely denied for RRQ there. And a good round from DCG, which is, of course, Dream Chasers.
Yeah, there's not really much that you can do here, but seems to be a little bit of an issue here from the side of the players of Dream Chasers. Hopefully they're going to be able to fix things out pretty quickly. As soon as they went out on the round, a little bit of a difficult spot here almost immediately. Didn't really see this. One of the players from... Okay, you see one of the players are just sitting completely knees up. Now, I have no idea how they're able to do this. I find it such an uncomfortable situation.
Absolutely. I mean, aggressive. Everybody has their unique style of playing, right? Because my body doesn't allow myself to do such kind of a thing, right? I mean, I'm not that flexible, you know.
Hey, whichever flows their boat. Again, she's the one playing professionally here in a global stage, and you and me here are sitting behind the desk. So she's the one that's winning here at the end of the day. But for the other side of the spectrum, Dream Chasers, they're already proving that as a squad, they have what it takes to really take on the grades here. But this is going to be an even bigger upset than Toadak beating out RRQ. We were expecting Toadak to give a good fight, right? But here on Dream Chasers, there's not really a lot of data to really back the fact that they're going to be able to do this. And mind you, Zipto always struggle against RRQ in the past. So if this upset does happen, then Dream Chasers are probably going to be able to beat the squad that beats out Zipto later on down the line if they're able to make it through this group stage.
Absolutely. I mean, we will wait till that pans out. But anyways, as you mentioned that, of course, they have it in them, Dream Chasers, to take on a team like RRQ. But RRQ, they would have a plan in mind, definitely, after what happened in the first game. Monnier looked pretty focused. He was pretty disappointed after the game ended in the last game. Actually, the way it ended was the concerning part, where RQ couldn't even fight back. Right, the scoreline was a little bit concerning because it was 12-3 at a certain stage before RQ started getting few rounds in their favor, and they ended up getting five. And still, the scoreline was pretty one-sided, which showcased the result in favor of Toadak, and they were the ones who dominated them. But which brings me back to this game now. RRQ are not the ones, even if we see the correct compositions on paper, right? You still need to go and win those rounds and win those matches, right? So RRQ, I don't feel they're in a comfortable situation. I still feel Dream Chasers have a chance, and they can, put RRQ in a lot of pressure.
Just gonna see where this goes. Small bits of technical difficulties, not really much that you can do to try and circumvent this, but hopefully the players, they're gonna be in that comfortable mindset once again. Dream Chasers, they have won out on that last round, ladies and gentlemen. That does mean that they're gonna be able to turn this one back. It's a pretty good opportunity, but that alone is not gonna mean everything. What could be the thing that keeps them moving forward is the real question. Because overall, you can tell that Dream Chasers as a squad, they have the markings of a really incredible roster, regardless of what happens. But that team play and synergy that they're showcasing is needs to be a lot more consistent. And without that consistency, it could be the ones to fall. RRQ now, they're just testing out the waters, as you can tell in a lot of those different scenarios. It's very dependent on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how things turn out. You know, a key would have definitely been swapped by one of their players, but RRQ have been waiting. Of course, in a land kind of a situation, these technical difficulties are there. I mean, we see those fist bumps coming in, which would sign that the game is going to start real soon. And let's see how Dream Chasers counter after the win they got, because they need to be consistent with those wins. Because alongside the fact that what happened against Zipto, they were not consistent with the round wins. They were able and possible to get one or two, and the scoreline ended to be as 13-3, which wasn't the promising one, of course. But anyways, now Old Pine, she is in a big spot. Someone alone fighting in in a situation like that, you cannot be finding yourself in a moment where four or three player is looking at you and you are looking helpless. Anyways, Grim Chaser, numbers disadvantage clearly there, with Fade and Harbor only left out in the server at this point of time.
Last player standing.
Now, it's all of the G1Y once again. She's the last one alive. Stuck in absolutely impossible odds, as per usual. This poor girl's not going to be able to catch a break here. She's going to be able to find the first. She's instantly going to be able to get that second, but she doesn't really have enough bullets to try and finish off the third. A tough call to make, and RRQ are just playing on their strengths. Pure and utter resilience and a very fast execution. Unless Dream Chasers are able to sniff them out early, similar to what Toadak did in a lot of their rounds, they need to try and predict what RRQ want to do. If that prediction doesn't slide, then their players are just not really going to be able to find that proper turning point.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agreed. RQ once again, I think they're going to pressurize the mid area, and also alongside that, they're constantly, pushing towards A side. A main has been an area which I think Dream Chaser have not been able to hold up with. One thing is for sure, that since they're not fighting mid, they are, I mean, giving a lot of space to RQ players to freely move around mid and control the A main area, because of which, I mean, definitely there has been a situation with the scoreline which says around 4-1 at this point of time.
Yeah, you can tell that all the members of RIQ, they're in high spirits. Even after the loss, they're just like, hey, guys, just shake it off. We got this. We just have to hope that Toadak are going to lose against Zipto, right? As soon as they do, RIQ are going to start throwing a party. We all know. But then again, if RIQ and Toadak finish off on the exact same points, then Toadak still win because their round difference is bigger. This is gonna be a tough one, like a really difficult one to see exactly who's gonna be qualifying from this stage. But up until now, these last couple of rounds have really showcased to us that RRQ, they're not really gonna be slowing down anytime soon. And if Dream Chasers wants to try and take this round's gonna be as crucial as even the last one. I know it's gonna be an eco, it's gonna be difficult, but these eco rounds are where these turning points happen that can really just instantly take everything away from a particular team.
Which is true, of course. I mean, all G signs from all the players of Dream Chasers, I feel. The players look pretty focused, all hands on the keyboard and the
Seems
mouse.
as though my boy Oro is having a little bit of technical difficulty from his side, ladies and gentlemen. Don't really worry about that. Today, as a day, it seems to be a lot of issues from one side to another, but for now, let's just see exactly what Dream Chasers are really cooking up from the back lines here.
Yeah.
Because I do believe that it's taking a little bit more time for them to settle themselves back in and to see exactly what's going wrong on their side, but it seems as though it's going to be taking a little while longer for the players to really get themselves back into their limelight positions once again. So you have to see our ugly mugs one more time, but don't really worry about that. We're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break to see exactly what the players are going through, and we're going to try to fix that out real soon for them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more Valorant action.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
You take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a breather, and you guys are watching Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. My name is Oro. With me, I have Aggressive, and at this point of time, at this situation, we left out with a scoreline of 3-1, where Dream Chasers did manage to start things off well, but since then it has been all RRQ, where I think they have taken things pretty slowly and steadily and played every round on merits, and it has been typical RRQ where the scoreline just favors them. But anyways, I think there's going to be a rollback which we will witness, because there was a technical issue which happened before we went on a breather, and we will find out what is the scoreline, what's the new scoreline before we begin with the game.
I do believe that it's gonna go back to that 1-2 scoreline where Dream Chasers were just coming on back from a win. Yeah. RRQ are gonna lose out on one of their points, and that's gonna be a little bit difficult. But at the same time, knowing the teams, knowing what RRQ are capable of, it's not really that impossible for them to reestablish that lead once more. Now, the question being, if there are no more other technical difficulties that are gonna be happening, momentum break is another big factor, right? When a team really starts to win out on a round, they're feeling the groove of things, their aim is hot, and they're going to be able to perform a lot better because they have momentum on their side. Now that Dream Chasers have lost out on that momentum, and similar goes to the side of RRQ, who hard fought their way to win out on a round, and now that round's just gone from them.
Yeah, true. I mean, that is for sure. But Dream Chasers, on the other end, the kind of composition they have gone in with, requires a lot of coordination and communication to be on point, to be specific, right? Aggressive, which you mentioned, that if a harbor is there in a composition, players need to communicate better. Otherwise, it just becomes an agent on the map, which you do not want to end up with. So this is something with Dream Chasers which would definitely want to come out on a better half on the game.
Absolutely. The Harbor needs to showcase a lot more strength and utility to really make things work out properly, because in a lot of those twists and turns, you can tell that the Harbor is just having a very difficult time really proving her value in a lot of those moments. And in a lot of ways, it's not really the agent alone, it's also the way that the team has generally been playing. They need to really utilize the information properly to make things work out, because the information game has been a little bit too lackluster for my own liking as well in a lot of these fights, because you can tell that information Yeah, it's there for the members of Dream Chasers, but they're relying a little bit too much on just one thing. And it seems as though Gosling immediately pulls out the operator now, takes down Jemkins. That's going to be the chamber, winning out on the duel. And honestly speaking, when it comes down to that chamber 1v1, especially on this map, whichever chamber dies first is generally the team that will lose. So, Dream Chasers, they're starting this round off hot.
Absolutely, that operator buy is a big commitment at this point of time. I think this brawler will find out the information, will give them the information. Now, this brawler again with an Odin buy. Okay, this is interesting. They are stuck in a corner, which is of course going to give them the position. Monia finds both of them. A big moment in the round, because of which I think Dream Chaser might just lose out or slip out on the opportunity to convert a round over here, because of a situation where both their players got stuck in a situation. I think the initiator and the chamber, of course. So crazy guy.
Player standing.
He's not gonna take it easy right now, right? He is out there with the Odin now.
Yeah. He's just having a fun time at this point. And once again, out in the outskirts, it's gonna be Seaweed. She's trying to maybe inch her way forward to find something up against Zephyro, but that's just not gonna be the case. Instant shutdown and a turning point now. Run away and just get into a better spot. Save this weapon for a better rainy day here. Is now. This was a buy round coming in from Dream Chasers as well, and the fact that they did lose out on it, this is gonna sting a little bit. Opts to another eco with only one rifle in hand. They need to go in for a much more aggressive play, and I know a double controller setup, going for an aggressive play, yeah, it's difficult, but if you really want to utilize the two weapons that you have in your arsenal, you need to try and press the advantage and cycle this weapon through your players. And if you're able to just catch out RRQ a little bit and stop them from going for any form of plan, it could work.
Absolutely. Oh, okay. This is a fast movement coming in from Dream Chasers, but of course there was no commitment. Okay,
Good shot.
Our champion finds one. Afro there finds one more onto Neo. The position of Whaley is also revealed before Oldpine could do anything. She was sticking out as well. G1Y finds one trade, but here comes the shotty from Monia. Monia is going bonkers right now, creating huge amount of space. Seaweed before he comes and finds more. One, Monia was prepared to take her down as well. They are having a laugh. They're having a chill time right now. It feels like RQ are much more comfortable in this game than in the last one. The scoreline just, backs my statement at this point of time. Aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty well set up strategy coming out from them. These rushes, these plays, and the overall synergy that they're able to showcase just goes to show that as a team, RRQ, they're not going to be slowing down anytime soon. And Dream Chasers, again, the ideas are good, but they're just not really able to go in for that proper execute. And they're not thinking a couple of steps ahead of RRQ, which is pretty much a necessity if you want to try and beat them. A dangerous game being played out by Seaweed. She nearly gave up her life trying to hold on to that line. Jemkins could have easily gone in for that kill. No set of possible shotguns on the opposite side, and that does mean that, hey, it's gonna be one. Gosling actually takes out Crazy Guy. That's a big kill, because that's one of your controllers now down and out. They can't really go in for the dynamic smoke plays anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the override has been committed. Monnier, he pushes in with getting one value over there.
Planted.
The spike has been planted here. Champion finds value onto Neo.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Viper wall has always been a difficult thing to deal with on a map like Core Road. We have witnessed this multiple times. Last man, Old Pine. I mean, nothing could have been done by her at that point of time. But if you're wanting to play a double controller on a map like Core Road, it's the correct way to approach a map like this. But then you need to commit to those situations, right? If you're just expecting that things will fall into place, it won't happen. If you cannot allow players to freely move around the mid stairs or maybe a link or somewhere around A main as well, because so much control has been given out to RRQ to just control and make plays around from there. Seaweed with that Marshall right now. You don't have the economy, right? The economy has taken a big hit. This is the 8th round. Monnier again pushed in. The lobby control is there. Finds one value. And that is how things have turned out. The A side is up for grabs already.
It's just a sad story indeed coming in from the members of Dream Chasers now. They do have the Reckoning in hand to just try and take a fight here, but that ultimate requires a little bit of a timing to really utilize properly. Nightfall beautifully given in.
Standing.
And one by one, the members of Dream Chasers, they just keep on falling. Moniat with a fast swing instantly just shuts down the last player. And this is the wrath of RRQ. They came off of a loss, and now they're sending the members of Dream Chasers down a spiraling rope. This is a tough call to make because they need these 4 rounds to really just have a fighting chance moving forward, because Corrode on the defensive side, sorry, on that attack side, it's just not going to get any easier.
Yeah. Things are just gonna get difficult from here. The paranoia is already ready in hands of Crazy Guy. They're ready with the set plays. They're just playing so defensive right now. There's no aggression being shown. Yeah, of course. These individual plays will be punished again. Crazy Guy punishes. Oh, the TP. The timing has been missed. There's one guy stuck here. That is Seaweed. His position is revealed, of course. Crazy Guy takes him down pretty easily. Afro is controlling mid. And one peek comes in. He managed to take one down. These solo individual peeks won't help. If you want to peek together. Otherwise, you just cost those numbers there. Costing a big investment with that operator, right? I think it's better to save.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Jemkin finds value, and Jemkin finds another one. Nothing much there to talk about, right? Dream Chasers are struggling. They're all over the place right now.
Yeah. It's just a really difficult situation for them to be in. All their players just in and out all over the place. They're not really able to find the level of synergy that they would have wanted, they need to just bring themselves back in towards this game. They're trying to make the calls, they're trying to psych each other up, they're trying to slow it down over to a crawl. You can tell on the scorecards, on the scoreboard though, that yeah, the stark contrast in the rounds is big, but kills-wise, they're keeping up with one another. Crazy Guy's just gonna come in with that crazy Odin. Instantly shuts out 2 players. He's expecting a second one to come out for a trade. One by one, they do fall. The Seco round not gonna be going in their favor, and Crazy Guy is just waiting to go in for that last kill.
Yeah. It's 9-1. Before even we could blink an eye, I think we will see the 10th round coming on board as well, before or until Dream Chaser pulls something really, really special. Because since Crazy Guy have taken out that Odin, I think Dream Chasers have completely lost the plot. You know, they have not been able to deal with him. I can understand that that's pretty irritating as an agent, but you know, with the composition you guys have, you have an Omen and an Harbor. As mentioned, this is what is gonna happen if you are trying to take a fight. Monnier just given 2 free easy picks. Just predictable movements with the Fade Horn not being destroyed. You cannot do those things, right? Aggressive. If you're wanting to peek from mid top, you need those utilities. Otherwise, you're gonna get picked. Oh, Seaweed! She just went YOLO with that flank, and she got value. She created value. Has got converted 3 picks now. Champion and Monnier are the ones left out. Spike is there with Monnier, and he is running towards A to plant the spike. The problem is the guy is here. Chamber. Actually, wait, this was not Chamber. It was the Fade J1Y. She was there. She could have taken down Money, but she waits until Seaweed joins her. But this becomes a little bit difficult with Jemkin marking the angle. Has to be a timing game.
No! This could
Oh
be
my
bad.
goodness.
They spotted out on 2 players already. But the thing is, this one kill over on Demonian, it's gonna be so crucial. G1Y is gonna be able to find the free fire. Beautiful kill. Demonian up for the ace. Pass the dash and the sword.
Oh my god.
Beautiful tap to the face to finish everything off. This is Moniette for you. Making sure that he takes his team to that finish line in style. Good God, this is the team that we know and love, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ showcasing their dominance. Then again, Dream Chasers, they're putting up such a good fight. Every single one of their players, they're putting up numbers. Alpine's having a tough time being that solo duelist, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't really prefer a Waylay as that solo duelist in any situation, because she just doesn't really have that setup potential that all the other duelists have.
Yep, I agree. The Haunt will come in, but old spam. The mid top is not given up. But the smoke, this is a much better control smoke given along with that chamber trademark. But the problem is Seaweed again. She's trying a similar kind of situation, but this time she's been marked. So to find value, but Champion finds Old Pine. Gosling gets one, but before that, Crazy Guy and Champion steps up with 2. Champion gets another one, and here you go, Afro shuts down G1Y. And here is the 11th round for RRQ. And suddenly, where we thought that, Dream Chaser had a fight in them, has not been allowed to do so.
The beauty of this situation is not really gonna be there for a lot of people to see, because RRQ, yeah, we expected them to win this purely on the basis of statistics, but even then, Dream Chasers, they're just not really able to find a lot of good spots that they really need to set up in. This is a tough position for them to be in overall as RIQ now. They're just looking to take a little bit more of an aggressive duel of their own. Every player towards the mid side now, they're just going to try to hunt these players down. Mid control already being taken away. And Dream Chasers, they might just be the ones to fight into it. Never mind. Just going for a rotation now, playing towards the A side. They're not yet ready to give this one up. Yes, it is a 1-11 scoreline, but they're trying their best to go in for that turning point fight.
Absolutely, and they have decided to commit towards that A side. It's a full A hit from Dream Chasers. The problem is the chamber is out. The numbers advantage in favor of RRQ. They know that, and they're just waiting for that retake to come in. And now Monnier comes in. He steps up with the flash coming in. Okay, no. Monnier finds one. Kushi steps up. Expected CV to take her down, but Monnier was better over there. Afro. G1Y, her position can be crucial. She is trying to wrap up. She needs to win this fight against Afro. Now, Afro finds onto G1Y. It's a 1v2 once again. Neon with her move, with the movement once again, but Afro just uses Monnier's movement as bait and finds value. And it's game point.
Yeah. At the end of the day, 1-12 is a scoreline now. One more round. Try and take this one away. One more opportunity to go in for the biggest upset of the entirety of APAC. Probably the biggest upset in the entirety of the Asia Predator League. History when you think about it. The best team, possibly the best team in the region, mind you, when it comes down to this tournament. Second best, actually, because Boom was the one who beat out RRQ to be the first seed from Indonesia.
Correct.
So this is going to be a tough one to call out on. Either thing could happen. I mean, there's still an off chance, right? They could be going in for a big upset, but it all really depends on if RRQ are going to make a mistake of giving them too much space.
I mean, they've always fallen into places. Look at the setup there. If you come here, it is going to be a complete crossfire setup from Money and Crazy Guy. Why do you want to pop in? Oh no, it's last man standing, and she goes down. It was again G1Y and RRQ pretty comfortable on this map and also on the agent selection, and they pretty comfortably beat Dream Chaser here, and they finally get one map, which is of course expected from a team like RRQ. Now, RRQ winning this game have of course made things pretty good for them, but they survive. They just survive. It's not confirmed that RRQ are still qualifying from Group C. Dream Chasers, I think, their dream to qualify for the playoffs of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 is now shattered.
Yeah. So rather than the qualification, it's just about gaining the experience to really fight forward in the next one. If you lose out on 2 games, you're already out. That's the heartbreaking truth of it all. But I don't think that they're going to be as sad about it because, again, this is their first LAN. So they're going to play to their best of strengths here. And good sportsmanship at the end of the day to make sure to go in for the fist bumps at the end of the day. This is what's really crucial at the end, because as a team, if you're able to show respect to your opponents and showcase true sportsmanship at the end, that's what really matters the most. And honestly speaking, it wasn't that bad as well coming in from Dream Chasers either. Again, it's the same concept as last time, right? The ideas are good, but the overall execution is a little bit sloppy because they have not really been tested to their limits yet. And in this particular game, it really goes to show that, in the last couple of matches that they did play up against Zipto, you saw that Zipto didn't really punish them as much. But in this particular one, every single player and every single mistake also being made by Dream Chasers were just being shut down instantly by RRQ.
Absolutely. I mean, they have not been able to, stop RRQ and have not comfortably, gone ahead and created spaces for them as well. As you mentioned, that Waylay being the solo duelist, cannot depend on her that much because the abilities or, there's so much little you can do with that kind of an agent. So, the agent composition has always been a discussion point. Last time they didn't have an agent where, the information was... to be specific, we wanted some kind of on a map like Split, we wanted a Fade or maybe a Sky to at least give you the accurate positionings, but they had a breach, right? And that was a discussion point, that due to that you do not know where the actual positionings are, with only a stun and an aftershock. Something like that happened in this map as well. I mean, initiating was not the problem here. I think the duelist creating the spaces was the problem. And also, for the fact that if you're starting on the defensive half, mid has to be, specifically on a map like Korod, mid has to be the most contested part. And that was given away pretty easily and pretty much, I think, halfway through, we saw the scoreline to be as 7-1 or 8-1, where I think RRQ was sitting comfortably, and then they again started playing the catch-up game. The scoreline says, the overview, says it all, that DCG were really struggling as players as well. Like Old Pine on the duelist with only 3 kills, you cannot have an ACS like that. You need at least something above 250, something like how Monnier played, right, with 19 frags, and only to that he had 4 deaths. So that's really amazing.
Yeah, Monnier just W-keyed his way in towards the side, killed like 4 people, and just instantly ran on away. Sadly, we didn't see the ace coming out from him, but I mean, stark contrast. Sorry, we did see the ace come out from him in absolute utter Moniet style, but him having a 335 ACS on a scoreline like this, are we really that surprised? It's Neon after all. Back when Neon used to be absolutely broken with those 2 double dashes, Moniet, he was a completely different beast. I think you remember those days as well. He was on GE back then too, right? Yeah,
true, absolutely. I mean, I've always enjoyed him. When GE firstly announced the roster, we thought, what kind of a roster is this with all duelists there? And Monnier was a breakthrough kind of a guy. He was raw. Now he's much more mature, and he has experience. He has seen the limelight. He has seen what happens in a stage kind of a situation, and he has calmed himself down. He's a character, of course. You need these kind of characters in your team who just just says that of course we never want to back from a fight, and that is why he's the most loved one. So yeah, with that, I think this is time for us to once again take a short little breather. After that, we will be live with the fourth game from Group C.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a short little breather. You guys are watching Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. My name is Zoro. With me, I have Aggressive. And we have come down to the most important game of Group C, and it is
for RRQ
going up. Oh, okay. I mean, that is definitely something, which we have witnessed for RRQ. Of course, as you mentioned, it is going to be Zipto and Toadak, because whoever wins this, I think, has the best chances of qualifying from the Group C, because only one team will be able to qualify from each group. So we have witnessed already, 3 matches where, we have seen an upset where RRQ did not win against Toadak, and they were the one who beat them, and they have moved ahead. And again, Dream Chasers going up against Zipto, where Zipto won, and Dream Chasers faced RRQ in the last game where RRQ won, and they have managed to survive. They're barely surviving though, but Dream Chasers, they have ended their run, but no, they still have a 1 game to play against Toadak. Before that happens, we will witness the most important game as mentioned.
Yeah, the SC2L versus ENG match is also happening in the background too, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure to keep your eye on that. Whichever team is going to be able to take that will have a pretty significant lead moving forward too, going up against E-Kings and of course Fancy United, which is another really high profile team, mind you, because they have Yes I Can, which is a star performing player who has completely blown our minds in the past in the other international tournaments that he's played through. Group B as well, heating up in the way that we expected. It's Boom Esports, right? They've been doing wonders, but this time around, correct, we need to talk about Group C, where if anyone's gonna bet any money, it has to be on this one, because if, let's say, Toadak win this, they're guaranteed, right? There's absolutely no way they're gonna be able to lose this, and they will qualify from Group C. But
correct,
if Zipto win this, then RRQ are going to be throwing a party for them and for themselves, because there's a good chance that RRQ will be able to make it forward if they're able to win up against Zipto in a very convincing fashion.
Absolutely. I mean, that is why I think Zipto will also like to, fancy the chances, because, I mean, whenever you're facing a situation, I think it's always you want to be in a case where it's best of 1, because you do not want to give the opponents to read you, because for sure best of 1 are kind of a demon, because if you're not having a good day, if you're not able to read the teams, then you just might find yourself in a big problem, which just happened a few matches back against RRQ, where the scoreline was pretty surprising when we saw a 12-3. But anyways, we'll talk about that later. We had a great discussion on that, but it is the map veto, and we have come back to heaven. Finally, we see a default map and a 3-sided map. So how do you want things to turn out in this map? Because finally a B and a C where attackers are going to have a lot of fun.
Hey, listen, I've casted so much Haven with you at this point that I don't want to see this map ever again. Even you know that.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I mean,
Like, how many Havens have we casted when we were doing the India
India
qualifiers?
qualifier.
First, like, I think every single day we casted at least 3 or 4 Havens. Like, I
True,
don't
correct.
really care, man, because this is one of those maps that in our region everyone loves, but in other regions it's not picked up as often because the other maps
Yeah.
have a lot more diversity when it comes down to playstyles that some of these teams prefer. And especially in a best of one series, I don't really think going on to Haven is a good idea because it's a default map that almost everyone can play. It's a good
Mhm.
testing ground in a best of three because even if you lose out on Haven, you can pick your own best map, which is secondary,
Yeah.
and then push it on to map number 3 to really get a chance and try to figure your opponents out. But in a BO1, Haven is a very dangerous pickup because anything could happen here, and you have no idea how good the defaults are going to look like from your opponents.
Absolutely, and sometimes choosing the default map can be a blessing in disguise as well, because you feel like you have the best chances of winning those situations. You have played it so many times, but anyways, agent compositions is going to be the next important thing. Where I see a jet in Valdin's hand after a KO performance on Abyss. We see him back onto that duelist, and along with him there is one more guy with a Euro pick, so a double duelist composition from Toadak, and only one duelist for Zipto. They have gone in with two controllers, a Viper and a Omen, a much more controlled controller favoring on Haven, which is not bad at all. But I'm surprised with Todak's pick. I mean, they are pretty much clearly putting it up there that we are here and we are not going to take it so lightly. So see, with a composition like this, it's only one way to play it. See, so that is being very, very aggressive.
We're gonna need to see where they go with this one too. Overall, you can see that Todak, the players, they're just in an absolute tear of their own, especially after winning up against the big dogs here like that. All their players are gonna be riding on that high, on that momentum that it's kind of expected from them. Hopefully they're going to be able to start out the game soon enough because all of the players here, they're warm and they're ready to keep things going. But it seems as though the secret strategy that Todak is now implementing is to just make sure that their hands are warm 24/7 because the fact that they were doing that with the hair dryer and just it just goes to show that it's not just about the mental preparation and the preparation that you have inside of the game. It's also how you prepare yourself outside when you're playing the match. They've put
Yeah.
everything into consideration, and that's really showing in their overall gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point of time, uh, temperature in New Delhi might be low, but I'm sure this game is a high temperature game where RRQ would be watching it pretty closely because they would want to support Zipto in this one. But anyways, Todak have started on the attackers half and they are moving in towards A, and that is why the rotations have started in from Zipto's side. Anyways, Iman on that Sova, he has jump spotted, and the paranoia
This
will
is
just
bad.
delay things up. But anyways, Iman and Riza both have stepped up. Only Doctor who could trade one, but look at hot sauce from Zipto. They literally shut things down for Todak. I mean, it was no trade game at all, right?
I don't
What
know
were
why they
they?
even pushed it like that. The jet could have just dashed backwards, but I think there was a bit of miscommunication in that fight because the jet just immediately dashed forward when she got paranoid. It would have been a
Yeah.
case where you wanted for an instant rotation or possibly waited for your killjoy to do something first, but instead they just tried to brute force the fight, and that's why they just fell flat. Todak making that first big mistake right off in the piss round, that's going to be a little bit costly, but then again, those eco rounds are also quite potent for them.
Yep, absolutely. The recon dart will be taken care of. Looks like, of course, this is not the buy round. They have those pistols in their hand, waiting for Aduka to find something, but it's going to be Fixie who gets Aduka there with that outlaw. Always fancied over Riza. Interesting to see that how KJ is waiting towards B to find something, but Fixie there
Down A.
finds
One
value.
enemy remaining.
Before the nade could have been taken out. I think the information is passed on. Of course, the alarm bot was triggered. Yeah, the orbs are pretty important. The man there wanting to farm orbs. Apocalypse taken out. Zipto, a good start. A very, very good start. With 2 rounds on board really quickly.
Yeah. They're not really leaving a lot of space open for them to take a lot of these aggressive duels, and that's also another thing to consider. But overall, Zipto now, they've taken a pretty good head start for themselves, especially with the double controller setup. This is gonna be a very crucial part for them to make sure that they win
Yeah.
out on as many rounds as they possibly can here before they move on to their attack side. That's why generally whenever you pick a double controller setup or you plan on picking a double controller setup, you
Oh.
want to start off on the attack because
Look
you
at
want
C.
that buffer. And with the C side now being ripe for the opening, it seems as though it's going to be the first initial kill going over towards 1 here.
Pocket.
A 1-for-1 as Jaw now sitting in the back of side. No real flashes, but Jaw's going to
Oh my God!
multiple. Up for the ace. Jaw's looking for the last, but Spixie just
My
steals it away
God.
from him. Good God, Jaw. He's the demon on the back of sight, the boogeyman under the beds of Toadak here. Another upset could just happen, and I'm here to live for it.
I mean, before we could jump into conclusion, aggressive. I mean, the only way Toadak can play is playing aggressive. I mentioned it literally in the preview of the game. With a Jet and a Yoru, the only kind of executions you could be seeing is playing together. Otherwise, there's no breach to support your Jet, or those combinations can't be made. With the Omen Paranoia, there's just so much you can do, so much less you can do, right? So the plays are pretty predictable right now. Until unless they start winning these aim duels, it's going to be very, very difficult for Toadak on this attacker's half, where the most rounds should be won. But at this point of time, it's an eco round for them and Aduka. And oh, Seo, he was pretty cheap over there, finding JA over there. They still want to push in. Hot Sauce finds one, he finds second, he finds the third one as well.
These players.
One enemy remaining.
Why are they being so, I mean, stubborn? I don't get it.
They're trying to bank
just
on the
forcing-
advantages that they had before when they were up against RRQ, but this is a very different team. The strategies that would have worked there, the strategies are not going to be working in the same way right now. You can already hear the cheers from RRQ all the way down here when you think about it. It's happening, but still, never count out the doctor. Surgical precision is the name of the game for him. He's just waiting on the angle, trying to see if A-Man is even going to opt to go in for that swing. He needs to take this fight, and he knows this. Going knee deep on the angle.
It's already falls
It's going to be a close one. Doctor needs to hit this shot, but he instantly runs away. Coming in from the back lanes. It's going to be Pixie on the angle. Misses the shot and the opportunity. They've now reconvened together. But the question is, Doctor, what's going to be his play? The stun comes through, gives him the space that he needs. The shot does connect. Pixie just utilizing the movement to come out from it. Look at his face. He just gave that evil laugh. And oh boy, his teammate is like, oh my god, what the hell you doing, boy? But that's the energy you need, right? That's the energy you need to beat out Toadak.
Absolutely. I mean, what Toadak did against RRQ after that, this is something which was on the cards. I said it. Today is a day where you are going to witness a lot of drama and a lot of upsets, and this is something which is happening. First, we saw it against RRQ, and now Toadak is just facing a similar kind of situation where they couldn't even reply once. So, yeah. Now the Omen Ultimate is the only positive thing which they have on their kitty. They're again forcing the operator. Oh, they really didn't have any information whatsoever. He was pretty lucky that he was saved there. And Fixie couldn't connect his shot. Oh no! Hot Sauce! His positioning and Doctor's positioning. The timing and the positioning, spotting there from him. The controller is out. How do you enter a site? You have to commit bodies, but look at Apocalypse. His positioning is going to be pretty crucial. But Iman, he is expecting the timing is going to be so bad. Oh no, Apocalypse can convert this into a big, big thing, and he has done it. This can be the starting to something what Toadak had been looking for.
This is absolute and utter insanity. This round should have gone in the favor of one, but instead it's going in the complete opposite direction. Last one's already spotted, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do to try and turn this one back. The clock is there as Toadak are now on the board. And as soon as I glaze them a little bit too harshly, it seems as though the members of Zipto, they've let that confidence get into their heads. They need to be careful of what they're doing here, because a couple of these closed out rounds where they're giving away could just be the thing that ends them.
Yeah. Zipto just needs to understand the importance of this game. If they win this, they have a good chance of qualifying against all odds. Oh, the drone couldn't spot, but still Fixie's position is expected. The Hunter's Fury being committed too early in the round. Oh, the Doctor's position is of course revealed, but Riza, his position is not expected. And that, oh my goodness, misjudgment coming in. Riza is still alive. The spike is dropped, and the snake bite being committed, just buying so much time for his team. Riza finds the third one as well. Goodness me. Riza is standing like a pillar, but the position is this time different. The Doctor is on a mission, and can he deliver? The surgery is the question. Riza, he is looking at the right angle. A shot is something to be looked at, but he doesn't have the HP. The thing is, he doesn't know where he is. Oh, he just has spotted him, and Riza, wow, with the 4K and a clutch. He stands up, as he should, because he pulled out a brilliant route for his team. And Toadak, this can be the biggest turning point of the round, or maybe of the game. Wow,
it's just gone from bad to worse. And the fact that Riza was just in a better angle too, because Riza can pre-fire that spot, while Doctor really needed to just reposition from that thing, because he's not going to be the one to swing into him. Things have just gone from bad to worse. 5-1 here, ladies and gentlemen. The score line's just getting wider and wider by the second. Unless they're careful, Toadak, they're giving a bit too much space away. That last round for RRQ. The shouting's just gonna get even louder slowly as this gap widens. Still has a chance and opportunity, and the Doctor with surgical precision just instantly goes in for that one tap, not even giving an inch of space away. This is the play that you would have wanted. And once more, Hot Sauce becomes alive to try and keep this one going. But the fast track push and a proper set play being done. Toadak, now they have the space that they need. A 1-for-1 trade does come in, but it's all up to the Neon to now try and find a 1v3 clutch.
Yep. And Apocalypse has already spotted his position. Oh, Fixie finds a value here. And is it possible now? No, the Hunter's Fury is still there. Sayo, he definitely doesn't have the HP to work with. He has the recon dart. He has both the shock darts. And also, they both are playing together is the best part. He has rotated definitely from a shot. And once he taps onto that spike, the Hunter's Fury might be committed. Before that, I think the recon dart would come in. The problem is they don't have time. He doesn't have time. I think Diamond is, of course, his demon.
At least he got the ult out. That's all that he wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, if he saved the gun, that would have been the icing on the cake there.
Correct.
But mission accomplished, right? At the end of the day, they got the
Correct.
Hunter's Furies
Absolutely.
out. So that was such a key bit of utility that the defenders would have been worried about moving forward into these next couple of rounds. But now that it's gone, that's completely fine. Do whatever the hell you want. A bit of a blunder, I would say, from Toadak to even utilize that ultimate this late into the round. I guess they just didn't want to risk it. But even then, this is just... That's one ult that you need to have to go in for those overall executes, especially when you're down so many rounds. Plus, Zipto, they still have the Killjoy lockdown available to them. So this time around, what's your counter? your own Killjoy is still a little bit further away from her own lockdown.
And also, the Viper's Spit is there to be used alongside the Overdride and from the shadows. Look at how aggressive the Zipto is at this position at this point of time. Okay, if they try towards a lobby, it's gonna be a complete chaos towards that angle. Oh, Apocalypse finds Riza over there. So one guy and taken out. They come in tandem. Apocalypse finds one more. With the Blade Storm there. Oh no! Look at the backlines! Look at the backlines! Iman finds one more hot sauce, climbs in.
Are you kidding me?
And how in the world is this a 1v1? I don't know how did it happen, but so many misjudgments and so many baits being sold out. Goodness me. JA and Seo just might find the timing out here.
He missed.
Oh, you have a recon. He has that lockdown available. And he has to push him. Oh, okay. Seo. He pretty casually took it. And Jay, in a 1v1, I mean, 9 out of 10 times I would doubt the usage of a lockdown because, of course, you don't have a weaponry to fight the opponent. First of all, you have only a sheriff to play with, and Seo would definitely want to push you, and he did just the correct thing and pushed JA, and he got the round in his favor. So yeah, a good conversion coming in from Toadak. So yeah, it's not over yet. Toadak is slowly climbing up the hill.
Slow and steady wins the race for them. But even then, it's not going to be as simple as just winning this race out entirely by crossing the finish line. That line, it's going to be a slow crawl towards it. Especially now with the Killjoy lockdown being present, all the members of Zipto need to instantly run away from this. They give the space away. Seaside is now completely theirs. Flashes just to make sure that they're not leaving any cracks in this overall hold. Dimensional Drift being used by Aduka early. This is actually quite smart. They're utilizing the pings being given by the Euro to go in for the full information, but Aduka, he was a little bit too close. He needed to be further away and then pop.
Oh no,
the Dimensional
my God.
Drift, one by one, they do fall. The doctor needs to be the one to perform the surgery, and he injects the perfect amount. The kills keep rolling in, but still, the round just keeps on converting. The doctor now all up to him to try and go for this clutch. He gets the shot in, but he's not going to be able to get the secondary. Zipto, they just steal this away from them. Toadak. That's a heartbreak of a loss when you had such a good setup going for you. Especially with the Dimensional Drift being utilized, the util was perfect, but Apocalypse just didn't really go in for the proper setup needed for the crossfire. They just walked into the site and got those 2 kills for free.
I have no clue what was the Killjoy doing there with a knife in his hand. So many misjudgments from Toadak there. That was a pretty casual approach. Very casual approach that costed them big time. It should not have been their round to be lost to, but okay, this is a B. Hit coming in from Toadak. With Apocalypse waiting. Okay, that could have been the moment. He has the correct idea. Doctor finds Riza over there, but JA finds Apocalypse. My bad on that. Valdine finds one more. Numbers in favor of Toadak. They still have the overdrive to use. Fixie, will he use it is the question. Oh, what? Aduka! What was he doing and what is happening?
Enemy remaining.
He missed his shot. Fixie is connecting his shots again. And oh my God. They are just messing things up big time. Toadak have certainly forgotten to miss the... I don't know what to say. I don't know how to frame my sentence right now. But Toadak has definitely missed the plot. They're having a hard time against Zipto. That is for sure. You know, the pressure has started creeping up.
I'm so confused at this round. Immediate pause comes in from the coach because this round was unlosable. Like, absolutely zero chances that they lose this round, but somehow it just happened. Doctor probably fell asleep on the angle. I have no idea what just happened to them. Because what do we save here? Because there's nothing really to say other than this was the biggest blunder that we have seen coming out from Toadak. From having such highs in that previous game, did they expend all of their energy on the map of Abyss? Because going into this one, they're looking a little bit too cold. And on the opposite side, Zipto, they're just keeping that energy and momentum going of what they had up against Dream Chasers.
Yeah. Oof. Big problems for them. Big problems for them. This is something which they need to fix really quickly. Aggressive, because the scoreline says 7-3, and the best thing for Zipto is it's happening on the defensive half and not on the attackers half. So you can understand the importance where the situation says the attackers can do the maximum damage. No, they refuse that. Anyways, they have the ultimates to go with, and they have wantingly committed it towards A side. The side is up for grabs. You can already see the Omen creating space from the shadows. It's an eco buy round. Riza and Iman and Fixie are doing things for his team. Apocalypse is the last man standing. He has to convert a 1v3. But can he recover a gun first? Because he has to get an ace if he wants to win this round. And all of them are playing together. Nobody wants to play it individually.
Oh, this is
Hot
bad.
sauce, hot sauce.
They
Oh
must have
no.
gotten at the worst time. I feel so bad for them. It's like this unfortunate situation after unfortunate situation.
I mean, aggressive this one. See, we said that there's going to be upsets and drama. But what about the score lines? We haven't talked really about that. You know, whenever the other teams have gone out swinging, they have done it pretty comfortably. When Toadak won it against RRQ, the scoreline was similar kind of a situation, right? It was a 13-5. And again, if Zipto is winning this, look at the scoreline. It's 8-3. They're dominating it. Toadak is not able to, put any kind of pressure on them. Okay. No, my goodness me. This isn't a ranked game. This isn't a ranked game. You cannot do such kind of things. Oh. Looks like the reaction speeds have gone down. Oh, this was pretty good from Apocalypse. But other than this shot, I think it was all Zipto and the Jet's positioning which caused the damage over there. Anyways, Toadak committed towards C.
Oh, no.
Positions are known. The nanoswarms are still placed. The space have not been created. The backside is not cleared. Hot sauce finds the doctor over here. Apocalypse is still there. He's the only one who's finding his shots or creating value at least. But it's 9-3 aggressive. 9-3.
Don't give me hope. Do not. The curse is real in some stages, but here in this particular game, with how things are going, it's just very difficult for me to even consider that to be a possibility. The way this game has been played out, a lot of these fights being taken, it's just a little bit too all over the place. They're over on planning, the synergy is just not working out in the way that you would have wanted. A lot of the players of Toadak, they're just playing by themselves. They're not really playing together as a team, or it could be another thing completely. I think that Aduka is just not as proficient on the Euro as much as he is in the Neon. When it came down to dive duelist potential, you saw Aduka being the first one to entry fearlessly. But now that he has a Jet on his squad, it's just a little bit more difficult to do the exact same thing. This is what I don't like about Haven now when players pick up on this Jet. I think that Jet as a character is one from a bygone era. Nowadays, you just don't really have enough util to try and justify her.
Oof. Shot there. Again, Zipto finds value. His position is expected. Goodness me. What? How in the world did the doctor find Riza over there? Anyways, that was the absolute timing. But Aduka finds JA. The only chance what Toadak is going to get is going to They have to win this pistol round. He falls at the wrong time. Once again, it's numbers advantage. He uses a shock dart. Seo is in a big pressure with that Omen one-way smoke. Shock dart is creating so much problem, and Iman just finishes things off in style. A double-digit number comes in, 9-3 or 8-4. The curse is not the day to be in Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, because whoever is finding the momentum are winning all the games, and it has been right from the word go. We haven't seen a match yet where the comebacks have been possible, and the storyline is similar here as well.
It's just so difficult to try and quantify as well. What can you even say to try and give them a little bit more of an emphasis? There's not much, right? Or
Yep.
overall, the team play and synergy has just been a little bit too all over the place. The lackluster gameplay in some situations have really caused them to fall apart here. Yeah, they may be the king of ecos, but I don't see this working out from them. The way that Zipto have been playing, they're waiting for them to make that first mistake. Yeah, again, Aduka, you had no reason to go in for a swing like that early until you had the information. And Riza just didn't really even care. He just face-tanked the recon as if like, okay, sure, come towards me. I'm an outlaw. What are you going to do to me? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. He jumps down from heaven but finds nothing. He gets eliminated as well. Zipto just finding it too easy right now, and Toadak are falling like 9 pins at this point of time. Now it's up to the Doctor and Apocalypse. How do they retake is the question. Because still waiting for a backstab to come in, but I think backstab is not the problem here. Still waiting. Did he find one? I think Fixie will. Yeah, Fixie does. And here you go. The 11th round comes up on board for Zipto. So yeah, any comebacks happening, we will know real soon, but it hasn't been the case. It hasn't been that kind of a day for any teams out there, at least for Group C.
Yeah, it's just a group of upsets, honestly. Everyone's like taking L's where they shouldn't be. And it seems as though Toadak is now on the receiving end of it after a very, very convincing fight that they gave to RRQ previously. But then again, right, RRQ are celebrating that, hey, these guys are beating out on Toadak, but look at the scoreline too. Zipto, if they're able to keep the scoreline going, and let's say that Zipto lose out to RRQ right after that, it really just comes down to the round differentials. Then again, the round differences are going to say everything. So Toadak still has a very good chance of qualifying. Same goes for RRQ, and it also same goes for Zipto. All of them could be in for the qualification run, but it seems the Toadak are not yet ready to give this one up. B side is going to be the Haven for Sayu in the back as he rings the gong and rings the heads of his opponent. Zipto, they fall. Is Riza now last one alive, outlaw in hand, wants to look for a chance, misses the shot, and Sayu just instantly brings him back down to earth. Beautiful shots coming in from Toadak to keep this ball rolling in their court, 11-4. But still, there's a steep hill that they need to climb to try and turn this one back.
Yeah. Can they make it towards that point? Toadak can do it, of course, but it's not going to be easy because Zipto has been a much more confident team right now. And they know the importance of this game, of course, because Zipto... See, we are talking about Toadak and RRQ having the chance of qualifying, but you never know. Zipto can be the team who can beat RRQ as well, because RRQ haven't had the best of the days as well.
True.
Zipto would be the unbeaten team if they win this, and they'll be having the momentum in their favor. But anyways, we'll talk about that later. But Aduka finds the trade over there on JA. So now the Sentinel is down, which will of course give them the opportunity to flank Question is, will anybody want to flank? Aduka, he's been blinded now, but wait, with shock dart, he takes down Fixie. Okay, that it did not look pretty good in his team's favor though, but anyways.
Player standing.
Oh, Aduka finds value, and the Doctor also finds value. The fifth round comes in, and yeah, we have certainly and slowly, at least, watching Toadak climb the hill. Let's see, because RQ failed from this point, but if Toadak has to better them, they have to win the next round and at least take it to 6 or 7.
Placing swarm grenade.
You just really have to say that, didn't you?
I mean, see, we are also counting the round differences, right?
No. I already know what you were trying to go for there. I will never be able to escape this ever. But hey, the thing that the members of Toadak are trying to escape is a possible loss. They need to be careful of what they do here. Valdin, beautiful shot. Taking out A-Man really early on here. That's going to be big for their team as they're trying to go in for a fast rush into this position. Knows the proper spot. Players are now jumping across. Aduka now hitting the shots that he needs to. That's the beauty of this team when it comes down to the aim. You know what they're capable of. And one by one, they're able to take this victory now in their favor. 11-6 on the scorecards. And they are building upon that advantage one step at a time. This is what you wanted to see. This is what you wanted to build. And for Toadak, it's that second win that they needed. They still have a chance of winning this one outright by going in for a reverse sweep here from this 11-6 scoreline.
Placing swarm grenade.
But
Still not
they
match
can't
point,
make
of course.
mistakes.
Out of charges.
Absolutely. I mean,
Placing sentry.
even if they make any mistake, it's gonna be game point. They still have one more round, so. But of course, you do not want to take any chance. This is a good one-way control smoke. They have taken deep sea control, playing pretty aggressive. Toadak wanting lead. They have done it because they want Zipto to go towards A or B, where they will find it difficult. Okay, now deliberately Valdin is playing this kind of a position, but he does not have any support. He is going back, thinking that he might have caused some kind of a problem in their heads, thinking that they have to go towards a different side, which is actually happening though. Riza has started to move towards A. And Aduka's position. Okay. The placement of alarm board. There might be a good timing over here. The recon dart has been broken. Deep B control is okay. No, Aduka, he falls. He did take down
30 seconds left.
one, but he got taken out. He couldn't escape. Oh, Valdin stops or denies the smoke entry. You cannot do those without an information just stepping. Oh wait, what? Nanostorm damage being taken there by Riza. The snake bite being used to just buy time. The shock dart coming in.
Planted.
Oh, he's barely surviving hot sauce now. He's barely surviving. Valdin pops up. Gets one. He jumps down. Apocalypse is there. This retake is looking so easy right now. Doctor finds value. And the 7th round on board for Toadak. Zipto. Suddenly something has happened to them, and they are looking clueless.
No. This is not a sudden thing. This is just Toadak just activating their aim. Because previously Toadak were just having a rough time winning out on a lot of their aim duels. And I think Zipto now, they've gotten that reality check. They need to take this a little bit more seriously. Not just fun and games anymore. JCL immediately takes a pause to just bring his team back into the ocean and to break any form of momentum that has been built up by Toadak. They need to talk things through because their attack strats have been a little bit too linear. And that leniency in the way that they're giving space away to the members of Toadak is gifting them a lot of free space that they're utilizing to really work out a couple of these early pickups. Zipto need to slow themselves down in either two fashions. Take a little bit more of a slower approach in the way that they're taking the sides and firstly fish out a kill. Or after they take the side, they need to aggressively expand and play for those trades. Because otherwise, I don't see how this is going to go.
Yeah. Some fist bombs coming in, some positivity is given by the coach, of course. This is going to be the most important moment because if they lose out on this one, Toadak will be 8. And the difference would be a little closed out. And of course, the economy will take a hit. Oh, they are going in for some forced buys. With these stingers and these judges, interesting picks to go with. So this is going to be a gamble, right? And okay, there's a read there. So there's 4 people there stacked up from Toadak as well. Full chaos. Undisputed being committed. First one goes down. It's Aduka. Now the neon slides in through. Wow, hot sauce and Zipto finds value. And look at what has happened now. The only man surviving is Apocalypse. So the gamble has paid off for sure.
Spike planted.
This is just a bit questionable to say the very least. In the way that the members of Toadak try to go in for that overall fight. They put all their eggs into one basket, and now there could be the ones to fall for it. Apocalypse, good for one, but immediately gets shut down almost instantaneously. Good overall set play and position here. Zipto's coach really did put a number on this one, stopping any form of a plan that Toadak could have cooked up, and instantly bringing the hammer down onto the heads of their players. Now fighting for a possible overtime here, no longer a map victory. It's going to be the members of Toadak, so it's even more pressure on the players, and that level of pressure can accidentally make someone crack.
Yep.
Time out.
Okay, aggressive movement from Aduka. He has. Whoa, okay, Valen also comes out swinging with that operator. But the movement aggression which was shown from Aduka towards B, he has gone back, of course, towards A side to help his teammates. Oh, things have slowed down. I think they have decided that they are wantingly go towards B. Slowly jumping down, maybe towards garage, from garage towards C. This can be a set play.
Turret down.
Okay, the turret is taken out. So, of course, Apocalypse would be giving out the information. It's going to be a B hit. It's going to be a B hit. And Aduka's denial is just making things difficult. The lockdown being committed from Zipto. They have the Viper Spit, they have the Overdrive, a lot more utilities to come up. They can shut things down right here, right now. This is the game point. And Overdrive has been committed back offside. Plate goes down, it was hot sauce from Zipto. Riza also converges here. Valden has his Blade Storm activated. He needs to pop up. How will he do that? Will he find one? He finds one. He finds one. He has to find more. Neon is playing on the edge. He will find the timing. Fixie finds more. Last man is, of course, the Chet. He goes down. Along with that, Zipto wins it. And they are still the unbeaten team in Group C. And they move ahead. They have the best chances to qualify for the playoffs from Group C. When we began today aggressive, nobody would have, in their right mind, would have thought that Zipto would have been the team who would have managed to climb up the ladder. Still one more game to go for them.
This is a heartbreaking story when you think about it, the way that the teams played out. For Toadak especially, this one just wasn't really as expected now, was it? All the players now going in for the fist bump. Seems as though they're going to be able to get their phones back at least, so that's a big one for them. But this is tough, to say the very least. The way that they took this loss, it's a little bit difficult, to say the very least, too, because the amount of pressure that they were able to put on RRQ, the way that they were generally playing back then, it just was a shadow of what they were doing in this particular map. Their players were not really in their proper positions. They were making a lot of mistakes. They were not really playing for trades as well. It just looked a little bit too individualistic instead of a complete team like they did in that first one, especially in this particular round. I didn't really see the Euro TP coming in. I'm guessing the Euro TP got broken when it was trying to cross the Killjoy Molly, but even then, the nanoswarm shouldn't have been an issue if you just communicated to your teammates. Even in that first round, you could tell that pistol round kind of left a sour taste in my mouth, because that one round just gave me that idea that probably Toadak are not really communicating with one another properly. The Jet dashed in after getting paranoid when she should have just dashed backwards, and the Euro followed through with the plan because that's what a good teammate does. It just felt like mistake after mistake happened, causing their entire team to fall apart.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Anyways, it has been that kind of a day, right, Aggressive, where things have just, when things have not gone in your favor, it has been like that. No comebacks whatsoever. Even if, Toadak were, this was a round where I was questioning what Apocalypse was doing over there. Yeah. Anyways, I was saying the fact that, even if Toadak was able to get few rounds in their favor, because of which the round difference would seem a little bit different if RRQ wins against Zipto, and things are different over there. Toadak still needs to win the next game, which is against Dream Chaser, who have been down and out. They have lost both of their games, so they are the only team who are out of it. Rest 3 are still there looking for a chance, except if Zipto loses against RRQ. That is something is going to be, there's a stipulation to it. Don't know about the other groups because we haven't got really the chance to watch the other groups, what happened there. But this group has become so much wide open. The floodgates have opened because competition has been widespread. So no team has given a one-sided domination, except that, of course, Zipto has been undefeated though. With that being said, we'll still have to wait for the last game to find out who qualifies from Group C.
Absolutely. We're gonna need to see where this is gonna go to in a lot of these rounds, because how do you put it? If, let's say, Zipto loses to RRQ, right? I think Toadak is still gonna qualify because they have better round differentials up against all of these teams. They beat out RRQ, right? And after beating out RRQ on a very convincing, it was 13-3, right? And now Zipto, they won it. Sorry, 30-5. Zipto, they won against Toadak with a 13-7 scoreline. So it really does depend on what's going to happen between Zipto and RRQ. If the round difference is way too close and RRQ are able to win, then Toadak will qualify just because they have a better round differential. But if Zipto are able to win against RRQ, then it's guaranteed, right, that they're going to be able to make it through. They will be the ones to come out of this group stage. So I have no idea where this is going to go. Before, it was RRQ cheering on Zipto, and now they're going to be scared of Zipto because Zipto has a high chance of just taking a clean sweep here. And if, let's say if RRQ were able to take a landslide victory up against Zipto, they might just be the ones to take this win away from Toadak, and there could be the ones to qualify because of the way the round differentials were. So I mean, it's just too much. My brain is absolutely hurting for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting brain fogged at this moment because nobody wanted this to happen. But see, as viewers, as someone who loves watching Valorant, these are some kind of situations which you should be prepared for, because this is the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, and the most valuable player in the last game was definitely Riza. He played amazing. Look at the ACS 255.1. The total number of headshot percentage was 18.2. I mean, with 19 frags out there, being on that Viper, you absolutely rizzed the lobby is definitely something which I would want to mention. But with that being said, the calculations and the probabilities we are talking about, still there's one more game where Toadak has to play against Dream Chasers. So unless Toadak wins against Dream Chasers in a 13-0 or a 13-1 scoreline, so anything can happen, because see, all these discussions will just be null and void if Zipto wins.
Absolutely.
So it will be fair and square.
True. We're just going to need to see what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. There's too many buts, there's too many ifs. But what we do know is that the fifth match of the day is going to be coming in front of your screen soon enough. We're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more Valorant action.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
all-new Acerus Firelight. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
We are back once again. You guys are watching Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. My name is Zoro. With me on the desk, I have Aggressive, and we are witnessing Group C matches right now. And we have witnessed already 4 games, and in all these 4 games, we have one thing in common, that we have witnessed so many upsets and so many drama situations which has unfolded right now. And the only team who has come out swinging and has been undefeated at this moment is Zipto. Now comes the most important part: the last 2 games of the Group C. All boils down to these second last and the last game, where it's a must-win situation for Toadak and also must-win situation for RRQ and of course Zipto, which will be the last game. We'll talk about that later, but current scenario is Toadak needs to win, and they need to win big.
Absolutely. When it comes down to Toadak's opportunities, they need to really take this one to that next level, right? They need to set themselves up. They need to put on the high gear, because oh boy, they're on the same place as RRQ, and now they need to be the ones rooting for RRQ. Be like, boys, win it for us. Take out Zipto so we have a chance of qualifying. And RRQ, they're also in the same mode. I did not expect this group to go down like this. I was thinking that, oh, Zipto, yeah, they are really good, right? But they have struggled in the past up against RRQ, so it's going to be quite difficult for them to find that turning point. And then there was Zipto versus Toadak, which also took a completely different turn that none of us really expected. But in this particular matchup, the members of Toadak have just, I don't know how they are gonna do it, but their team play and synergy just completely fell apart going into this.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something where we can have so many opinions on, right? Aggressive, but this is going to be the matchup which we are going to witness right now. It's going to be Toadak going up against Dream Chasers. Dream Chasers, of course, nothing left out in the tournament as of qualification for them, but this is the lineup for Toadak, which we witnessed today. It's Sayo, we saw Valdine, we saw Apocalypse, we saw the Doctor, and Aduka. We have seen him in the Indian sector, and also we have seen the Doctor in the Indian sector as a part of Orangutan. And then we have also, of course, Team Dream Chasers, who are yet to win a game. Of course, it hasn't been easy for them. Gosling, Neo 66, Old Pine, Seaweed, and J1Y. It's going to be a matchup for their pride. They would definitely want to win the last game and cause more chaos in the group, which I definitely would spice things up again. But it has been there, that kind of there's nothing to lose for them, right, Aggressive? So why not show something fearless?
Yeah. The way that this entire game has gone down, it's really just been one thing and one thing only every single time. It's just that team play and synergy is a bit missing from the members of Dream Chasers. And for Toadak, they start off pretty strong, but it really does depend on them winning out on that piss round or that anti-eco ride on the subsequent one. They are a very momentum heavy team. Once they pick one particular momentum thing, that's what's gonna happen. But
Holy.
okay. I do think that Dream Chasers, they're gonna be going in for the fun times. I mean,
Yeah.
they have nothing to lose, right? They have everything to
Yeah,
gain.
absolutely. I mean, still, I did not expect this to happen in an international event. I haven't. I don't know if this has happened earlier or not, but
It
this is
has
something
happened
which
in
I
the
have.
past.
Okay, then it's fine. But this is the first time which I am witnessing. So surprising for me. But anyways, as you mentioned, and as I have also mentioned, that there's nothing to lose for them. They have anyways do not have the opportunity to qualify. So why not go YOLO and just cause problems for Toadak? Toadak now. How will you prepare for this kind of a composition? You do not prepare for this kind of composition. You just play how you play Valorant, right? They have a much more, of course, balanced composition with a Sky, Aduka on that ISO, Apocalypse on the Omen with double controller setup, and obviously Aduka on that Raze. So we would definitely want to see how Dream Chaser play with this kind of a combination now with all 5 duelists. Oh, the game has already begun where Team Toadak have started positively with 2 initial picks, make it a 3 now, before Seaweed got the trade for Aduka on that Waylay.
Last player standing.
They're just gonna keep things going now already. Immediately, the round's already started, and it's close to being over. Last one to be spotted here already. Dream Chasers. They are gonna be able to find one more to their name, but as soon as they get it, instantly being shut down. 0-1 here, almost instant. Toadak not really playing any games here. They're just gonna double key their way in towards the side and try to finish this off as quickly as they possibly can. But the fact that there is a 5 duelist composition now being run out by a Game Changers team kind of brings me back to that old playstyle. I still remember, right? I forgot exactly which team it was, but during a Game Changers qualifier, another Pacific team accidentally took a 5 duelist composition and they won the tournament. And that wasn't an official Game Changers event.
Yeah, that's some interesting facts being pulled out by Aggressive. But anyways, looks like Toadak wants to finish things up pretty quickly, so they do not want to give any round. That is something which their goal should be, right here. Aggressive Toadak, if something is boiling down towards that, if they want to still have that chance to qualify for the playoffs, they would want that round difference in their favor, and due to which they need to win all rounds. They have to be pretty serious. They cannot be taking it pretty easy on Dream Chasers. So that is why they have been pressurizing Dream Chasers first of all in the previous round and now in the second round as well. So good start for Toadak. Let's see how things pan out in the next round, where it's going to be the most important one for Dream Chasers specifically.
Absolutely. Byron does come through and they're just gonna try to play their game out. Full on walk towards the side of mid. They're just gonna play together like a ball and play purely on the basis of trades. If they're able to win purely on that, all kudos to them. They're going to be going out of this tournament swinging. But they know to have fun when it's really necessary too. Pretty good chance for them to take another very aggressive duel. Valdine now spots out all of the players, so he knows that that's going to be a full-scale rush coming in towards them. First initial fight, no real players to really back this one up. Clone giving them a bit more of an opportunity. Old Pine, J1Y is going to be able to find multiple kills to their name, but even then, down over to a 3v2 situation to try and turn this one back. And Valdine with the Outlaw, I don't really think that he's going to give an inch of space away to them.
Yeah. Lone man. Ooh, the lone fighter here. Aduka swings and, of course, takes J1Y down, and it's third round up for Toadak. Ooh, okay, well, with this kind of a composition, there's not really specific things that they can do strategically, but of course, there's one way only they can play. That's good, pushing from all the corners, and that is what they are doing. So Toadak, of course, they know what to expect. That is why slowing things down and expecting the pushes from the corners, and playing on that trade game which they are pretty strong with, and just building rounds. So fourth round, let's see how this one pans out. Looks like a stack from Toadak where everybody is pushing towards from garage, and they will go in towards side. Oh, this shotgun coming in from Aduka. He uses the slipper and he just goes back from where he started.
Spike planted.
Let's see where they're gonna go forward with this one now. It's gonna be quite an interesting game to say the very least, as Alpine already in the back, needs to try and go in for an incredible kill of their own, but they're just not going to be able to. She falls as Apocalypse takes another 3 kill to his name over on the opposite side. 0-4 on the scorecards. The map will split. Looking to be what we really expected as, I mean, Dream Chasers, they're trying, but you can tell that their spirits are not that high.
True. This is a kind of a situation where, of course, Dream Chasers are also, see, I mean, they're having a laugh about it. And they know that they're chilling out at this point of time because no point taking pressure. Oh, okay, look at the setup. It's a 5-man B setup, and they're challenging. So now the convergent path comes in. Toadak still managed to find value. Though there was an Odin, and Toadak is finishing things up in real style and also in a speed, because as soon as they end up this game, they would want to see the other game, which is of course against Zipto and RRQ. That is the most important game right now.
Yeah, technically Zipto versus RRQ is pretty much going to carry this entire group on its back, because whoever wins that is going to be the plus or minus. If RRQ win it, we are going to be going in for a very neck-breaking amounts of mathematics to try and figure out what's going to happen next. But here, it's going to be a different story. Instant teleport across. They're going to be able to run this one out. Mew's going to be able to find one at the very least. Seaweed does answer back in kind, but instantly gets popped as Apocalypse taking the double to his name. And the last woman standing, it's going to be none other than J1Y trying to maybe find something for her team, but this is going to be a difficult one. Not really much of an opportunity to take a fight either. Close quarters duel as a flash in hand and an instant kill. Aduka spots out the hand immediately and knew that the Euro was trying to go in for a flash there. Instant shutdown.
Yep. Pretty comfortable for Toadak right now. And no sweat broken. They have decided that they're going to play the game on the site of B. Because the rest of the map is just oh, okay, now something different. Again, see, Dream Chasers are still stacked up B. It's Toadak who have decided to go towards A. It's going to be a retake, which is going to happen with that guiding light. Of course, Valden moves up towards Heaven. They quickly have understood that this is an A hit. And the Sky Ultimate would give them the information as well. Aduka, let's see how many he finds before he gets taken, or maybe he gets all of the picks, if that is possible. Valdine, oh, Neo66 finds one. And along with that, here we go. If we see some rounds in favor of Dream Chaser, there's definitely something which we will witness. That is, of course, the round difference we're talking about. Jumping down. Apocalypse is going to be the important man. He's still alive. It's a 1v1. J1Y once again.
Portal closed.
Last man. Last, I think, player standing. It's an open plant. Oh, she's sticking. Oh no! That was a gamble, and here we go. The first round comes in for Dream Chasers. This is something they can have a laugh about. Definitely. After the agent selection they went in with against Toadak.
I mean, it was all part of the plan.
Yeah.
It's about sending that message, right? It's about saying that we are here to have fun. We are here to make sure that we make a splash in this tournament before we do go out.
Decoy.
Hey, taking that first round away from Toadak is a little bit of a statement too, to take a 6-duelist composition on the defensive side and find a round for yourself. That is something. These 5 duelist comps are finding a little bit of value as J1Y tries to go in for a bit of an aggressive swing. Old Pine gets flashed out, immediately gets popped in towards the open. And wait a second, she died out so late. There's still an opportunity for them to try and win this one out. Seaweed now possibly able to pick up a gun from one of her buddies. Swings out in towards the open, and Apocalypse just instantly shuts it down. No real chance to bring this one back. As a 1-7 scoreline, as it seems as though a speed run is going to be initiated from the side of Toadak to try and end this one as quickly as they possibly can, because the next one is where everything really lies.
I mean, considering the situation, right, and the tournament, Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 is a pretty intense tournament. You can witness or you can play out, and a situation like this can light things up, where a team is just, knowing the fact that they can't qualify, they pick up a composition like this and playing things out like in a manner way where audience is getting, of course, a match to look at in an entertainment perspective. I'm talking about in that way. It's around in hard. Okay, some misses there from Seo, but Valdine did manage to take out the last player over there, which means the scoreline will be 8-1. Will we see the scoreline to a 13-1? It's a question, because this is something which Toadak would not want to cross, because again, that round probabilities will again come into play. We'll see what happens there. But what in the world is this man biting his nails about? Is he still thinking about the next game?
Yeah.
Or the last game?
The last game of the day, because he knows that that's where everything lies. They're going to be going for that aggressive duel already. Seaweed does fall. They have not cleared out the player that's in towards the corner. G1Y could have gone in for multiple, but the trigger discipline play just wasn't really there for her. And now Gosling needs to be the one to step onto the table here. Possibly the first one to take a fight. Apocalypse. Just try to find out too, but Sayo just instantly sprays down and shuts down both. Well played out round coming out from them. As it seems as though Toadak, they're taking this one seriously at the end of the day. And I love that, because it just goes to show that this team is out here to win. And the first game that they had was just not a flash in the pan. But maybe going into the second one, they were a little bit too overconfident.
Correct. That is something that will still be hurting them, the game against Zipto. But let's see how things pan out. Is there any... Oh, I thought there is some technical difficulty, but the only difficulty is with Valdine, because he got taken out. Now, Old Pine connects another one onto Aduka. This time, Toadak, they need to react in a different way. Old Pine is on a move. Neo finds one more on that Reyna. With that sheriff shot on towards Doctor. It's a 4v2. Now, this is going to be a test, because they do not want to lose out on rounds anymore. Operator play comes in. There's one backstab coming in from the back lines. Not going to be easy. He finds one more. Gets to one more. And we are 1v2. He finds almost all of them except for J1Y. Somehow, she's always the one to be surviving at the last, or maybe the last point of contact for Dream Chaser.
Yeah, she's the anchor for the team. Always making sure that there's not even a single opportunity that could be going on wrong for them. Possible pause could also be taken. We need to be careful about that. We don't know. As it seems as though... Oh, yeah, there was a pause taken. There was a little bit of a technical difficulty coming in here from their side that's causing some issues. But the real question is, 2-9 now, possibly a 3-9 scoreline. The curse could be activated. Are you a believer here? Because maybe there's a chance they can win it out on a full 5 duelist composition. Or am I coping too much?
I think you know the answer to that, Aggressive.
Hey, listen. I like a good storyline, okay?
Oh, okay. Firm believer, my friend. But still,
If I don't believe, who will?
Yeah, exactly. It's our job to say that there is a possibility, which is there, of course. They just need to win this round, and we will have a match in our hands, of course. Possibility of... Oh, Gosling starts well, but he gets taken out pretty easily. Neo. Oh, wait, before Seo, the man, he finds the fourth one. It's an ace opportunity for this man, Seo. Can Seo get an ace? He commits the Viper Pit. As expected, as said, as mentioned. Aggressive. Toadak is playing to win.
Yeah. They're not really a team that's out here to, like, just play for the guilds anymore.
Yeah. True.
They want to try and take this victory, especially after what happened in that last particular matchup. The team is very angry in what happened, and they're pulling out all the stops to try and make sure this victory happens.
Alpine does more damage. She has an operator though. Seiyo, if he finds this one, it will be an ace. Yeah, it will be an ace for Seiyo. A good one coming in from Seiyo. Among all the chaos, something good coming in from Toadak, because see, this is something we expected that Toadak would win, but Seiyo is just stepping up the correct moment. Oh, I don't know what are they laughing about, anyways, but still, they're managing to showcase a good performance. And in all sportsman spirit, right? They know that this game is a dead rubber for them. They can't qualify, but still, they are wanting to entertain us and entertain the audience over here is something which we definitely appreciate. And Todak, on the other end, they are very, very serious about the fact that they want the round difference to be big. 10-2 is the scoreline. They do not want any more rounds to be leaked out. They have leaked out 2. Pistol round is going to be very, very important. Let's see.
Yeah, this is probably the shutdown now.
Ooh, yeah.
They're just gonna tap away one after the other. Old Pine still alive, but she's not really gonna be able to do much. Instantly get shut down, 1 tap and 2. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, 2-11 now. 2 more rounds away from taking possible victory here. It's gonna be a little bit tough, to say the very least, of what could be going on next for them, because the way that Dream Chasers are playing, we already know what the results are going to be, but the question is, how much can they get away with, and how much are they going to be able to make Toadak sweat with the composition that they have?
Yep. Okay. Gosling just ignores Doctor over there. Aduka was still placed over there. Whoa, what? What was the TP from J1Y? Anyways, she got caught off guard though. Was trying to be cheeky over there.
Did they flash themselves by accident? I think they flashed themselves by accident, or Doctor probably popped the best pop flash of his entire life.
Maybe. Possibility. But in all seriousness, this is the game point for Toadak. Can be the last round of this game and the last round for Dream Chaser and Toadak in this group for the time being, for Toadak at least. Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 journey will still continue for them until the last game ends. We'll know what happens, but this is game point for Toadak. Wow, they're playing it slow.
The amount of respect that they show to their opponents is what's really driving me even closer to them. Because as a team, generally, when it's a situation like this, you would expect someone to have a lot more fun, but that's not really the case. Aduka did pull off some Hadouken moves to instantly take that frontal fight. And now it's going to be Valdine to try and close everything out. He does miss out on the last bullet here. And it's all up to J1Y. Try and maybe find some clutch here, but even then, Dream Chasers, they're not really going to be banking on a victory here. But wait a second, J1Y has a chance. She's going to be able to crack through a little bit of space here at the end of the day. And look at the way that the members of Toadak are playing. They're a little bit afraid of where this player could be pumping out from. All the positions generally cleared out one after the next. Is J1Y just playing down the clock, down to the T. They're waiting for the spike plan to go down first. They don't even want to give anything away. This is just picture perfect 1v3 placement of players, because you want them to put the plan down and then reconvene together to go in for a fight.
Yeah. She is faking it. She's not planting it yet. And here comes Apocalypse. And he finishes things off. And Toadak wins the last game for sure with a scoreline of 13-2. And we will still have to wait for Todak's fate in this tournament, that can they qualify for the playoffs or not. It's all going to boil down to the last game, where Zipto is going to take on RRQ. And whoever wins that game, if Zipto wins it, all debates are going to just end there and then and there. the probabilities or the speculations which we have set up, or maybe the audience is still thinking, are just going to end there. But it's RRQ. If they win it, we will boil down to those. It will boil down to those round differences.
This is a very interesting game, though, at the end of the day. Didn't really expect the entire series to end like this, but all the boys showing good sportsmanship at the end of the day, just finishing things off with a proper shebang. And Dream Chasers, yeah, they weren't really the squad to take a victory or put up a really good fight just yet, but again, it's these small experiences that they're able to get to really get to a point where, hey, we played in an international land, we have the experience, and that experience, if they just keep on grinding and keep on playing, will work for them tenfold moving forward.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a learning curve for Dream Chasers. You were bang on with the point where I think this is the first time where they have an exposure in front of international teams, specifically in the APAC region. So there's a lot to learn for them, and definitely would come back stronger. In the next time we see them. But anyways, it's the match highlights. You'll see some crazy stuff, of course, coming out from Toadak's side, because it was all in their favor, because the kind of composition picked up by DCG, which is Dream Chasers, demanded a lot and they couldn't deliver. They were playing it pretty chill, and I think the result did not go in their favor again.
Yeah. It was just a heartbreaking tale, to say the very least. And at the end of the day, they were good sports, right? They didn't really give up at the end of the day. They were still here to put a show up for the audiences. So give them a round of applause for that. They do bow out of the tournament, but at the same time, they got what they really wanted to do here, play at an international LAN event. How many people back at home can even say that they've represented their country in an international LAN, especially the largest one, mind you, in the entirety of Asia? That's what the Predator League is here for. That's why Acer has been investing into it yearly, to make sure that players of these calibers have that opportunity to gain this experience and to grow even larger when it comes down to them improving over time. And Toadak now are here to showcase that level of improvement. Just, they're hoping that RRQ take this victory, and their round differences are enough to push them forward.
True. Yeah, I think that was the last of the rounds which Dream Chasers could convert, and I think this is a pretty good round for Seo, where he converted that ace, some individual plays coming in. I would like to remind you, Aggressive, and also to our audiences, that there are prizes, definitely some good prizes for the best Sentinel, best Duelist, best Flex, and of course the best clutch. So all these players who are getting these ace or getting these individual brilliance going out in this Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, it's all gonna come down to a prize pool, so you would be rewarded for sure. But the scoreline says it all, nothing to be explained over here. It was a brilliant performance from Toadak, specifically Valdine. He stacked up those numbers. I think everybody stacked up those numbers. They played their role pretty well. They're pretty serious after what happened in the last game, where they thought that it should have been their game on Heaven, but it didn't so. Now, things have gone down to the last game, the game number 6, which is yet to happen between Zipto and RRQ.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the interesting matchup too at the end of the day. The way that Toadak has generally played things out, they're in a very tough spot. Even with the massive round differences that they have been able to build up, they're at the mercy of RRQ and also at the mercy of Zipto, because if Zipto are going to be able to take this win, then they qualify. There's like no questions asked at which team is going to be qualifying from this group. But let's say RRQ are able to take this victory on a massive round difference on a 13-2, then they're going to be able to take this victory. Minimum is a 13-6. If they do not get a 13-6, they will not qualify. Any rounds after that, and it's going to be Toadak's turn, they're going to be able to do so much.
Yep, true. I agree with you. And the most valuable player in the last game was Valdine. He really played today, in a fashion where trying to control things for Toadak. and he managed to do it pretty well in the last game, where his scoreline says 18, the number of frags he could convert in the last game, along with an ACS of 310.3, the KDR of 2.0. I mean, some good numbers being stacked up from a brilliant player, as expected. But if the thing is that if Toadak is moving ahead or not, again, the thing boils down to that last game. As aggressive, you mentioned perfectly that the last game is carrying the Group C results on the back. So that is something for sure which we have to wait until that pans out.
I don't know where this is gonna go now. Moving forward for this one, this next game is the only thing that's playing on in my mind, right? I can't really think of this current one, because that next game is where everything's gonna happen for Group C, and I didn't really expect that it's gonna be the last game of the day that decides everything, because it's, again, two really incredible teams going up against one another, one looking for a clean sweep and another looking for that second chance in victory, and the other one just sitting there praying with their hands together. But for now, we're going to be praying for both of the teams to get ready pretty soon too, because it's going to be the last game of the day. I'm pretty sure everyone's tired, but the teams, they need to be fired up to get themselves back into the server. We're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with a lot more Valorant action.
Sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift Neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026. The last game for Group C is now going to be in front of your screens. And the hopes and dreams of three teams lie on whether or not one loses, one gets a really convincing victory, or if another one just bombs out outright. We have no clue what's going to happen. The confusion is here. And hey, we're here to guide you through it. It's your boy Aggressive with Oro on my side to bring you all of this action. And good God, has this been a roller coaster of emotions. We got a little bit of a breather, right, from the side of Dream Chasers. They played the 5 duelist comp. They did go out of this tournament with a little bit lackluster results. But again, they came here for that experience. They wanted to showcase what they can do. And hopefully they're going to be able to come back stronger. But every single one of the other teams, oh boy, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, the standing just showcases that it has been that kind of a day for all the other groups as well, right? Look at Group A, Group B, and Group C. It has all boiled down to that last game, except for the fact that Group D, you know, we have whoever wins the game between IM and Motive, I think they are going to qualify directly for playoffs. But that is to be decided after the last game. But anyways, we are going to witness Group C. As mentioned earlier, this is going to be the last game. Zipto going up against RRQ. RRQ were the favorites, you know, today when we started things off and kicked things off for the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026. This was the Group C we were focusing today on our stream. But this is Zipto Esports lineup, which is going to play JA, Riza, Iman, Fixie, and Hot Sauce. Oh boy, did Hot Sauce and Fixie step up in the last game against Toadak, which we all saw, and they literally turned things around for Zipto.
Honestly, the way that Zipto have been playing, I'm a little bit afraid for RRQ. If they're able to shut down Todak's overall potential like that early on, then RRQ, they have a lot to really give in towards this game if they want to take this one away. They have a lot of very experienced players on their roster, and that is the big winning fact for this team. But then again, the map selection is also going to be very important going in for this. Corrode being the last and final map as well. RRQ, they have showcased such dominance on this map in particular with their double controller setup. Plus, Moniet's just going to be able to run rampant on the server with that Neon too. So unless we see a good game plan coming in from the side of Zipto, it's going to be a very difficult one for them to win.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you, Aggressive. So this is something which is going to be very, very interesting to watch on Core Road. That too, because Core Road is a map where, of course, we know that defensive half is something you expect teams to dominate. But with that being said, we have seen things, not panning as expected. But let's see how Core Road pans out, because our Q players are literally smiling. We look at Monier. He looks pretty comfortable, and that is something which you would expect. Crazy guy, I think he did not have a good game against Toadak, due to which things did not turn in favor, and something which we all mentioned, that a guy like Crazy guy, he needs his SOA to just flex things up. Let's see what kind of an agent composition we see on Korod.
So instead, he wins the race for them, as both teams now are going through the agent selection. I do believe that they're just waiting for that selection to come in. But overall, what I am going to be questioning a little bit more is, what will Zipto really do here? because as a squad, they're in high spirits after what they did to Toadak. So they're going to be playing a very different game than what we expected, and it seems as the RRQ are going to be going in for that exact same setup, but instead a Viper only. Wait a second, they're going for a single controller setup. Okay, no, never mind. I got debated for a second there. Crazy guy. He's going to be opting for that Omen as well. It's going to be the exact same composition coming in from either side, but there's going to be no Sentinel on from the side of Zipto. They're going to be relying on pure raw firepower to just rush their way through a lot of the defensive setups that RRQ are going to be trying to get through on. And that chamber will be that winning factor for them. Jemkin needs to find early kills going into a lot of very aggressive positions when he's on that defensive side. Otherwise, I don't know how they're going to be able to stop the pure raw rush of Waylay and also Neon.
Yup, definitely. RQ looks like they have got everything's covered with a double controller setup, and same goes for Zipto. With a double duelist composition, this becomes a little interesting to watch at. There's no sentinel on core road, which will definitely mean that a lot more flanks for RRQ. Jemkin is a personality who loves to play on that operator. Okay, we have 5 more seconds left on the clock, and things will just start to pan out. Let's see how things are gonna end up. Because if Zipto wins, we know what's the result. But if RQ wins, we don't know what's gonna happen, because it's all gonna boil down to the differences. But Iman starts things off pretty well, takes down Chemkin on the first blow.
That's a big kill at that, already starting things off strong. Zipto, they're out here not to play, but to take this bragging rights away. Good early start coming out from them. And that's big moving forward.
Spike down.
Kushi, he's going to be able to shut down 2 almost immediately, take it down over to a 2v2 situation. The plan not yet gone down, but fixed. He doesn't even need to get that plan down at the end of the day because he has his aim to make it work. Momentum is high on this team. And Toadak, I'm pretty sure I heard a big sigh and a desk soon to break if RRQ don't take this one.
Yep. I mean, see, we have to state the fact that Zipto are still undefeated. RQ did not start the day well. They lost the first game against Toadak, won against Dream Chaser, and now they're up against a team who are to be, claiming an undisputed slot in this group at least. So RQ needs to bring their A game, because this is again a best of 1 situation. You're not facing any team out there in a best of 3 or a best of 5K situation, so where you can have a comeback in a different map. This is either a do or a die for both the teams, and that is why both the teams are playing it slow. Jamkin on the other end have taken an aggressive angle. 3 players have taken mid control, so this is very, very good from Zipto. They're doing what is needed in a map like Road. I said it multiple times in the previous one when we saw a map where it was Dream Chasers going up against RRQ, that this is where things can change a lot. Okay, now they're forced to go towards V. Takes the first one, Fixie. This one man still there. Oh, he missed the first one, missed the second one as well, which allows Kushi to get Iman. The recovery as well. RQ is left out with only Crazy Guy. Who's there towards Link.
Cover going out.
At this point of time, Crazy Guy, the last man, he's just waiting if he can get any exit frags. Oh, yeah, he will get one. Yep. And would definitely want to die on the spike, which would definitely give them some bonus. Yep. Not that bad kind of a round for RRQ. But Zipto, a good and a solid start. A very, very solid start. Zipto would want to win the bonus round and would just build on that momentum, because we have seen it multiple times that whoever has gone on to win the bonus round or maybe have created the momentum in the game have more or less won the game. So just showcases that how important this round is going to be in the course of this game. I see a Bucky in play. Champion. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a fast play coming in. Oh, the law of utility is being committed. Afro finds one. Fixie gets one, but until then he could do anything. Things have slowed down. Well prepared RRQ this time. The crossfire worked in their favor. Can they do anything towards the mid area? Because Zipto do not have any sentinel to go with. They don't have those holding agents except for the two controllers. Okay, Champion finds few shots, gets one. There, Hot Sauce and Iman is the last man standing. Oh, not actually Iman, it's Hot Sauce is the last man standing. Possibility of a 1v2 there, but Kushi denies that. The second round comes in pretty quickly. I mean, beg your pardon, RQ gets the first round in their favor. A good buy round coming in for them, a good start for them. So finally, RQ did not, let Zipto run away with the bonus round and not make it easy for them, which was good on their part, because they have understood one fact that Zipto needs to play aggressive because they don't have any sentinel. So if they try to play it slow, it's just going to be in favor of RRQ because they have those holding agents. So now the mid control is going to be pretty important. Looks like it's going to be an E hit. The A lobby looks full at this point of time for Zipto. The overdrive is ready. The overdrive can be utilized. Crazy Guy is just waiting with that paranoia. And the swings will come in. The paranoia will be used, but Crazy Guy picks up Fixie there. The only man who could peek. Rest all did not willingly peek or did not want to. Question is, the advantage is there. And a gun will be recovered by Monnier.
This is going to be a very slow approach over towards that mid side
A lot of
too.
noise being showcased towards A, but they did not commit there. Once again, revolving towards top mid and going in. Kushi. He will be the first point of contact before he commits. He gets one. The numbers advantage is kept intact.
What?
Champion finds. Ooh.
Just
Champion.
TP's away at the worst possible second. Swings across. It's going to be two players against one. They're not going to be able to hold this one out for long. RRQ just being the demons that they are. Monia doesn't really have the swing capabilities to go in for anything just yet. Three players now swinging across. It's going to be a 1, 2, 3 for every single one of them. As Jemkin and of course Crazy Guy just riding on the high together as a team, going in for the Avengers peak. But then again,
Absolutely.
this round was a little bit too close to RRQ. Nearly fumbled the bag there. If Jemkin died before he was able to pull off that TP, this would have been a completely different story.
Absolutely. That was a cheeky move there, but he TP'd out at the correct time. Timing has always been a part of this game where I think it means everything at this level. If you can time your peaks, if you can time your movements and positionings, I think you'll come out on top 9 out of 10 times. Now the question is, with that override and nightfall available. Okay. So early commitment here. Now towards mid. Fixie wants to push in. He gets one onto Monnier. The counter coming in. Fixie gets second one. And the nightfall being committed as well. Okay, Crazy Guy finds Fixie there. Stops the onslaught. But still there's a lot more to be done over there. He refracted over there. The Waylay gets the information. The site is under control. Problem is the CT has not been taken in their favor. So this can come as a back. Okay. Crazy guy. He is allowed to frag and frag big. I was not able to frame the word there. I was like, okay, if the CT control is not there, and if you're not having the CT control, it's gonna just come in so bad in the post plant situation, and that is what happened. And how was he allowed to get 3 frags?
It already just came down to one thing and one thing only. Crazy Guy just having an absolute beast of a game plan there. He just swung in, and the fact that he had the confidence to go in for those 3 kills was absolutely perfect.
True.
The way that the setup really went in for as well, you could tell that the crazy guy just had that proper read. He was able to run past the C's being thrown out by the Fade as well in that exact situation. And because of that initial play, the fearless nature that he has is one of his defining traits, right? Crazy Guy has that name, Crazy Guy, for that very reason. He will take those risky plays, and somehow he's just always able to make that magic work. RRQ banking on that fact that individual brilliance that these players have is really shining through in this particular game when it matters the most. And Zipto just couldn't really find the edge that they needed, the timing that he was able to find. And for now, it's time to settle down here. A calm before the storm for either side, as they're gonna need to try to play this one through. Cushy, he's in towards the link side. He needs to try to play this one a bit more defensively. He knows that the positions have already been compromised. Mid control's been given away. They need to play towards the side. But the question is, where will the members of Zipto go for? They have a lot of opportunities and a lot of different positions that they can play from. A possible wraparound all the way from defender side spawn. But even then, it's a little bit risky. B-side take is going to be the game plan here, but Crazy Guy with an Odin just waiting up on the top side of heaven. Now this is going to be a difficult one to break
30
through.
seconds left.
Yeah. Odin is definitely going to be very irritating. There's one more guy peeking from mid. Oh, wait, Iman and Riza has a different plan though. Crazy Guy being dealt with. This time they did not miss out the CD control. They have it, but wait, Kushi is coming in from that angle, and where is Jemkin? Okay, Fixie now finds his positioning. Iman takes care of Kushi. The only positioning is left out is B main. Wait, he's not even there. He's saving his op. The last time we saw him in a situation like this, he was not allowed to frag out. Because of which, I think Toadak was so brilliant on that game or on that map that they ended up beating RRQ because Jemkin was not allowed to frag out. One of the star fraggers with that operator, due to which the chamber was picked up. Anyways, let's see if this save can be converted into a valuable situation for them in the next round. A good round from Zipto.
It's a little bit scary, but still, regardless of that, they do have a little bit of a saving grace for their name being the one weapon that they were able to pick up, but even then, doesn't mean they're going to be able to convert it into more rounds if they do not really play together as a team. It's already going to come down to the way that these following rounds are going to be panning out from them. It's a 3-3 scoreline here. That's one thing, but with the buys that they do have, they need to go in for something big here. It's really reliant on one thing and one thing alone. Making sure that operators finds instant value early on. Jemkin, he's trying to make do with it. He's already utilized the Prowler coming in from Kush to just find a little bit more of a forward position. So he's just going to be holding the line on towards A, and everyone else is going to be opting for much more of a rotation. Second Prowler already utilized mid control, just being completely given away. They know that no one's present on that side, so B side will be the one ripe for the picking. They need to get into position quickly because with the smokes now fading and with the initial play already being set, RRQ, they need to be prepared for this fight.
Yeah, they are. Looks like that. Monier finds the first one. The overdrive coming in. Monier gets one, gets the second one as well. He is swinging in, he swings in big, and let's go is the word. And Monier is pumped up. Absolutely amazing from that man. A 4K, and definitely a big momentum coming in their favor because this is where things can change pretty quickly.
They just needed that one chance, that one opportunity that I keep on telling you about time in and time out here. That instant rotation, and of course that instant play coming in from Monier as well, utilizing all of the chaos that is being done by Zipto to his own advantage. Popped out the overdrive and just instantly smacked through everyone like Kemper Palpatine. Using that laser gun to its fullest caliber. Jemkin now. He's going to be the first one to go in for that fight. Early on this duel, He's already close for this angle. He's going to try to go in for an aggressive fight of his own, but look at Ja. He's inside of the corner. He's going to be the first line of contact for his entire team. Moniet's trying to make a full-on rotation. It's going to be a 5v5 retake. Absolute chaos is going to now ensue on this A side. As soon as that first initial hit does happen, all the players are going to be reconvening for one particular position. They don't want to give any of their guns away, and they're trying to play for the full-on advantage. Only one player is present at the end of the day. One player towards the side of mid who's going to be coming in through late, but this one Viper's Pit is going to cause them so many issues. The damage is massive, and it's going to be on. Gets a big kill over onto Moni, and Kuchi's going to be able to find out one more, though, but the Viper is still very much alive. Kuchi now coming alive, gets the second, still able to hold Kuchi with his third. Chimkin no answers back, and now Zephyro comes in from the back for one final stab. They take out each and every one of their players, and you can see the smile on their faces. RRQ, they have activated, and they're now here to take this win.
Wow, I mean, the way Iman connected that shot, I thought that we have a round in our hands, and it could have been a Zipto moment, but they had a different plan. Correctly so. JCL, the coach, wanted to take a timeout. A breather is required because the situation and the stipulation of this game, the stakes are a lot, because if Zipto wins this, definitely they will be the one to qualify for the playoffs of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. But if RRQ wins it, they need to. We still do not know that if RRQ wins it, that they are going to qualify or not. Is it going to be Toadak, or still it's going to be Zipto, even if they lose out on this game? So everything is going to also boil down towards that round difference, and if between two teams the round differences are same, we will see another game aggressive. That is also on the card. So there is a lot more possibility. There is a lot more to it. It's not over. It's not over.
Okay, so I'll tell you one thing. If RRQ want to qualify, they need to get a very, very convincing win here now. They only have 3 more rounds as a buffer. So if they lose 4 rounds consecutively, or if they lose 4 rounds at any point, they are not going to be the ones to qualify. I don't think they're going to be thinking about that. They just want to think about getting this victory here, but it's on the back of our minds, right? Because RRQ, their chances of even making it through this entire group stage relies on them having that convincing victory.
Absolutely. And we told you that this league format is going to be brutal if you're not disciplined as a team, if you're not consistent as a team, and will punish you at any point of time. We have seen it with big names already in the APAC region today, and they are struggling at this point. RRQ against Zipto. This is the 9th round. Jemkin, he has the operator, wanting to find someone. Will he find? Yes, this time. Make no mistake. Riza feels it. Still from the shadows. And the Nightfall is there. So the counter can be a Nightfall. But because of that Viper's Pit, they have now been forced to go towards mid-top. Where Crazy Guy is just waiting to go berserk. Just to not peek. Oh, wait. There's a different storyline, because Crazy Guy did not find it so comfortable. His position is definitely revealed. Now Prowlers can be used. They cannot hear. The plant will be taken out. The spike has been planted now. The city control isn't there. So once again, this is going to be a big problem. Last time we saw this, Crazy Guy got 3k. Afro, his peak from heaven can it be costly? Numbers advantage still in favor. The utility usage will come in. Monier comes in with the utility usage. Now Monier, Zephyro, both fires. And both find value. Monier is still alive. The last man there towards me.
Yeah,
he
this is
can
gone.
do nothing here. And he has to run away. And he won't be able to save the weaponry as well. The 6th round in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, this is just an absolute utter domination coming out from their side. The way that the team is playing and the way that the synergy is going in for them, this is the RRQ that we know and love. This is the RRQ that are out here to take this victory for themselves. This is just This is a nail biter of a game when you think about it, because Toadak in the background, right? They're hoping that RRQ are able to take this victory because because if I remember properly, if Zipto they don't take 3 more rounds, it's over, right? It's done and dusted for them if RRQ are able to take a win right after they're able to take 4 rounds. So anything could happen now. It's already dependent on one thing and one thing alone. It's about RRQ having the grit and that energy to just keep things rolling for themselves. A-Man's going to be able to take down 2, though, at the end of the day. That Stinger, able to give them that glory that they need, the timing that they require, and a possible opportunity to pick up 2 weapons for themselves. It's already dependent on one thing, but Crazy Guy with this one Odin is just such a nuisance child to deal with. He can't even pick up another weapon because if he does, he will hear the sound and instantly start spamming with that Odin once again. Hot Sauce. Stuck in an impossible odds. The snake bite doesn't really catch him. Swings out over towards the corner, but the shot just does not connect. And Zephyro shuts him down. RRQ, they keep the lead going for their team. 7-4 now going into the last round of this half.
Absolutely. I mean, RRQ are just turning the tables at the correct time. Is it the moment? Is it the timing which they are going to find? We will know. We will know it. 7-3 is the scoreline. Zipto, they just need to win it. They don't have any kind of stipulation that the round difference, because if they win it, they're going to be the undisputed one. But to win this situation, it's going to be difficult. I think they still need 2 more rounds. These 2 last rounds are going to be very, very important. Pretty crucial for Zipto. Once they go on that defensive half, it will become a much more easier. But they need those round cushioning in their favor. If not the 5th round, but at least the 4th round. A 9-2 scoreline is not recommended at all. Oh, the Wele refract comes in. Okay, Riza finds value. Chemkin goes out. There's one more player wanting to come in and push. Okay, it is Kushimon. Takes him up, and Riza also finds value onto Crazy Guy. Numbers advantage there in favor. And they are moving in towards A, where Monnier has to be the one. Monnier, can he find one? He finds one. Monnier, can he find one more? No, Fixie trades him out. Last man, Efrel, is to deal with a lot. 3-man. Riza. Oh, okay. Now the information is there. Hot Sauce would definitely want to join his team. And Riza finishes things up.
Oh no.
Yep, 7-4.
It's happening. The nightmares are beginning. The visions are starting to form. Zipto, they're starting to smile now. But on the opposite side, RRQ, they know that their impending doom is just looming over them. 2 more rounds, mind you. 2 more goddamn rounds that they have as a buffer. But for now, the real question will be one thing. RRQ, they need to take this victory for this particular round. Going on an 8-4 into their own attacking half is going to be quite the crucial bit for them. Because Crowd as a map, even though a lot of people say that this is a little bit more defensive favored, if you have a double controller setup, you can easily turn this into a very attack favored map if you're able to play your cards right with that Viper. And both teams have really showcased their individual brilliance purely on the basis on the way that the Viper has been utilized. Jemkin, though, now being that person to set up that line in towards this A frontal position, with A main now being taken out of full control, Jemkin just needs to hold. Lobby control being established is big for them because he can catch out any player that could be trying to go in for a sneaky play.
Yeah, the crawler will definitely give up the positioning. Jemkin, that was a very big gamble. I thought that he still wanted to be stubborn, but wait, the ultimate commitment comes in from Wele. Riza will find value. No,
Love
Jemkin,
that confidence.
The confidence one as well. Wow! Now Koshi comes in with the Nightfall as well. No audio whatsoever. Crazy Guy finds one more. And RQ are not ready to give up.
Oh my god, Jemkin. This guy, This guy is the final boss for the team. It's not even money yet anymore. It's JMK. I told you that one chamber needs to find infinite levels of value if they want to win this game up against a double duelist composition. Even
True.
though he was waylay ulted, he pulled out his headhunter and got that second kill, which is absolute utter insanity. He is not afraid of a damn thing, and this is how chamber players need to be. If they're the ones getting the kills, if they're the ones finding value instantly, even when util is thrown towards them, you know that the game is long gone.
Yeah, true. Absolutely correct. Zipto. What are they thinking? The round swaps will come in. It's going to be very important if they want to win this game. If they want to fancy their chances of qualifying. Here you go. You're facing your biggest demon. Your nightmares. It's RRQ. You need to win against them. And for that dream to come true, you need to start with the first pistol round. What are they thinking? Okay. Looks like a me up, bro. What a shot from Chemkin. He literally... Wait, what? Fixie, how is he still alive? Fixie's alive.
Fixie.
Oh my goodness. Now he won't be allowed to run away with that. And Imam, he comes in with a cheap shot onto Jemkin. But the only man surviving is the Omen. And it's a 1v3 for him. Again, a big problem for Hot Sauce and Zipto. That they don't have the numbers in their favor. And RRQ are just making it possible. He needs to check the left hand side. Will he check? He checks and he connects. Ushi gets taken out. Now, he has the paranoia. He has one smoke to go with. Oh my god! What a collateral damage that was! My goodness, mean. Why would you want to do that when your position is known? You just need to play time. And Zipto and Hot Sauce have turned the tables at the correct timing. You mentioned 2 more rounds. I say 1 more round for RRQ.
I cannot. This was just an unfortunate situation and a half. I was literally clasping my hands right there. I could not believe that Hot Sauce was able to find that instant moment in that timing, to find that initial kill. This is what you want to see. This is pretty much a grand final level game going on as a BO1. Both of these teams finding tooth and nail to make sure that their tournament dreams stay here and alive. And Toadak in the background, they're cheering as loud as they possibly can. RRQ, you should take this victory. They need this to happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're waiting for Zipto to take like 7 rounds too. So I don't know who they're rooting for. They could be rooting for Zipto first, get the 7 rounds, and then RRQ just full send it.
True. Let's Fixie find value with that snake bite. Ja and Fixie, wow. Wow, that was a complete shutdown. Complete shutdown from Zipto over there. And they have 1 more round in the kitty. Slowly inching and closing down that buffer. RRQ are left out with 2 more rounds. Actually, 1 more round. Only 1. If they lose out on this, RRQ's hopes of qualifying is gonna get shut down.
Where do they want to go with this one? I'm a little bit worried about this. This could go in either direction at any goddamn second. But overall,
Wow.
it's that much more slower-ended approach. It's going to be Zephyr who's going to be able to take that first kill up against Zipto, though. It's already 8-6. They can't lose any more rounds here. I'm serious when I say this. They cannot lose any more rounds. If they do, RRQ, doesn't matter if they win or lose this one. It's all but over. Hot Sauce, he's going to be able to take down Zephyr. That's going to be a 4v4 situation now. The floodgates have already opened, but still, Emon's going to be able to find out 1 more. Body and falls. Gushy now doesn't really have the weapon, but he needs to get the kill. He's going to be able to find the secondary as well.
Whoa!
Turn a double kill to the name of Gushy. It's RRQ. They turn everything back. 3 versus 2 now. Fixie does have a rifle in his hands to try and take this fight. Slow and steady wins the race here, buddy. You have your teammate coming in all the way around the flank, but Jemkin, he's going to be expecting a job. Needs to go in for the swing, but he's not going to be ready for the angle. RRQ, they're keeping this one alive, even though the situation was dire. The turning point is this. Pixie now gave away the sounds. Doesn't really have much to give in towards this round either. Positions revealed, everything is known, and 3 players just converging into his position.
Yup. Pixie goes in for a save. RRQ just barely breathing aggressive. Just barely breathing. Those 2 shots. Wow, that was desperacy. And the desperacy paid off. They are lying on a ventilation bed with all the oxygen cylinders on right now. Whew. This is something which they can do right at this moment. But it's not over. Every single round from here on, it's gonna look like that. But if Zipto somehow pulls one more, it will be over. Setup looks like a mid control. They want to take mid control. Wow, so an aggression coming in from Wele and the Neon from Zipto, but doesn't find any value. Wele waits. Riza waits here. Monnier, can he get control of the A lobby? They're moving in towards A. Riza's playing very aggressive. All the utilities are used up. RQ does not have any ultimate points to go with. All are far away. Riza doesn't have any ability to stop them, or to use in his favor. Shemkin, he is also leaving the site now. B main control have been given, and he is wanting to play with his team. A good decision actually. But look at Riza. Oh, Chemkin! But Chemkin was ready for Riza. Chemkin is always ready. Hot sauce. Will he be expected by Chemkin or not? But there's someone also inching to peek from B window, and Hot sauce finds Chemkin. The sentinel has been taken out. No, Monnier! Oh my goodness me! Monnier swings left and right and takes down Fixie, who couldn't handle the Neon movements. Monnier, he survives, and along with him survives RRQ's dream to qualify for the Predator League playoffs. They are surviving. They are still surviving. And Toadak are also pretty much tense in this situation alongside Zipto.
It's a tough position for them to be in. Overall, every single one of these players, they know what to expect. They know what they're bringing onto the table. RRQ literally getting themselves onto this double-digit round. They take down A-Man. They're not going to be able to take down Dajo. He's going to be on the opposite side of the map. And this is where the set play is going to start to arise. Everyone pretty much waiting to see who's going to be the ones to take this victory. One slip up now from RRQ, and their hopes of even qualifying is just gone.
Yep.
We did the calculations here in our head. We could be wrong, but if they lose one round, it's over. They have no chance of qualifying. And even and if they do win, then Toadak will qualify.
Yeah. Zipto. Only if they win.
Will they qualify?
Ooh, hot sauce!
What a shot.
But Afro with a good reply there. Riza, trying to be cheeky, have pushed in towards mid. Aggressive angle. Chemkin manages to miss both the shots now. Will he be able to connect? No, Fixie. He connects on to Chemkin, tricks him with the movements, beats all those shots out. Everything is happening here on the map of Korod. Spike will go down for RRQ. The Vipers being committed. Now RRQ is looking at the 11th round for them. With that Viper spate in their favor, it's going to be difficult. They have the numbers advantage. The question is when they will want to commit. Do they have the utilities? They have one Prowler. They have the Seas. Okay, the Prowler. The Nightfall being committed. Nightfall being committed. No audio. No audio
this
clue
is bad.
for these players. But Jay finds one. Afro finds two. RRQ still surviving. It's the 1v2.
No way.
RRQ.
Right?
Wait, crazy guy needs to find the timing. But wait, Iman just
pulled off the impossible.
perishes the dream for RRQ. It's over. It is over, aggressive. For this season of 2026 Asia Pacific Predator League, RRQ can't make it to the playoffs at least. They can still win the game, but not qualify. But Zipto needs to win this if they want to qualify.
That was such a close clutch as well. The pressure was a little bit too much. I don't think the players actually realize this, do they? They're still going to be playing to their heart's content. But good God, the way that this panned out for them. Now RRQ just need to see this victory for Toadak. It's all dependent on this. If RRQ win, there's a chance to have everything turn around. But good God, to have a system like this where the points are the thing that dictates whether or not you're going to be able to take this victory. It could be all but over.
Some pressure being towards Hot Sauce.
Sauce.
Hot Sauce finds both of them. Hot Sauce converting big values over there. Hot Sauce is still alive. Until unless he's taken out, the A side is not up for grabs. Monier knows. Hot Sauce is still alive. Hot Sauce, my goodness me. This man is on a roll. He survives with 39 HP. And a dream for Zipto to qualify. Oh, what an ace coming in from this man. Yep, a standing ovation for that man, Hot Sauce. Wow.
Absolute dominating victory coming out from them. But overall, this is just an absolute insane moment coming out from them. The round differentials, I do believe, is still in the favor of Zipto. Now, even if they do lose out here, if this ends on a 13-8 scoreline, this is a completely different story. Because at that point, it's going to be a tiebreaker between Zipto and Toadak. So this is going to be very difficult to see exactly which two of those teams are going to be moving forward. It's all dependent on RRQ at this point. We don't know what's going to happen next. As the players are just settling in, I'm pretty sure that they're aware of their grim fate right now. What's going to happen next? Where are they going to go moving forward here?
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough call to make because RRQ, are they going to be firing up on all cylinders to try and shut down Zipto's chance of moving forward and qualifying from this group? Because this is honestly going to be the biggest upset out of all of the other matches that we have been having. Because Zipto, yeah, they are an incredible roster, but to have a performance like this, it's just astounding.
Oh no. Kushi finds value, but look at Iman. And Rizarisa finds one more. Wherever Zipto is speaking, they're finding value at this point of time. RRQ's confidence is shattered after the 7th round. You know, that has costed them big time. Aggressive, the way that panned out. Goodness me. Feels like they haven't recovered from that round yet. Okay, Hot Sauce once again is going to find out the timing over here. Will he? Afro. The paranoia will be used and Iman's. Whoa, what a timing. Everything perfect on that move. The paranoia and the swing coming in at the correct timing. Just showcases the communication is on point for Zipto at this point of time. Jemkin has a spike though. He's the last man standing. He doesn't have a weapon to play with. He only...
It's over. This is bad because I'm thinking about it right now in my head. If the math is correct, then I do believe that Zipto is already qualified. Doesn't matter what happens next. The round differentials are not in the favor of Toadak anymore. So pretty much the qualifying team's already been given. 10-9. I think it's over.
True. But we'll still wait for them to win. I think that will be the icing on the cake, right?
Yeah.
They want to win. They've come so far. Yeah. If you want to feel that you have qualified for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, and now with Zipto qualifying, just imagine what will it do to the tournament structure. I mean, it just completely opens that and shows that anybody that shows perseverance and works hard on the game with the kind of coordination they have showed, anybody can win it. Fixie fights trade. Yeah, aggressive.
I don't know where this is gonna go now. They're just gonna try to bum rush their way in towards the side and clear out any of these corners, but down over to a 2v3 situation now. Tushy, first one to take a fight, but I do believe that the nerves are already acting up. And Zipto, they're riding the high on that momentum. They're making sure that they juice out as much as they possibly can when it comes down to rounds. And as they do, the hopes and dreams for both of these teams just slowly slipping away here at this point. 10-10 is going to be the reality. It's RRQ opting to go in for a little bit of a save here, have that weapon carry forward, but I do believe that the grim news is slowly going to start to settle in.
Yeah. The people in Philippines will be happy. The Valorant fans in Philippines would be definitely happy to see that their team is doing so well. Don't know about what is happening with OSS Gaming. They're in the other group. Didn't get the time to focus on the other teams. We have been so busy with Group C, right? We have absolutely witnessed some amazing games, amazing 6 games yet to be finished. Yeah, Hot Sauce finally comes in and finds Afro, not going in for the save. But I think RQ, they still need to finish this. Still playing for their pride. And
Absolutely.
if required, take a timeout, discuss, maybe take a little breather, reset, and then again, you can focus. It has been that kind of a day for RQ. Maybe, sometimes you feel as a player that it isn't our day, but the tournament format is that brutal that if you are not showing up each and every game with the consistency which is required in an international event where 13 other nations are there to compete with you. I mean, 12 other nations are there to compete with you. You can just understand that what are at stakes.
This is tough. 10-10 on the scorecards. The excitement that we were all feeling, the moments of brilliance that we were witnessing coming in from the members of RRQ, it's all still there. Jemkins, he gets that first kill, and that's a big one at that. Being able to shut down the Waylay early on. But now Iman in the corner. The angle's his. Needs to go in for those double kills. The players just coming in for the backup. Amon's going to be able to shut down Modian as soon as the overdrive came through as well. But Zephyro, over from the side of A-Main, is going to be able to find a little bit of a weapon to play for. The shots don't connect from Jemkins either. And they are falling like flies. Zipto, they know about their qualification already. They are ecstatic, and you can see that in their gameplay. They are confident, peaking absolutely everything. They have the timing, they have the reads, and they're making sure that they send a message to every single other team out there in all of the other brackets as well, that they are coming for them.
Okay, wait. Slide alongside Jar's peak. Now, finally, Zipto has the lead. Zipto has the lead. It's the 11th round on board. Inching towards that game point. Finally, a timeout comes in from Jovi. This was required. Should have been taken earlier. It's okay. It's not over until it's over, as we say it. We know these players can pull things back at any point of time.
It's just very questionable what really went wrong here for them. I do get it in the off season. You're not gonna be at your 100%, but even then, RIQ, them losing out against Toadak was the biggest upset that we didn't really expect. Zipto as a team, yeah, it's understandable, but it seems as though this squad had the biggest Cinderella story run out of everyone. And now they could be coming out of this group with a clean sweep. They're ahead on this. Or it just doesn't make sense.
Yep. Sometimes, it's hard to digest as well. But that's how, 2026 is, and that's how harsh the reality is, that if you're not good enough, you won't be given an inch. That has been the case in all the Group C games. Whenever a team has snoozed out, they have not been able to close out on the map. Either be it Toadak, either be it RQ or Dream Chaser. Zipto for a while also were not able to find the spot. They have made their way, and let's see how this round pans out. Playing it pretty slow. Player still holding out. The spike is still there towards mid bottom. Not decided yet. A lot of utilities being used, and I think they are again going to go towards A lobby. Lobby control is something which is demanded by RQ. I think they're willingly giving it away. Wanting to play on a retake. Okay, now the information will be there. Players coming in from Link as well. The paranoia is connected pretty well, but the counter paranoia just slows things up for RQ. Now Monnier swings. Monnier finds value.
30 seconds left.
Alongside Monnier, it was Kushi as well, who took down Hot Sauce, who has really been pretty busy today in whatever angle he has been playing, right? Aggressive.
It's all been him and his performances, right? Moniet now. I would find a little bit more value here. These slow, methodical plays really seems to be working out for the members of RIQ. They do take an 11-11 to their name, possibly here. It's already dependent on Ja here. If he's able to find that first kill, yes, he does. Good overall positioning, but he's not going to be expecting the player that could be coming in behind him. The flick just does not connect, and Zephyro instead is going to be the thing that shuts him down. 11-11 on the scorecards, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ are not yet ready to give this one up. They're fighting for this victory. They want to take this one victory back home with them. Doesn't matter if they qualify or not.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And that being said, and as I said, that the timeout did really pay off. And it should have been taken pretty much earlier when they started, when they lost the momentum on the 7th round, which was actually the marquee moment of the game, which they had to win, but they couldn't. They had to win at 13-6. But that did not happen. Even if they win now, it's going to be the other team who's going to qualify. And that is how, difficult a round difference can be. Still waiting. Maybe thinking and some kind of discussions going on the other side, which is, of course, Zipto. The scoreline says 11-11. We haven't seen any overtime yet. Maybe this is the one where we see it. Before we end things up on the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 group stages, before we see the playoffs, we see one overtime in Group C.
I mean, there's always a chance, right?
Yeah, true. Possibility.
But victory is something that needs to be assured here at the end of the day. Both teams are just now fighting for that bragging rights before they do get sent off.
Riza.
But Riza just picks up an operator and instantly puts a damper on their plans. Hopes and dreams crushed now because your chamber losing out on an operator duel. That's what kind of dictates the presence of this entire map. You need to take these fights and you need to find those victories. To lose it this early, it's going to be a sting for them. Now you no longer have flank control. You don't really have anyone that can lurk up for free. And look at the level of control that Zipto have already established towards mid. Their Omen up and ready, instant for the contact play. as soon as they hear any bit of noise, both players are going to jump out together and use that paranoia to take that fight.
Oh no, Jay finds two. Fixie is still alive. And the control has not been given. It's been denied for RRQ. They'll quickly bring up the match point or the game point for Zipto. RRQ has not been their day. It's not been Jemkin kind of a day. No, it's not been a crazy guy kind of a day or a money kind of a day.
30 seconds left.
That is why they have been pretty struggling in this game and the previous games, except for the one against Dream Chaser. I think everybody got a comfortable victory against them. Rest all games were pretty close, and Zipto has been the team, is still the team to beat.
10 seconds left.
They're undefeated yet. Oh, crazy guy!
Oh my god.
Wow. Just shows the confidence.
Yeah,
isn't
that
there.
shouting as well. They're just so high on this momentum now. They're just riding it to that finish line. They know they have qualified, but the thing is, they need to go there in style. A full 3-0 sweep throughout that entire group stage. A group stage of death when you consider about it, because it has Toadak and RRQ in it. Boom is on the opposite side of the spectrum. We all do know for a fact that they are going to be the ones to qualify, if I remember properly. So, I don't know, man. Anything is a probability now.
True. Will we see an overtime?
Okay.
Wow. Start to... if this is something... If RRQ wins, of course, we'll see an overtime. But...
You want to
Neon
play,
is taken out of
let's
the play. Chamber Op comes out. Let's see if Chemkin finds any kind of value here. Monier. And okay, Iman. We might be moving in towards an overtime aggressive. There's a good possibility. Very, very good possibility. Until Zipto pulls off any special kind of a performance here.
This is just a tough spot. Wait a minute, Hot Sauce. He's the hero of this story at the end of the day. What a flick to his name as well. Good God. Hot Sauce nearly pulled off a miracle and a half if he got that second kill onto Cushy. But now it's up to Ja. Up against the Viper's Pit. This is going to be a very difficult fight for him to take. He does find a little bit of a corner that he can play for. 3 bullets to try and go in for something. He can't even opt to go in for that reload that quickly. The Chamber has the timing, sees the position, and Jemkin instantly shuts the Viper down. 12 to 12 overtime, ladies and gentlemen, has already been initiated. But the thing is, this is just a slow and painful death. It's going the distance, and I love it. But does the ends justify the means? I don't really know.
I was going to say that this might be the first overtime of the league, but we have already witnessed different. For Group C, it is the first overtime. In different groups, there have been overtimes with Fancy United and with OSS Gaming as well. But anyways, we all know what the results are. As you mentioned, it's a slow painkiller. It will sink in for RRQ, but anyways, they still got to deliver. They still need to win it. Pretty slow. Zipto. They are just portraying what RRQ just did in the last round. Okay, now finally they've started the movements. Riza pretty fast on that mid control, which was not allowed to be taken in the first 15 seconds at least. The A lobby control isn't there yet because of the Viper wall. Now Monier, he pushes out B main. Hot Sauce is waiting for him. Does not overextend, because if he overextends, Hot Sauce would definitely punish him there. His presence is required. Jemkin waiting for someone to peek towards A main. I guess he has an operator. And it's going to be a timing with The Viper there, exactly. Riza gets taken out. Champion finds value. Now Champion finds Fixie as well. Iman trades out Kushi, but Champion is still alive. Champion, before he gets taken out, he finds 3. Wow, Champion, where were you? We were missing you, definitely. There has been glimpses where Champion has performed today, right? Aggressive.
Absolutely. But even through those performances, they need to pull off something big to break through this 2v3 line. Both of the controllers staying alive is always going to be an issue. They have no idea that a player already leaked across. All 3 players are going to be in that exact side. And they know the positions. Ja's going to be able to find the first. They're looking for even more. Modi at the sun doesn't really connect properly. They go in for the spray, and Zipto, they played a perfect 3v2 situation. Good God.
Wow.
Zipto, they played that so brilliantly, switching out to the operator in that exact second because they know someone needs to peek out first, and Neon should have been the first one to take contact. Omen, why in the name of God are you peeking out like that? But then again, you're not going to be expecting an operator to be on the opposite side of that angle. Good God, this is just brilliant coming in from Zipto.
RQ have been humbled here. Aggressive. RQ have been humbled. Definitely being humbled here. They still need to win on the attackers half. RQ, if they still want to win this game, the game will continue for another 2 rounds if we see another overtime. But look at Hot Sauce. Wow, wait, what? He's the first point of contact? This is pretty unusual, but anyways, we've seen so many unusual things happening. But Hot Sauce this time, no mercy for him. Money punishes him. Okay, Fixie equalizes things. Money is taken out. The A control is not yet there, but Champion is slowly creeping in with his operator. Crazy guy is holding his corners. The last time when we saw this team holding their angles, it didn't work. Was Zipto who could manage, but the corners this time are being cleared. Kushi and Crazy Guy now. Crazy Guy until he realizes, okay, now we will have 1 more overtime. Definitely 2 more rounds in the on the cards.
Both teams are just going the distance. They're making sure that this keeps on rolling. The double, triple overtime that I expected to come in from Toadak and Zipto wasn't really the case when it came down to this. They've not given up just yet. Another pause will be taken by JCL to just give his teams a little bit of a pep talk to just bring them back up to that margin. It's been a long day, a grueling couple of BO1s that they had to play through, and this is really breaking them mentally, as you can already tell.
Yeah, for sure. Valorant is always pretty consuming mentally. You have to be mentally so fit. Playing 3 games in a day, that 2 BO1s in a pressure situation. You know, you're always tested. That too in a LAN kind of a situation where the pressure is just doubled up. Because you're not just playing.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
I mean, they're just not playing as a team. They're also representing their respective countries, right?
It's all about that mental pressure that all of these teams had to go through. For RRQ, this is nothing new, but the way that they fumbled in this particular tournament is just a little bit too, how do you put it, unexpected in a lot of ways. I'm pretty okay. The Omen actually just bopped it away. I love that. The lineup has now been misdirected, and Crazy Guy now has a pretty good chance of getting away with murder here if he plays his cards right.
Okay, Reza wants to aggress. At least gets the control. Now they have the pocket control and the elbow control there. The home and smoke. Now they need a flash or a prowler for them. Oh wait, Crazy Guy through the smoke. Goodness me. It was repositioning from Hot Sauce. Monye finds value onto Riza. The operator is still alive. This Champion. Until he is taken out. It's not going to be easy for actually Zipto. Fixie is barely surviving on 10 HP. These players are playing together. It's not going to be easy. They know where the positioning is from Fixie's part. And Champion is ready with the shotty. He knows
30
he's
seconds
slow. The information would have been passed out.
This is that Mexican standoff that I always talk about. Both teams, and like both sides, they know where exactly one another are. Big C though, 13 HP and a dream to his name, needs to find that perfect shot. Give him the chance and the opportunity. He missed out on it. And goodbye, good night, sleep time. It's gonna be Fixie who does fall 14 to 13. One more round for RRQ to take this victory. They've been struggling a lot when it comes down to the defensive side. But on the attack, this team turns into an absolute demonic entity. Now, the question is, RRQ, will they be able to replicate that success and take this victory? At least have the bragging rights to go back home headstrong. This overtime situation, both teams are just drained out of their minds. The strat book doesn't really exist anymore. They're playing on their raw mechanical aim fights. And of course, just that level of adaptability that is pretty much certainized from tier 1 level players.
Absolutely. It's now RRQ who has the game point. If they shut things down for Zipto here, they will be the one to win this. And that is the ideal situation where RRQ would want to end the run in Asia Pacific Predator League in 2026. Okay, the TP. Oh, wait. Crazy Guy's position is, of course, spotted. Money finds Riza. So good trade coming in. 1 for a 1, but the controller is out of the picture now. No smokes. You need to commit your bodies. Now this becomes a little bit difficult for... Okay, Afro has a different opinion. It has already been very difficult for us. We don't care about the fact that our controller is taken out. Champion, oh my goodness.
These
60 and hot
shots.
sauce. Now certainly numbers are in their
Overtime
favor.
number 3. Make it happen.
30 seconds left.
Monnier. He doesn't know the positioning of the Omen. The left hand side of the elbow is not cleared. Looking at a different angle
He's
though.
gonna move first. Is the Omen gonna move first? No, the Omen does not move first. Hot sauce. He's gonna get away with absolute daylight robbery. Yeah, Cushy had absolutely no idea. We're going into overtime number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This game is going the distance. Imagine if this wasn't completely different stakes. If it was based upon a win, then good God, I would have just hyped the hell out of this one. But we already know who's gonna qualify. I'm so torn right now. I don't know what to do.
I mean, see, considering the fact that both the teams know what the results are and still not giving up, just shows character, right? Aggressive. Just shows that the love for the game and I mean, they want to win. They do not want to end up on a losing note. Nobody is giving up. It just shows the sportsmanship spirit in all these players. A win is a win. RRQ not giving up, and neither does Zipto. Philippines would be proud, and RRQ, they're playing for their pride. They do not want to go in a spot or a situation where somebody can say that, oh, you guys lost 2 games.
This is just one of those games that are really going down in history to be one of the greatest when you think about it. Even when there are no stakes at this point, right? We already know what's going to happen. Both squads, they're not going to be giving up anytime soon. You can see everyone, they're hyped up. They're ready to keep this fight going. As we're going to be jumping on down straight into the game. Once again, 6 seconds left on the clock. Both teams just prepared for what could be happening next. Jal's going to be the first one. Lineups ready, in position. Blocked off 2, I do believe. Gone in for a bit of a spot as RRQ. Back to the drawing board. They're playing it very slow here. They're not taking any form of a risky fight, and everyone's just waiting inside of the site.
14 to 14. Things are pretty slow right now. Both the teams are just waiting, specifically in favor of Zipto now.
Good
RRQ
shot.
Kushi finds one. Zephyro gets another one onto Riza. Entry denied. They have to change the course of their pathway. Now they have to move in towards a different angle. Otherwise, just force in, which is not going to be an ideal outcome. Already they have lost 2. Number disadvantage there clearly. RRQ is just making it difficult for Zipto.
Here. Teleport's ready. Here.
30 seconds left.
This is...
Oh, this is a good angle for Hot Sauce there, but his position is revealed.
Yeah, crazy guy.
Last player standing.
He's an absolute crazy guy. Just pulling out that Odin and just instantly spray firing over towards the side of mid. There's absolutely nothing that these last player can do. Swing out instantly towards trouble. 5 angry players of RRQ are just waiting for you. For them, this is just another rodeo. All of their players, they know how to play that long game. Can be overtime after overtime. They've been in international lands before. But Zipto on the opposite side of the spectrum, they haven't had that luxury as much. They're ready to keep this fight going for as long as they want. And RRQ, they're hungry for this victory. But for Zipto, it's just about finishing things off in the proper note. Again, at match point, for the side of RRQ, Jemkins has been an absolute gem of a player. But he alone can't really carry this forward in this attack side. His teammates need to step up, and they need to figure out how to close out a round. Because Zipto, when it comes down to those 3vx situations, they turn into absolute beasts.
This is the 30th round, aggressive. We haven't found a result until the 30th round is played out. We don't know. Will we continue till 2 more, or it is going to end up right here, right now? The 29th round. Went in favor of RRQ. Hot Sauce just blocks things up. Okay, it looks like pretty risky. Riza has the information, but Kushi... Wait, Imam! His position is
What?
revealed, and Kushi, wait! Oh, wow!
No
wow.
way, not like this.
No. It's okay. I mean, it looks like the game is done and dusted. Finally, we will see a winner out of it. The 30th round brings a winner, and that is RRQ. They definitely go out of Asia Pacific League, but they still win the game, which is more important.
This is just a heartbreak of a loss here going through with this. The scoreboard is already again taking pictures of. We're going to have everything up and ready. The stat lines are going to get prepared. And I think our match was the longest one out of all of the other groups. Good God. We went the distance on this one. And the players, they were just not ready to give this one up. I love it when you see it. Every single one of these players, they played their hearts out. But I do believe that RRQ, they're going to be the ones to take this victory. Every single one of the players, they had fun in the server. You can see the smiles on their faces that none of them were disappointed in the way that this happened.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to witness an amazing matchup of Valorant, which is, at the end of the day, everybody want to see. And Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 is all about that, right? It's about the intensity. It's about the stakes. Though we knew what the results were, both the teams still did not want to, give up. They gave the fans a worth the time they spent on this lobby ride. The way things started, it was all looking like RRQ had a plan, but slowly and steadily, as rounds went on, was Zipto who made their way back in the game. I mean, so many rounds, aggressive. So many rounds. Now when we spectate them on the highlight section, we think that this or that could have been done in a different way. But that's how esports is, right? Only we as casters or maybe viewers have the opportunity of saying the word ifs and buts, or maybe the coaches, but not the players.
Yeah, for them it's a reality.
True.
There's no buts and ifs. They've already made their choices, and they can't really go back from it. It's a sad story, right? That RIQ are not going to be able to make it just because of that one loss. They took this victory here, but not in the scoreline that you would have expected. The round differential is not really in their favor. And the fact that Zipto lost here, but at a very significant, not really a significant difference. I don't know where this is going to go, because I do think, because the rounds are a lot more closer, that Zipto have already qualified even if they lost here because of the way that the round differentials work.
True
It's
that.
not really much of a gap.
I mean, we will still have to wait for the actual verdict to come out. We will wait until that. I mean, our calculations can be wrong at any point of time, though we know what the actual results are. But anyways, until then, we can enjoy the mental victory of Zipto. I mean, what a team they have proved out to be, right? I mean, amazing, really amazing. You know, first of all, they come up and start things up with Dream Chasers. Of course, they didn't know much about them. Not really to get award review from there, and winning things.
This is just a tough one. This entire game has just been a highlight reel after highlight reel. Every single player, I think, from either side had one standout performance that really gave their team an opportunity to turn it back in their favor. Yeah, this wasn't a win, but in the form of technicality, I do believe that Zipto just won the hearts of the people. The way
True.
that they were able
Absolutely.
to take these fights, shut down RRQ in so many twists and turns, be able to go toe-to-toe up against them in so many of these situations, even when things look dire. That's what you wanted to see. And I think that one 3v2 situation where both of the controllers were alive is the highlight point for this particular team. It was played out beautifully. Not a single peek that was given by them was done in a 1v1 situation. They fought everything together other than that one operator kill. That's the beauty of a squad that is here to win the Predator League.
I mean, looking at this fact, right, Aggressive, this is something, you have to understand that the kind of performances both the teams showcased, we need to, praise their mental toughness as well. Both the teams not wanting to give up, considering the fact that both the teams almost know who is qualifying and what are the conditions to be met by RRQ and what not to be done by Zipto. But yeah, this was those last few rounds, right? The 29th round. By the looks of it looked like they were pretty frustrated. The scoreboard showcases that how Chemkin played. Finally, a moment where Chemkin stepped up. We missed him in the previous two games. He was not allowed in the game against Toadak, right?
Yeah.
Abyss was a menace for him, but this time, make no mistake, he just showcased why he is a player to watch out for.
Yeah, he's a world-class player, and he was able to showcase his performance to his fullest. 27 and 15. He found a lot of very key important kills as well. Even when he was fully stunned out, mind you, he still found value. That's the beauty of Jemkin here. But then again, it's just tough, right? That
Yeah,
even when you have pulled off such a hard-fought victory, that victory at the end of the day just doesn't really matter for you. Now, the real question is, it's all behind the numbers on who's going to be able to take this victory and move forward into that semi-final. Big Z, though, he can pat himself on the back for this one because he took his entire team on his back for a lot of those rounds, and he made sure that his performance was felt echoing throughout the entire server. 25 to 23. Yeah, the scoreline may not look that big, but good God, was his performance. And of course, his average damage per round being 150. Mind you, he guaranteed a kill every single round as a Neon. And that is a really tough thing to say as a duelist.
Yeah, I mean, see, we have to praise Fixie as well. I mean, he played really well. The standings finally come in. And okay, so yeah, we were correct. would you want to announce it, because you have been the one who has been killing it with the calculations, right?
Hey, I am quick maths aggressive, okay? Remember back then?
Yeah, quick math aggressive.
Okay, and that's where the fun things are happening, right? But Zipto, we have already gotten the confirmation that Zipto are the ones that have qualified purely on the basis of round difference. So everyone was correct, and I was also correct from my side. My calculations were not wrong.
Yeah.
Sadly, Toadak are not going to be the ones to make it. They would have made it, let's say, if Zipto were on a 13-9 scoreline and they lost against RRQ, but because it went into overtime, the differences were a little bit too vast. But
Yeah.
that's what happened for Group C. Group B, of course, it's going to be Boom Esports moving forward. Are we really surprised? Not exactly, because, hey, they're the #1 seed coming in from Indonesia. And from Group A, sadly, SATUL were not really going to be the ones to make it through. But Fancy United, a really incredible roster, taking a 3-0 victory to go in for a clean sweep. I think that out of all of the groups, our one probably had the most ups and downs compared to everyone else. So it's us who
Absolutely.
went through the roller coaster.
Yeah, no doubt that we went into the very back end of the today's matches, right? We witnessed 6 games today, right from the word go, except for the fact that Dream Chasers could not showcase what they had in their mind, but still they were the ones to fulfill an entertainment perspective. In the last game, they showcased that they did not want to give up. They gave the crowd I think spectate to watch. That is something which we're very happy about.
Absolutely. This was a really fun game in general to really cast on through with you as well, Oro. And thank you again to the side of Acer for even organizing the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, giving all these teams an incredible opportunity to play on a global stage like this and to have a prestigious tournament happen here in India. That's another bigger thing, because it's the first time that we have held such a massive tournament and a very prestigious event for the entirety of Asia, where every single team have now come on down through and came to this group stage to play in. But good God, is it a little bit sad when you think about it? Out of all of the groups, out of all of the goddamn teams, only 4 teams have made it in. Because from each of these groups, only 1 squad were allowed to go in to that semi-final stage, where they're going to be fighting on a single elimination BO3 setup to see exactly which team is going to be heading on down onto the grand finals.
Yep, definitely. With that, I think we have come down to the very end of our broadcast for the Group C matches, because definitely we have a clear winner who has qualified for the playoffs. It is Zipto from Philippines. Philippine region fans would be going bonkers right now, because nobody would have expected that. Even we did not expect that this could be the team who could qualify. It was RRQ right from the beginning, but it was very hard luck to them. But anyways, it is it. This was Oro, with me was Aggressive. You guys are watching Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. We will join you back with live action from 10th of this month, where the playoffs will be there and you will see the shield being lifted up by any team out there who's going to win it. And until then, stay safe. Good night. We'll see you there.
Enemy remaining.
Feel so cold.
sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acerus Firelight with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.